Is Clancy Clancy Jr.? Lauren's brother Clancy is Clancy Jr. and the OG Clancy is Clancy Edward, also known as Cinnamon Extract. I think we figured it out. Yay, murder. I'm hoping it's murder, but I don't know. We'll see how this goes. But this is a remastered extended version of the Roottrees Are Dead, which I think came out 2023 when I was looking it up. But other than that, I'm going in blind. I know zero things about this game. So, Roottrees Are Dead. Sorry, this was my test to make sure that I could get it to work. The root trees are loading. Okay, so maybe not dead, but loading. I love the vibes so much so far. The music really set the tone. December 6th, 1998.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottrees Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottrees and his daughters.
Carl's got some banging hair.
Best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
They said the name of the game. Oh my gosh.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottrees Company's lawyers are scrambling. Everything's
Let me know if
about to
the volume's
change.
okay.
Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for. I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were. I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
I feel like these games, they always make you take a test, as if, like, you didn't come to me. Like, I didn't ask for this. Not the Roottrees. They do be dead. Alright, complete the family tree of the Roottrees sisters. Examine my... oh. Sleuth! Oh, I love that word so much. Alright, examine my evidence, search the internet for clues, fill in the names, fill in the occupations, fill in the photos. Okay, evidence. This is them. The person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the Roottrees Sisters Got Milk ad. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. Yeah, you know, don't put milk mustaches on the dead, I guess. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Roottree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." And that is true. Okay, so that is the only evidence we have, is a picture of them. Okay, search the internet for clues. Oh, wow. This is so high tech. Internet. Connect to it. Man, why are you here if you think I'm gonna be bad at this? Why am I getting tested? Oh, alright. I'm connected. Spider search. Pro tip, you can create notes quickly by highlighting text with your mouse. What does that mean? Create notes? Oh, so if I find something, I can just, like, highlight it? Do I just search Roottrees? The first few pages are filled with news results about the plane crash. Besides that, there are countless advertisements and conversations about the various products made by the Roottrees Candy Company. Most articles mention Carl Roottrees, who was the president of the Roottrees Candy Company. His daughters are also eulogized. Collectively referred to as the Roottrees Sisters, they've been famous from an very early age. Okay. So we have the Roottrees Sisters, is what it means by highlighting. Create highlight. Oh, cool. And I can, like, type my notes in here. I mean, I pulled a notepad out, but I can type my notes. That's kind of nifty. Okay, so maybe we search Carl Roottrees. What comes up with that? Carl Rootree died in a recent plane crash along with his wife Brenda Rootree. See, I need to write, otherwise I'm gonna forget things. Good Mammoth Gator's gonna Kate, how are you doing? What's going on? What did I miss? We just started the game, we're still in the tutorial. Alright, so we have Carl. Carl died in the plane crash with Brenda, his wife. I feel like I gotta put on like a detective, sultry voice for this. And their daughters, the Roottrees sisters. But we don't know the Roottrees sisters' names. That's what we're trying to figure out. He was the president of the Rootree Candy Company as well as the clothing company Root, like a period, so you know it's fancy, it's very trendy, which he co-founded with his wife. According to the news site, the Rootree Candy Company plans to put out a press release sometime within the hour to address the absence of Carl, the crash, and questions they've been receiving. Once you finish placing the Rootree sisters on the family tree, it would be wise to repeat this search. Okay, so we'll have to come back to Carl at some point. What else can we look up about the sisters? Because we don't know their names. See if the candy company has a homepage. Ooh, let's see. Rootree Candy Company. Mixed in with the recent news of the plane crash, there are a lot of results for Roottree's extremely popular candy products. Their official website is unstable due to traffic it has been receiving. However, you find a direct link to the history section that manages to work momentarily. The Rootree Candy Company was founded by Elias. Oh, who is that? Elias Rootree. Shortly after he married his wife Gwyneth. Oh, Gwen. Whose family owned a small farm called Anderson Maple Farm. Oh, this feels very much like her story where I was writing literally everything down so I didn't forget. Anderson Maple Farm. For reasons that aren't explained on the page, it has no CEO and no stockholders. Instead, it is run by a president with input and votes from extended family. The site does mention that every president has been a direct descendant of Elias and Gwyneth, including Carl Rootree, who despite his death is listed as the current president. I mean, didn't he just die yesterday? They didn't update the website immediately after the crash. Gwyneth Paltrow? Maybe. Maiden name Paltrow? Married into the Rootree family, could be. The product that put them on the map were 5 pieces maple candies with 5 different flavors that are dipped in a crispy, crackly candy coating. I love an alliteration. 5 pieces. It feels like a mixture of Take 5 and Reese's Pieces. Since then, they have branched out to countless other products, all of which incorporate maple in some way. Their sister company, simply titled Root, specializes in children's clothing. The primary models for Root are the Rootree sisters. So maybe we look up Root, Root, period. Root, the period is part of the name, is a clothing company. They make clothes for children. From toddlers to teenagers. Although their website is down, likely due to increased web traffic, you find countless retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes towards the target audience. One of them has this to say: "You've spied the Rootree sisters looking hella fly in catalog." Hella fly. Gosh, 1998. Looking hella fly on catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you too can be like Riley, Rose, and Raina. I love the names. Again, alliteration, I'm all for it. Riley, Rose, and Raina. Ah, the 90s. I love hella fly. Akira, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Glad to see Nina got a brand new super powerful PC. Don't you love it? This is very high tech. So, Riley, Rose, and Raina. You also come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. Apparently, Root has released 2 catalogs per year every year since 1984. Ooh, it's giving her interactive. And Raina appeared on almost all of them. There is only one that the webmaster considers a collector's item enough to mention. It seems that Brenda Rootree, that's Carl's wife, the Rootree sister's mother, and Root's head designer appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose. Okay, so Rose was an actual person, like alive and a being, conscious being in 1985. The site says this was the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly Roottrees. Okay. Carly. Holding her. So wait, Carly Roottrees is Rose Roottrees? Am I reading that right? Search is super fast. Best of ad blockers too. Didn't spot a single ad while you're browsing. I know, this is great. I love the spider search. Okay, so maybe I can look up the names now. Let's do Rose Roottrees. Rose Roottrees is not as popular as her older sister, Raina. Okay, so Rose, maybe the middle child. Okay, Raina is older than Rose, but I don't know if she's the oldest. But still very well known. Most of the time, they're lumped together as the Roottrees sisters. Unfortunately, the results of Rose by herself don't lead to anything different than when searching for the sisters together. Can't find what you're looking for? If someone isn't in the list of names that your employer provided, doing a deeper dive on what you learn about them will often lead to additional discoveries. A good research tip is to make note of any brand names, books, product lines, or magazines that you don't recognize and search for them. My page is halfway filled already, so, I got it. I'm not new here. These searches will sometimes help directly, even when they don't, you'll usually get additional context. Okay, so let's do Raina Roottrees. There are a lot of obituaries that focus on the Roottrees sisters' modeling careers. You also come across an official Roottrees fan site seemingly curated by a teenager. It's neon pink with purple text and hard to read until you highlight the words. Oh, the 90s. The young webmaster writes, Raina is the most famous because she's the oldest. Okay, so Raina is the oldest. And got married to TMS. Okay. But Riley is the smart one. Rose is the middle child like me. See, I had a feeling Rose might be the middle. All right, Rose, and then Riley would then be the youngest. Okay. You might think they are rich just because they are models, but their dad is also the president of the candy company and their mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. They do the modeling for her brand, Root. I eat Roottrees candy all the time. My favorite are maple crisps, and I don't have maple crisps, I have crisps. Crisps. 5 pieces and maple crisps are their candies. And try to dress in plaid Root. Shunt, how are you doing? Welcome to the Struggle Bus. We struggle through games and life, so welcome aboard. Astrology Chef, how are you? Nepo babies. We love a Nepo baby. I eat Roottrees candy all the time. My favorite are maple crisps and to dress in plaid Root clothes like Riley does in most of the posters. Okay, so Riley wears plaid. Riley, she a plaid girly. I love that. If you got a fan site, you should be able to just click through the web ring until you have all the info. I mean, this is a very simple search here. I wish we could actually have web pages. Where was I? Plaid. Someday I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. Okay, Rose has pierced ears. The website's author continues to talk about her own life and what she likes about the Root fashion lines, but none of it's relevant. I don't care what this person thinks. All right, let's do Riley next. Riley Roottrees. This game's trying to make people hungry for candy. Like 5 pieces, maple crisps. What's next? There are a lot of obituaries that focus on the Roottrees sisters' modeling careers. The fan site. Okay, so this comes up with the same thing. Is that what I just looked up? No, I looked up Raina. This is just the exact same stuff, though. Let's do the Roottrees sisters. All about the same. Okay. Cool. Let's... What is this welcome? I just did not get welcomed. Hello. Welcome to the Information Superhighway. Thanks for purchasing a new Cashew PC. Your PC is equipped with with a 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any site on the World Wide Web, even those with high-resolution images. Wow. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer, or burn a music CD to listen to later. We might be doing that. If you want to revisit a search result, be sure to use Netscape Navigator's new history feature. Happy surfing, and remember, cashew PCs are delicious. Cashew PCs are inedible. Do not try to eat your computer. Thank goodness they said that. Color printer, I know. High-end color laser printer. We're fancy detectives, we really are. All right, let's head back here. Fill in the names. It says oldest to youngest, so we have Raina is the oldest. Raina Roottrees. Then middle child is Rose Roottrees. There's nobody on the list with that name. What do you mean? What do you mean? Did I not look up Rose? I'm sorry, Rose, I didn't mean to. And this is Riley. Uh-oh. Did I just forget Rose? Rose Roottrees. Not as popular. Can I, like, maybe highlight it and... How do I... Why is Rose not in here? Nobody on the... Rose does not exist. Carly, try Carly. Ah, you're right. You're right. You guys are so smart. I even wrote Carly next to her name. Didn't think about it. Raina, Carly, and Riley. Also, I didn't think I searched for Carly. I just did Rose. Carly Roottrees. Ah, you discover a trivia page that lists common trick questions. The answer to what are the first names of the famous Roottrees girls lists the answers Raina, Carly, Riley. See, I already got tricked by the trick question. At least it's common trick questions, I'm not alone. The explanation below the answer states that Rose was originally born Carly Rose Roottrees. Apparently her parents had planned to name a son Carl Roottrees Jr., but after finding out they were having a second daughter, they were going to call her Carly. Gotcha. Sometime in the early 90s, a now preteen Carly strongly expressed her dislike that her sisters had RH names and she was the odd one out. Oh, poor middle sibling. That's when she began to go by her middle name. She just wanted to match her sisters. All right, Carly. Occupation. They're models, right? Model. They're all models. Okay. Then the occupations. Now fill in the photos. All right, the one I do know is that Riley wears plaid. You don't have any portraits available to add to the family tree. To get started, click on the faces in the evidence tab. Oh, wait, I can click. All right, plaid. So that one's Riley in the middle. And then pierced ears is Rose Carly. Carly. And that's Raina. Raina being the oldest and the shortest hits a little too close to home for me. Alright, let's do that. Raina. Carly with the pierced ears. And Riley with the plaid. Well done! Thank you. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. You've also locked the following optional entries. None. Okay. Same. My baby brother is like a foot taller than me. I don't know what happened. Booyah. Do we feel booyah'd? We got 3 out of 50 blood relatives. Investigation Cone, how are you doing? The genealogy is strict. Birth names only, maiden names for married women. The game is built around that premise. Oh, lovely. Good to know. Okay. I'm going in blind, so I know nothing. I'm gonna actually put Carly, like, underlined so I don't forget her name is Carly. And then we also have, these wives, Gwyneth and Brenda. I guess we'd have to find their maiden names, right? Also, booyah. Nice word. Let's do it. Booyah. Can you please stop opening my front door?
But I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired.
Guys, we successfully proved we know how to use the internet.
The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch. The root trees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine.
I don't know. I can get overwhelmed.
The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives. Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries.
Okay.
Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable root trees.
Ooh.
Notable
Now we can go to
people
websites.
Are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree. I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
6 doesn't seem like a lot, because it said there was 50, so I think we could do this. 6 doesn't seem too bad. Although that thing looks spooky. What do you...
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here.
Who are you?
Thank you, and good luck.
If anyone's like, please don't say I was here, immediate sus. Oh gosh, wait, this is a lot of people. So you know, Meds, how are you doing? Useless discoveries only, please. Salute. I immediately don't trust her. She definitely doesn't work for the family. I don't know who that is, and I wasn't questioning her until just now. Sketch, you acted real sus, lady. I don't know about that. Okay, before... Oh, so I gotta get 6 more before the person who hired you returns. The person who hired you? They don't even have a name. Every time you get 3 additional blood relatives on... blood relatives in the family tree completely correct, name, occupation, and portrait, they will be locked in. All non-blood relatives and small portraits are optional, but placing them in the tree helps remove extra names and photos. That is helpful. Okay, hold on. Can I... This is what we're looking at? Ooh, that's a lot. I mean, right here we know this is Brenda and Carl, right? Hold on, we're gonna at least put that in before I immediately forget everyone's name. Brenda White, is that her maiden name? Once you identify this relative, you'll be able to add bonus photos. Okay, well, I'll put their names in. And then this is where the game was putting us. The Roottrees Candy Company was founded in 1908 by Gwyneth and Elias. I need 3 more correct blood relatives before they will lock in. Okay. Overwhelming, but I think we got this. Plot twist, she's completely trustworthy. I know, we just immediately were like, sus, sus. But maybe she's fine. Who knows? All right, Gwyneth, it could be Gwyneth Anderson, Madsen, Morden. Oh gosh, no, that's Gwendolyn. Unless your original name was Gwendolyn and you just went by Gwyneth. It's all very Oberdin minus the sea monsters, probably. Hopefully no sea monsters. Maybe the sea monsters took down the plane? I don't know. But yeah, it's already very Oberdin, which I'm loving. Okay, and then Elias Roottree. And then we have Elias Jr., and then Elias C. Roottree, and then Elias M. Roottree. I'm assuming he's like the OG Elias, though, right? I missed the beginning. Are we investigating a murder? Not a murder. There was a plane crash that killed Carl, Brenda, and their 3 kids. And so now this person, this shady lady, came to the house and is now asking that we fill out their entire family tree for some reason? What is this? You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. The clues are obscure, have been intentionally hidden in the past, and may even require some leaps in logic. I'll tell you one thing about my logic, it does not like to leap. Try to keep an eye out for any inconsistencies. My logic likes to be handheld to the answer. Someone hired you to trace the genealogy of a billionaire family after 5 of them perished in a plane crash. That's a much more eloquent way of saying that, yes. To recap for anyone just joining us. So she can go after the rest of the family? Maybe. Maybe she's an actual murderer. I don't even know where to begin. This is a little overwhelming. Let's look. New evidence. This is a list of notable root trees. The person who... Is the music really loud to you guys? I'm sorry. I'm gonna turn it down just a tad because I can't hear myself think. This is a list of notable root trees. The person who hired you gave you this list and said everyone on it could be found easily via your search engine. Okay. Elias and Gwyneth. Gwyn root tree. Hello. Logic, never heard of her. I don't know anything about that. Red root tree? What's Red's real name, though? Because it's like Red. Jim. Always gotta have a Jim in the family tree, right? Jim, a Lauren root tree. And Miracle Jr.? Miracle. Are we sure we didn't mix in like some candy bar names? Miracle Jr. sounds like a chocolate bar. Easy to find online. Okay. Any entry at the family tree that belongs to someone on this list will be marked with a star. Notable root trees will be crossed out after they are verified and locked. Great. So these are the people we really do have to focus on. What is this 35 thing? Intuition. You've been in this line of work a long time. So long, in fact, you've developed a sixth sense for how useful your evidence can be. The numbers in the magnifying glass refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. There are 35 clues based off this list alone. The higher the number, the more there is to find. At the start of your search, the notables list sets off alarm bells, a list of famous people that you can find via search engine. It's pretty rare to get something that useful. Best take advantage of it. As you progress, these numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence to lock in family members, new discoveries will be added to the list and old evidence will become less useful. Trust your intuition. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a closer look at the people or phrase it mentions. Often the most satisfying revelations come from retracing a path you thought was fully explored, armed with a new perspective. Sometimes the reason certain evidence has such high value is because it can lead to finding more evidence. You may be missing a huge piece of the puzzle. Okay, there's 35 things. Lordy lordy. This is an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. It mentions that the 5 pieces were named as such because of the original creator. The original creator had 5 children. Okay. 5 children, 5 pieces. The ad also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. Okay, root tree 5 pieces. So strawberry, power plum, awesome apple, bad blue raspberry, and cool chocolate. These 5 flavors, there's 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Maybe that's why kids still love them? Radical new flavors because it's no longer the 1920s. What even is an elderberry anyway? Good question. I don't think I actually know what an elderberry is. The story so far. The Roottrees sisters and their parents died in a plane crash on December 6, 1998. The next evening, a shadowy figure appeared at your doorway and said the lawyers were looking to sort out the family tree. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some resources. This included a list of notable Roottrees who they said would be the easiest family members to place. They said they would return in the time it took to fill out 6 more blood relatives. All right, to the internet. Okay. Should we start with Miracle Jr. since that is like so wild? Miracle Jr. Let's find out who this is. Miracle Jr. doesn't go by his full name in promotional materials. Instead, it was shortened to... He shortened it to Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. is a televangelist who is part of the Miracle Network. Oh, lordy. He used to have a show that aired on local access across many stations in the northeastern United States. According to the website called Clergy Watch, okay, Miracle Jr., from the Miracle Network, and Clergy Watch, okay. He was exposed and subsequently charged with conspiracy to defraud the public in 1979 when he claimed to heal someone in a wheelchair. A news expose revealed it was his wife, Edith's sister, okay, Miracle Jr., married to Edith. I need a bigger, I have like sticky notes. This is not good. I'm running out of space already. Not efficient. Edith. And Edith has a sister, okay, in disguise. The author also mentions that Edith had a bit of a checkered past herself, but doesn't clarify. He has since lost his television show and instead goes on tour across the southern United States where he was not well known before the scandal. A non-spoiler gameplay tip, if you select a block of text, there are some really useful context menus to send it to notes or to do quick search. I have been using that. I haven't quite figured out how I want to do it because I know when I do this, it like creates a highlight here. But I think maybe I should be editing these and like keeping them organized. So I have to like, I don't know, figure out how I'm gonna handle that because I have to write it, otherwise it doesn't click. I swear any mystery game we play, I have to like physically see it. I love when games add like a note section in game, but I'm never gonna be good at using them. I feel like that's just my lot in life. Phoebe, thank you so much for getting us out to Zeducator. Zeducator, welcome to the snack pack. You know the drill. You like snacks, you are a snack, you're very sexy, very stale. Who else are we looking at? Lauren. Just making sure you know about those. Thank you, I appreciate it. I love the backseat gaming, I love the help, hints, tips, anything you guys wanna contribute, please do. I don't want to play at you, I want to play with you. We'll figure out the mystery together. And Phoebe, thank you so much for getting to Adam and Lee Adam. Adam, welcome to the snack pack. You like snacks, you are a snack. All the things. Organization? Never heard of her. I am really trying to figure out, do I have a bigger notebook somewhere? I feel like I have. One of these has got to be not full, right? There we go. Ew! Who did that? I love a fart, and now we have a hype bus. Holy moly. We just got started, guys. In my head, it makes sense to write notes down physically as we find them, then add a page in the game journal for each person. Oh, actually, that could probably work too. Bento Wizard, thank you for showing us your bits. Appreciate ya. Keep those bits out. Blessing us with the bitos. That's not me. I never. Oh yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Alex forever. I'm just a girl. Okay, what is going on? Hello, guys. Mystery ahead, but Phoebe, thank you so much. Akira, welcome to the snack pack. You like snacks, you are a snack. Jen's fishing. Lauren, who are you? Oh my god. And Jen's streaking with the bits out. Great. Love that. I'm gonna just keep my notes on this page now. I've got a new page. Miracle Jr. from Miracle Network. I'm sweaty. Clergy Watch. That's what I wrote down. Okay, because I couldn't read my handwriting. Clergy Watch. Chaos. I like that the chaos started this early in the playthrough. I have to leave to be productive, so I wanted to leave dramatically. I love it, Phoebe. Go be productive. Go do all the fun things. We'll see you soon. Bits are out, counting Alex. Thank you for showing us your bits. All right, author Lauren Roottrees, a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters, is known for her book, A Life Between Wars. Lauren, A Life Between Wars. Who's fishing now? Ooh, Sissy's fishing. Sissy, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. A Life Between Wars. According to a website about famous authors in the early 1960s, Lauren released a few romance novels under her married name. A pink rubber ducky. Gosh, I swear my attention span. Gone to hell. I'm like, you know what? We're chronically online detectives. This will happen. And Alex is farting. What else is new? All right, Lauren Rafferty. Lauren Rafferty. It's a little fanfare. When her publisher learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottrees, to take advantage of their family's notoriety. That's her married name. She's originally a Roottrie. Just kidding. Sorry, I misunderstood that. The married name is a pink rubber ducky. Interesting choice. Sorry. All right, she became Lauren Roottrie. No, she became Lauren Rafferty. She's originally a Roottrie. Hello. The selection of diary entries released in 1965 as A Life Between Wars spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to coping with the post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspectives on changing times and socialites, all the way through the entire... all the way through the entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it has found new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style and for a look into life in previous generations. After the success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottrie. This included Romance in Court, which gained popularity. I would read Romance in Court. That sounds spicy. She followed the re-release up by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans referred to as the Court Jester series. You find no recent details about Lauren, though she is listed as retired. I'm a little concerned that the pink rubber ducky weighs 4.5 kilos. Is it a giant ducky, or is there a chunk of lead in it? Giant. Quack is a big girl. Quack, the very giant pink rubber ducky. All right, we got Lauren. So now let's do Jim. Jim Roottrie. James, excuse me. Jamothy Roottrie is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond. Ooh, Jim and Diamond. James.
Okay, James.
I was hoping for it. James. Osama, welcome to the stream. What's going on? Welcome, welcome. The duo, his wife Diamond LaRue. That's who. Diamond LaRue. Very fancy. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rollin' On Down to the City. It's now in your evidence folder. Oh, thank goodness. I feel like I need a big whiteboard behind me. This is a lot to take down. Let's see, I need like string and papers. Although Jim writes the majority of the songs, plays the guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit, but has its fans who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. Thank you guys for the hype bus. I appreciate you. You're getting all your emotes and rewards. Use them wisely. Use them for good, not evil. And if you use them for evil, don't let me know. I cannot know any of that. I do not want to abet. Aid and abet. Yeah. I just realized I have almost 100,000 channel points. I'm going to wreak havoc during Sleuthy Summer when we get there. Oh my gosh, Sleuthy Summer is right around the corner. I know it's January, but it feels like it's almost there. Diamond's Dazzlers. Oh my gosh. It's a real test of my attention span. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you find mentioned are Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. I wonder if this is important or if I am just writing down too much. I feel like this was also me in school, though. I wrote way too many notes, most of which were not important. I was shocked when I got my 2024 Twitch recap and I spent the same amount of channel points as I earned. Jim has become a bit of a recluse, and he hasn't made public appearance since 1996. Okay, Red Roottrie. I've been using my channel points too liberally. I'm broke. Got time to save up before Sleuthy Summer, you know? Where it gets real chaotic. I spent more channel points than I earned. We're in channel point debt right now. You find information on a website about strange historical facts. Aloysius Herring Roottrie, aka Red. Aloysius. I think that's how you say it. That's an actual name, Aloysius. I don't think I've ever seen it spelled. Herring Roottrie. Aloysius. There we go. We got it. I have a hard time with like seeing words that I'm like, I don't know what that is, but I've definitely heard it, or vice versa, where it's a word I've definitely read and know what it means, but I cannot figure out for the life of me how to pronounce it. Red. Are you saying you've heard it spoken? Where? I feel like that's a name. Couldn't tell you where I've heard it, but definitely heard it spoken. I wonder how many times I've farted since that sound was so kindly provided to us. The farts are wild. Aloysius Herring Roottrie, aka Red, was an appointed judge, and politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was the ambassador of Ireland for only about 6 days. Okay, occupation. Ambassador of Ireland for 6 days. I wonder if that's important. I'll write it down. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. See, you don't want to get caught doing that. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottrie Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out that the last name was merely a coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. Okay, so he's not even a real Roottrie. Or he was not related to the Roottrie Candy Company. Maybe he is a Roottrie, but he's not with the company? He's not part of the- he's not a real Roottrie. Uh-oh. He's trying to get the Nepo baby recognition. The recognism. I'm just gonna make up my own words at this point. Gwyn Roottrie. Look at his name again. Aloysius Herring Roottrie. Herring. He's red herring. Good catch. I didn't even notice. Aloysius Red Herring Roottrie. Clever, clever. So Gwyn. Gwyn. You find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. My gosh, VHS. The site is not very well organized and the search is broken, but you can get to individual pages from your search engine. Gwyn Roottrie is a somewhat well-known actress. Okay. An actress who was active in the 1950s. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Oh gosh, not the tabloids coming for Gwyn. Her biggest role was the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. Nothing about Christmas Mission sounds like it'd be a flop. What were they thinking? There's a widely circulated picture of Gwyn from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which you've added to evidence. Okay, great. So we have a picture of her. Did you know trivia? Gwyn was the granddaughter of Elis Roottrie. Okay, granddaughter. Sorry, I don't write very quickly. The founder of Roottrie Candy. She shouldn't have been named Roottrie, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was rare in those days. Oh my gosh, Elias! Very progressive. Elias wasn't originally a Roottrie. Alright, so her father took... Wait, hold on. She shouldn't have been named Roottrie, but her father took her mother's famous name. What does that mean? Not Elias. Elias is not the one that took, who wasn't a Elias is a Roottrie. Elias's daughter was a Roottrie. His daughter married a man who took her mom's name, and then that was Gwyn. Yeah, sorry, read it wrong. Elias was the Roottrie. Elias's son-in-law was the progressive one. That's who it was. Sorry. My brain caught up to me eventually. All right, we got Gwen. I think I got everyone that we were told to look at. So now, oh my gosh, she's gorgeous. This photo is a widely circulated photo of Gwen Roottrees. You have seen it on multiple websites about old films. Oh my gosh, what a looker. Gwen Roottrees is on the notable Roottrees list. In your evidence, she will be marked on the chart with a star. Because she is a star. My gosh. Did not expect this game to have so much reading. I think it's all reading. It's all us reading and piecing together who is who. Very Obra Dinn. A lot of reading. Rolling on down to the city. This is Jim and Diamond. Rolling on Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979. According to the liner notes, it satirizes how part of a society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East, unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came from just roller discos. Because it was such a product of its time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. Maybe that's why you've never heard of it before now. This image is from an auction for a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says, "Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees can make disco this sweet." So this James is the great-grandson. You have to click on, oh yes, I do have to click on faces. Just forgot that. Thank you for the reminder of Elias. Sorry, I'm taking in all of this information and I'm completely forgetting how to play. You can play the single play button at the bottom. Oh, all right, perfect. I will play it in just a second. This image is from an auction. Okay, it is credited to Peter Janowitz from MMM. Okay, who is that? Peter, what are you doing here? No, Lewis from MMM. Music and lyrics by Jim Roottrees, vocals by Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRue. Jim Roottrees is on the notable Roottrees list. Lyrics of the song contain no clues.
We're rolling on down to the city.
I mean, it's a bop.
Saturday night and you're quite a sight. The world might be burning, but I'm feeling right. Making ends meet, so pay rent and eat.
Hell yeah.
For gas, so we skate in the street.
Mood.
To say that I'm pretty. Ladies blush and find me so witty.
Okay.
Out of luck tonight, what a pity. We're rolling on down to the city.
I love this song so much. This makes me want to shake my ass. You do it. Follow your heart and your ass. They record a fake song but didn't record a Christmas mission film? Ugh, I know. That would have been great.
On wheels we glide with you by my side. Inflation is rising and so is our pride. Pick our own fate, make love not hate.
I like that we rhymed fate and hate.
Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty. Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out
The chorus is great.
tonight, what a pity. We're rolling on down to the city.
I love when games just randomly have a bop. This is gonna be stuck in my head today though. Was this whole family hot also? Like, what the heck?
The bankers in charge are all clowns. The parties sell better than protests. So signs up while we boogie down.
Trying to do my mouse like a karaoke thing.
Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty. Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out of luck tonight, what a pity. We're rolling
Oh man, that was a hell of a bop. Alright, I did forget I have to click on the faces. Thank you guys for reminding me to do that. So we got Diamond and Jim icons. Alright, and then we have Gwen. There we go. I want to go back to this board because I think I actually have some stuff to put in. Let's see. We have Elias. Now, Elias had 5 children, right? I don't know where to start here because then we're the great-grandchildren and the grandchildren going. Also, what is that? Don't forget, family trees use surnames from birth, even if the person changed their last name after marriage. Always use a person's most recent occupation. Oh. It's literally giving me hints here that I'm not even reading. Okay. Maybe I need some more to go off of, because I don't know who all of their 5 children were. Right? I don't think I have anything yet. And Aloysius, I don't think you even go on this board at all, because who are you? Lauren Roottrees, Lauren Rafferty. Lauren has to be one of these, I think. Unless Lauren is Gwen's mother, and Lauren's husband took her last name. Maybe that's it, but also, let me not get ahead of myself. It says there are 11 things I can find about this. I kind of want to go with the Gwen route because it's so close. It's much closer to Elias than Jim. Okay. I don't know who to go with first. Overwhelmed already. Search everything like every proper noun you come across. I know. I've got it. It's just a lot. So let's do Peter, because Peter also was on that thing, the bop we just heard. Peter Janowitz seems to be a music critic. You find him mentioned on a fan website about a band unrelated to the Roottrees. He used to work for Modern Music Monthly before the magazine went under. Modern Music Monthly. MMM is... Oh, what? New periodical added. MMM is an abbreviation for Modern Music Monthly, a magazine from the 40s to the early 80s. It went out of business due to high competition from much more major publications. All right. What does that thing mean? Does that mean something popped up somewhere that I've not seen? Okay. Added to publications. This is just home. And then, okay. Making sure what is the duck? Hello? Who are you? Don't know where to look next? If you're completely stuck, try talking it through with your rubber duck. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, I don't want to use a hint yet, but I'm glad they do have a hint system. Lovely. On your computer? Oh, periodicals. I see it. I'm a little blind. It's okay. So we have Modern Music Monthly now. And we can search for Jim and Diamond, maybe? Periodical searches on your computer desktop as in through the books through the library. I didn't see it pop up here. I saw this thing and my eyes went right there. Thank you guys for being way more observant than I will ever be. Okay. A review and interview from 1979 titled A Reluctant Hitmaker, Jim goes into his first band. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in C and J and J and D with my cousin and his ex. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Jim's cousin and whoever they were dating, C and J, because J and D is Jim and Diamond. So C and J is going to be Jim's cousin and ex. This must have taken ages to write all these interconnected articles. Very impressive from the devs. I'm so impressed. Honestly, my brain does not work like this, so it's very, very impressive. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop, oh, Clark the cousin. Clark, cousin. Never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, the ex, on the other hand, are actually sisters. What? Okay, so Diamond and Jane, so the cousins were dating sisters. Okay, Jane is Diamond's sister. So the four of us had a sort of cutesy family band thing going on. Not our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her, what? And Jane's other sister, I thought she was saying Diamond. I'm not reading fast enough, I'm sorry. Run it back. I'm making tea up that's not even there. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her and Jane's other sister, everything exploded. No more family band. Okay. So Diamond and Jane have another sister who slept with Jane's boyfriend. Okay. Well, naming structure that you would call one kid Jane and the other Diamond. You know, Jane and Diamond. I wonder what the third sister's name is. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then, we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Roland is like that. I mean, it's in my head. But that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh. But I'm trying to make art. Okay. Calm down, Jim. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade, he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Rafferty-Tunes, and he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Can I look up Clark? Clark Roottrees? Nothing relevant to your investigation was found. Be sure to have the correct magazine or newspaper name. Maybe I can go... Oh, see, I didn't even look at this. Oh, we have an author. I didn't see all of these things on the side. Where, yeah, Romance in Court, Lauren Roottrees. Should I, this is a bad idea for me to go like multiple things, various routes, but Romance in Court. I'm just trying out the new feature. Published in 1968, softcover, fiction romance, a romance novel by Lauren Roottrees. The About the Author blurb mentions she had the inspiration from one of her brother Clancy's lectures on the Middle Ages. Lauren's brother is Clancy. That's the same, bringing it back to Jane and Diamond. Like, you named your kids Lauren and Clancy? Okay. Was Clancy a big name in the 60s? Well, I guess maybe it's probably before the 60s, because she wrote this novel in the 60s. Oh my gosh, where are you, Lauren? Lauren and Clancy. Brother Clancy. New system coming fall 1999? I know, isn't that so fancy? We got new things coming. All right, Romance in Court. We also have, she wrote A Life Between Wars. Hardcover student edition, republished 1993. Printing diary next. My color printer! Are we printing the book? Oh, we got some diaries? All right, I gotta go look at my printer. I'm assuming it's in the room. So, all right, fancy. It seems you hit the jackpot here. This is a book occasionally taught in schools. You even find a hardcover edition for students that has full-page, high-quality pictures in it. A summary of the contents of the book, photos, as well as some particularly relevant entries from the diary have been added to your evidence. Oh, maybe it's on my evidence thing. Okay, got you. Very fancy. Lording Clancy would have been fairly normal in the 1930s to 50s. Sorry to the Clancys born in the 30s and 50s. I just was trying to make a joke and it wasn't funny because making fun of people's names is not funny. We don't get Clancys anymore. Bring Clancys back. All right. I love when I realize how not funny I am. Print out the entire internet, I dare you. All right, we got these two lovelies. Okay, A Life Between Wars, excerpts from the Diaries of a Root Tree. Lauren Roottrees captures the evolution in perspective from adolescence to adulthood. From Butler County, I don't know, I almost read that as crimes. Butler County Times. County Times. The below are notes and observations you made while skimming through Lauren Roottrees' diary pages in A Life Between Wars. Lauren Roottrees is on the notable Roottrees list, yes. The book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 1940 to 1965. The most important event that much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband, Jacob. Okay, Lauren was married to Jacob. Jacob died in the final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son, Clark, alone. Okay, son is Clark. Lauren never remarried and only had one child. One child. So I guess I'll look for the person who only has one line coming down. By skimming the pages of the diary, you glean the following information. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Granddaughter, father's side. What a wild ride from, haha, who's named Clancy? Did Clancy's a glorious name? Bring it back. Sorry, I overcorrected. Honestly, Clancy's not a bad name, but I was like, yeah, I did forget that in the olden times, people were named Clancy. You know, in the 1900s. There's a lot going on in these pages. Don't let it overwhelm you. I think I'm only overwhelmed because I'm reading this and chat and all of that. So, but I'm good. I'm fine. I'm going to be okay. And if I spontaneously combust on stream, you'll know why. Her mother's family. I'm only overwhelmed because I got called out for calling out Clancy's. That's it. Her mother's family was called the Cosels. Okay, hold on. Kosel. But she hardly ever mentions them. Her father, who was also referred to as Pop, was the head lawyer of the... Okay, so lawyer dad. So the... Elias's son is a lawyer who then fathered... I'll get there. Hold on. My brain is wiring it together. It's fine. Elias, son. That son, father, Gwen, comes out of it. Got it. Her father, who she always referred to as Pop, was the head lawyer for the Roottrees Candy Company and helped write a legal document called the Clanced Trust, in reference to Clancy. The Clancy Trust? What is Clanced Trust? Clanced Trust. Next stream meet has a huge corkboard behind her. See, now I know how to prep for next time. I'll bring out a board and some string. It's clear from context that the Roottrees have internal shorthand names for the different generations of their family. Lauren uses them often. 5 pieces, the first generation of children by Gwyneth and Elias. Lauren's father was in this generation. Next generation is Lauren's generation, then the Free Spirits, the generation after Lauren's, including her son. All right, and there's 2 things we can grab from this. Cool. Oh gosh, there's more. But wait, there's more. There's 5 pages to this. All right, an entry entitled Complaints from Lauren, Roottree's Diary, written in 1953. This entry seems to focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwyn, who is on the notable Roottrees list. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwyn, as an only child... Did I know that? I don't think I knew that. The actress is an only child. Complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. Okay, so Lauren had 3 brothers, one of them being Clancy. Sorry, Clancy, you're getting more attention than I think you thought you were gonna get today. Where did the Red String Conspiracy Board thing even come from? It's such a big part of pop culture. I don't know. I would assume it's like maybe like an old detective thingy, but yeah, I don't know. Where did the Red String Conspiracy Board originate? Does anyone know? During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot. I feel like every person now needs their own page. I'm going a little crazy here with my arrows. I hoped she would be the sister I never had and that I'd do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the 2 of them. What a mess. But she just complained. To her, I was the lucky cousin. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. Ugh, can you believe it? Clark. Oh, her son. I was like, who's Clark? Clark, the son. The only child son. Okay. I must admit seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me even now from my coffee table. She gets to be in Starlet. Is that one of the movies? I should probably write it down. Where is Gwyn? Guys Like Us, Christmas Mission, and Starlet. And tell tales of how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. Oh, lordy. Harrison Lane. And Wild Bill Williams. I don't know if he has an accent, but I think he does, because he's wild. She's the first Roottrie woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I'm jealous. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in this world? But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me, and now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by terrible tragedy, I am also lucky to be born into a family that can support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightfully scoff just like I do at Gwyn. He has an accent now. I just gave him one. This is who he is. All right, an entry entitled Dynasty, written in 1958. It focuses on the day her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as president of the Roottrie Candy Company and the meeting to determine his successor. I wish I had been a fly on the wall that day. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. Okay, so all the sons, architect, preacher, lawyer. I don't know what Clancy was. I don't think we know that yet. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. No, Clancy's in the next gen. Clancy's the grandson. Just kidding. The parents. The parents were architects, preachers, and lawyers, and none of them wanted to take over. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the Roottrie name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Zach spelled Z-A-C? That seems so modern, but sure, why not? Zach took over the company. I'll be candy president if he asked. I know, say less. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, me. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, so Zach is not a Roottrie. Maybe Zach married into the family? He's the firstborn son of... Oh. Again, let me just finish reading before I say anything. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn five-piece. Firstborn son. I get really ahead of myself. Of firstborn five-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granddad has always had a very particular view when it came to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. Who the hell is Angie? Angie, older than Zach. Zach's mom might be a Roottrees. Maybe. Zach's parent is a Roottrees. Whoever... Because, you know, they could be those progressive parents that took the mother's name or something, but I don't know if that connects at all. Who was that took the mother's name? Because, oh, I don't remember now. Where are you? It wasn't Jim. Was it Jim? Somebody did. Somebody took, the wife's name. Gwyn's dad. Granddaughter of Elias. I didn't write that down. Okay, father married in. Thank you. That's Gwyn's dad. And Gwyn is an only child, so... Okay, cool. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back, maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Okay. What's that supposed to mean, Mom? An entry entitled Sam from Lauren Roottrees' diary, written in 1963. From a previous entry, you learn that Elias Roottrees had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Who is Sam? Sam, in quotations, obscure, question mark. Okay. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two. But I was told, trim their branches from the family tree, so why is Sam special? Nothing adds up, and I'm the only one to realize. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Oh gosh, I need to remember that Angie and Zach are on the same level as Lauren, Clancy, and the other two brothers. They're all on the next gen line. Gwyn's in Paris. Oh, Gwyn's also in that generation, right? But the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, Miracle, I done did forget about you. Miracle Jr. Gotta check out Clergy Watch. Spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. None of us had even met Sam until Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy. All right, I'm assuming Miracle Jr., Uncle Jr., Miracle Jr., and Patsy. At the reception, when I was asked who Sam was, Pop hushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. I literally wrote down Anderson farm. Who was that? Anderson, Maple Farm. I wrote next to Elias's name, but I don't know if that's right. I could have been scribbling. EC and John, hands on the farm. Hands on farm. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Lauren, Clancy, Eli, and then two more brothers. No, one more brother. 3 brothers total. Lauren, Clancy, and Eli. And then another brother. But also, Miracle Jr. has a son, Eli. Even chimed in. Apparently, when he was writing his... Also, I need to make sure I got the ages right. This is youngest. Apparently, while he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Granddad making an exception now? One of the final entries, called Clark, from Lauren Roottrees' diary, written in 1964, Clark's getting married, and in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18 for God's sake, and Danielle isn't much older. So Clark, her son, is getting married at 18 to Danielle. But openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Oh, yeah, that girl shut up. You got married at 16. Calm down. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. That third generation, right? I think. She had it listed on the first page. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl. I swear I wrote Carl down somewhere, but maybe I've just now heard about Carl. Carl... Wait, is Carl the dad? Carl is like the main dude. Carl and Brenda, who have the sisters. Carl. That's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Maybe it's just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge, and most rebellious thing any of us did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart. Carl's the dad of the three girls. Okay, great. I did write it down, and there's so many names. We got it. Carl and Brenda, Roottree sisters. Carl is the one of the free spirits generation. Swashbuckle My Heart was what I was writing down. Where are you, Lauren? Swashbuckle My Heart. I would read that. My gosh. It's based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job of raising twins. Gwyn is Gwyn, but at least she... Wait, Zach's sister? Is Zach's sister Angie? Maybe. I don't know. Twins. Gwyn is Gwyn, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. Gwyn divorced. Beheaded. Survived. Ba-dum-bum. Divorced. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits in any other family, they'd all end up on the streets. Even Clark. Damn you, Clark. She really does not like her son. Alright, so there's 19 things from that page. Loading. Alright, that was a lot from A Life Between Wars. What else do we have? We have all of these handsome folk. Who's the kid with the eye patch? Alright, Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the 5 pieces. That's so helpful. Now I can actually put faces to names. There were 3 sons. Caption. This picture was famous in the house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. Just kidding. I thought these were the 5 pieces. Again, would help if I read. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. This is him. Okay. No, this is her Pop. Oh, sorry. This is Lauren's perspective. These are the 5 pieces. Her dad, Lauren's dad. That's Lauren's dad. The hot guy. Okay. Sorry. Lauren's dad is who now? Do we know who Lauren's dad's name, who he is? Okay, Lauren's dad is that. It was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the three of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose, to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years later that they never even took a second photo. So these are not the 5. Or they didn't, this is the 5, and the second photo is the one where they posed and they didn't actually take that picture. Oh, Lord. Kinda mean. Kinda mean. They just wanted to be in the picture, but these are the 5. That's Lauren's dad, and then who else is in that generation? I can't think for the life of me. Was film that expensive for a super rich family? They didn't even take a picture of the kids. Miracle must be the eye patch kid. Where did it say Miracle? Oh yeah, because they were, there we go. Miracle, eye patch kid. You're so right. Because they were the same age. Good piecing that together. And these 3. And like who? Gwen's mother should be in this picture. So either that one or this one is Gwen's mother, because Gwen's father married into the family. So Gwen, Lauren, Zach, Angie, all of that generation. Okay. Alright. We're getting somewhere. I got some faces. I reached the exact opposite of Optimal Cozy. Any layer is too hot, no layer is too cold, and it's all sweaty hell. Send help! Oh no! I'm so sorry. Alright, we got a child. Alright, who are these people? Oh, look at those specs. Gosh, everyone is so well dressed. And that guy with the rainbow tie? Who is that? Zach on the far left. Oh, is it because his mom was making weird remarks about how he eats candy? Fine. Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the next generation. The next generation. I actually feel like I need to be keeping it. My notes are looking a little scraggly. I think I need to be putting them in boxes of next generation. So 5 pieces. Next generation, and then the free spirits after that. Free spirits. I don't think I wrote that all down. So 5 pieces was Lauren's dad, Miracle Jr., Gwen's mom, and then 2 other people I'm not quite sure. Then this is the next generation, which we said Zach on the far left. Zach. There should be Angie, who's older than him. Angie. Lauren should also be in this generation. I think. Okay, an attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left since to me, he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one, but I was outvoted by my brothers. Okay, so that's not Eli. Eli is somewhere else in the photo. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, so we all clumped in the middle and let everyone filter in behind. So these 4 in the middle here. So this one's Lauren. Lauren's in the blue. Eli is one of her brothers, and Clancy. So Eli, Clancy, and the 3rd brother, whoever they may be. We clumped in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. So Gwen's not even in this picture. Great. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. Is this Sam? This looks like the sketchy, obscure family member. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, especially since he's technically a 5-piece. Unless that's Miracle. Who's Sam? Am I assuming Sam's a man? Sam could be a woman. That could be Sam. And that could be Miracle Jr. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. I mean, he kind of looks older. It's also Miracle with the glasses in the back. Maybe his eye problems got worse. I think this is the brother. I mean, does that not give Clancy? This looks like Clancy. And maybe, because he did have an eye patch, maybe the sunglasses. Let's see what we're, okay, this guy with glasses. I see what you're saying. Sorry, I think I misunderstood you. That's not on you, that's on me. I don't know, this is giving Clancy, but I don't know. Eli, because he looks like Pop. This is Pop. Therefore, I think Eli is that one. I think this is Eli. Clancy and the third brother, or Clancy and the third brother? I don't know, but I think the one in the like cream tan is Eli. She's still mad about the first photo where she wanted to be there and got denied, but Miracle is in both photos. Yes, I think this one's Miracle with the wacky tie. I think so. And because Miracle had an eye patch, it makes me think he's the one wearing sunglasses. She said that she and her 3 brothers were clumped in the middle here. That makes sense. That one being Zach, and then maybe Angie. And then Sam. Sam is in this photo. That could be Sam because I don't think that we've had a gender assigned to Sam. Sam could be a woman. Or that could be Sam. But I feel like they would keep Angie and Zach together, right? Because I think they're siblings. All right, it's coming together. I think it makes kind of a little bit of sense to me. Oh, I like that you can filter too. I didn't notice. Ah, very cool. All right, let me see if I can go. Can I do anything here? I feel like I can't because it's still like a lot going on. Because this person had 2 children, that person had 1 child. So the only children of this generation, Gwen is an only child. But there's also an only child there. Split up. Gwen did get a divorce though. And the star ones are all the people that we would know. Oh, wait, yeah, actually I was like, they keep saying the stars are next to the notable Roottrees. How is that helpful? It is helpful, because that narrows it down to Gwen, Red, Jim, Lauren, Miracle are all the red note ones. The red notes, the notable Roottrees. I keep forgetting I have a friend's wedding tomorrow. I thought it was on Monday. That's exciting, though. That'll be so fun. Good way to end the weekend. Or long weekend if you have a long weekend. So Gwen has to be the only child with the star. That's Gwen. I feel it. I feel it in my gut. Gwen, we don't have a picture of her though because we do. She's the movie star. Just kidding. We do have a photo of her. I think. Hear me out. I think. There's no specific penalty for putting in guesses other than possibly misleading yourself, so go for it. Why does that make it feel like I did something wrong? I know, I don't want to confuse myself, which is why I'm not putting in guesses because I will lose my mind. But I'm thinking Gwen's an only child. Gwen did get divorced and she's got a star by her name. Nobody else of that generation is an only child with a star by their name. These 2 are siblings. That's an only child, but not a star. Notable thing. Don't the ages go in order? Aren't the oldest on the left? I think of each group. Yeah, oldest to youngest. So like this will be oldest, youngest, only child, oldest, Middle, youngest, only child, oldest, youngest. Okay, so I think I know where Gwyn is. Let me check that one off. Red, I haven't really dug in too much, but Jim, maybe I can do Jim. Jim James is in this generation. The third line is Jim, because he's a great-grandson of Elias. So he's in this row. That means we can fill some of the 5 pieces, right? Isn't Miracle the youngest? Oh, you're so right. Miracle is the youngest. Miracle, the eye patch baby. Or that guy, I guess. Doesn't matter which one I put in. Are they the same person? Maybe we haven't fully decided if they're the same person. Okay, Miracle. Miracle Jr. Not Miracle the third, Miracle Jr. No, it's gotta be Miracle OG Miracle. Oldest left, youngest right. Sorry, you're right. Get me out of here. I'm so sorry. You're right. I feel like it should be this way, but it's fine. Miracle Jr. is a star one, but not Miracle. Right? Okay, I'm confusing myself. It'll be okay. I'll live Miracle, OG Miracle, and then Miracle Jr. would be his son. I don't know, we don't have a picture of Miracle Jr. Maybe that's his son. Because he's like gripping him on the shoulder, and that'd be weird if it wasn't your child, right? Miracle Jr., who was a clergyman, right? I was gonna say, maybe I said something politician or something also. Married Edith? Is that what I wrote down? Preacher. Do we have preacher on here? Preacher. Married, I think this says Edith, but I honestly, okay, fine, Edith Jacobson. My handwriting is terrible, but great. Oh, maybe this is like, once I verify, then I can put his other photo in. And then there are gonna be 2 more photos of baby Miracle. All right, so Miracle had a sibling. Oh, I don't know if Miracle's the youngest. Did Miracle Jr. had 2 children though. Had multiple children? Wait, Miracle Jr. and Patsy. Who the hell is Patsy? No. Miracle and Patsy. I think I wrote Junior because I assumed all miracles were the same. Miracle and Patsy had... Patsy? Oh, I don't know who Patsy is. Damn. Miracle, Patsy, and then their youngest is Eli. This is the oldest, right? Oldest to youngest. Eli is their youngest. Eli. I don't know Eli. Who are you, Eli? Elias Jr., Elias C., Elias M., because the other Eli is Lauren's brother. Patsy is short for Patricia. Patricia! Probably. See, because I do Pat, it's Patricia Christensen or Patricia Jones. We need to figure out who Miracle got with. Had 2 kids. And then Miracle Jr., I don't know who... If you had kids, Miracle Jr. Okay, we'll have to look more into that. But I think I got this one, I got that one. The other people on the list, because Miracle Jr., Lauren, Jim, and Red are the other starred people. Besides, those 2. Red's not a root tree though. So I don't know where he goes, but Lauren and Jim are one of these 2. Lauren and Jim are of this generation. So Lauren, that's Carl. Who's Jim? Jim and Diamond. Lauren is of this generation. Forgive me. Someone help. Lauren. I'm so sorry, Lauren. You're in the blue in that photo. This is Lauren. Lauren Roottrees. And Lauren married Jacob. Not Jacob. Jacob.
Okay.
Rafferty.
James.
James! Okay, I'm almost certain about that. Lauren being there. Jim is the singer. Jim is the singer. But I thought Jim and Lauren were of the same generation. Jim is a generation under her. The generation after. The next generation. No, the Free Spirits generation. Or whatever the generation is called. She's next gen. 5 Pieces next gen. Free Spirits? I think. Because Carl. And then that would lead this to be Jim. Jim, I don't know what you look like, but... Oh, I do know what you look like. You're on the cover of the Bops. That's Jim. Jim and... Diamond. Why are there 2 question marks there? Diamond. Jimbo. Jim. James? Oh, was James a Roottrees? James was a Roottrees, right? Great-grandson to Elias. And then Diamond LaRue. And then they had kids. Okay, then Aloysius Herring Roottrees was a judge who was an ambassador of Ireland for 6 days. I haven't seen Carl. I don't know what Carl looks like. Oh, sorry, I forgot I had to put their occupations in. Musician for Jim. Musician. I forgot I have to, like, say who they are and what they do. Author. Oh! We're getting somewhere! These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. Okay, so we got James, Lauren, and Miracle Jr. Okay, locked the following optional entries. Okay, so we've locked these in. Alright, cool. What's fun about coming in and out of this game is I could definitely play it myself later because I have no idea who anyone is. Absolutely. Honestly, I feel like with a lot of these games you can watch and still play on your own because your brain works different than mine and you'll connect dots probably in a different order. So, yes! Alright, these are all locked in. Done and dusted. Brenda, Carl... I don't know what Carl looks like. Okay. Do I have any other stars here? Oh, you didn't get locked in. Mostly because I didn't put that you're an actor. I didn't put your job in. Damn. Alright, it'll be okay. Need to put your spouse in as well. Who is Gwen married to? Gwen got divorced, but I don't know who she was married to. I take exception to your assumption that my brain works. Oop. Sorry. I didn't mean to assume. You know what they say about assuming. Something about asses. Miracle. What was Miracle? He was something. I think I need to dive deeper into that. Giving my brain some time off from working and it's taking advantage. I love that. Pakchi, how are you doing? Where do you find all these detective games? I have to go through 100 of Steam games to find one. Honestly, I feel like they just get recommended to me at this point on Steam. Steam's like, you like detective games, here's all of them. But also I go through suggestions from you guys. I had never heard of this before. Okay. Carl, not Carl, Elias, Gwyneth. Who of these 5 do I know also? Because these are the 5. Who are you? It's time to dive deeper. Steam recommended random bull all the time. I feel like mine is so curated at this point. I put time and effort into my Steam account. Alright. I don't know which way I want to go first. I feel like... Do I look more into Elias? Do I look more into the 5 pieces? Who is Gwen's dad, maybe? Or Miracle. I can start with Miracle. Look forward to Carl. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna start 5 pieces. Maybe that'll be the best way to go about it. Let's go back to our search. 5 pieces. I'm typing to no one. 5 pieces. Who is your daddy and what does he do? That's what I need to know. Righty, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Alright, from marketing materials and various candy history sites, you learn that the 5 pieces are the iconic candy sold by the Roottrees Candy Company. Although they are no longer the company's only popular product, they still sell well to this day. 5 pieces are small, colorful, shell-coated maple candies that, since the late 20s, have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf, although they usually have one flavor that looks more like a berry. As tastes have changed over the years, so have 5 flavors, but the shape and combination with the maple have remained consistent. There's also a history of print advertising website that claims to have a 5 pieces advertisement scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2. To the library, everyone! Sweet History of Candy. I want candy. Me too. I don't know if I want a maple candy. I want like a sour gummy or something. That's kind of what I'm in the mood for. I want some Sour Patch Kids or something. Warheads. Volume 2. Volume 2 even, I know. They made 2 of these. By Charles Lee. Can't forget you. Charles Lee. Unfortunately, when you click through to the website, it seems like all of their image links are broken. Of course they are. Why wouldn't they be? Charles Lee. The Sweet History of Candy. Do I have to put... Maybe I should just leave it at that. Do I have to type in volume 2? Has to be exact. Volume 2. There it is. All right. Published in 1985, hardcover history advertising nonfiction. This is part of a book series about all things candy in the modern world. It starts in 1925 and continues onward to chronicle the rise of mass production and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisioned by experts in 1985. With the addition of hindsight, you can clearly see they've got pretty much everything wrong. It includes some print advertisements. You find a newspaper ad for 5 pieces from the 1930s. Okay, let's take a look. You found this advertisement in The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2 by Charles Lee. It's from 1928, 6 years after the debut of 5 Pieces. It states that the flavors are inspired by their children, and the order is grape. Oh gosh, this is maybe their ages? Maybe they all stand for one? Does Miracle give Miracle Berry? I was like, who's the last one? All right, excuse me, we have grape, elderberry, all for the children. They maybe represent each a child. Cinnamon extract, melon, and miracle berry. It's a miracle, a modern candy for a modern society. Roottrees 5 Pieces contains 5 different maple-infused flavors. The Roottrees are a proud family business, and our flavors are inspired by our children. G is for grape, E is for elderberry, CE. I wrote CE somewhere. CE and... no, it's EC, just kidding. EC and John work at the farm. Forgot I said anything. M is for melon, and introducing M for miracle berry. Miracle berry is a burst of beautiful blossoming blended berries. Try it today. Cutesy. I am curious though, if there is a volume 2, is there a volume 1? CE Common Era. In the future, all candies will be NyQuil flavored. Excuse me. This is a book about all things candy throughout history. It starts with historical accounts dating back to the ancient Egyptians and chronicles candy through the year 1924. It includes some print advertisements from companies you've heard of, including an extremely early newspaper ad for 5 Pieces, and Charles Lee included due to a major misprint. Where is that one? Ooh, the OG advertisement. The author included it because of the spelling error on the word available near the bottom. It states that the flavors are inspired by their children and the order is grape, elderberry, egg cream, cinnamon extract, and melon. What happened to egg cream? EC, one of the hands on the farm? Egg cream, what happened to you? Avaliable from fine stockists throughout Pennsylvania. All right, so we have GEEC. Uh-oh. Egg cream. What happened? Is egg cream Sam's dad? Who's Sam? Oh, Sam. Ah. Egg cream and Sam, maybe. It's from 1924. I do not wish to eat the egg cream candy, please. I always thought egg cream, like the chocolate with the cream inside. Is that not what egg cream is? What's egg cream? Now that I'm thinking about it, I may not know what that is. I thought it was like the Easter candies, the egg creams. Is that what it is? What's egg cream? What's the other game Nina played the other day? Which one? We've been playing Judgment, if that's what we're talking about. The Yakuza game. Or Paper Perjury. We've been playing Paper Perjury. Hello. Cream egg, not egg cream. I'm like, that's what I pictured in my head when we said egg cream. So what is egg cream? I believe an egg cream is basically carbonated chocolate milk, and it's really good if you can find an old-fashioned soda fountain. Oh, like a cream soda kind of thing? But like milk. I'd try that. I was thinking of a Cadbury cream egg, not egg cream. Alright, I gotta do a deep dive into egg cream later. Exciting. Kind of like cream soda. Okay, I'd be down. Cream soda candy. I googled and egg cream does not in fact taste like eggs. I would try egg cream candy. Okay. I was like, whatever it is not egg flavored, right? Good to know. I've learned about egg cream today. There's a soda fountain in Steamboat in a general store that sells them. So good. All right, I need to go find where I can find some egg cream. There's no egg in egg cream. See, that just seems like false advertising. Okay. What was I just doing? Oh, the 5 pieces. The 5 pieces. You have G. I don't think I'd know a G, an E, an EC, a C to E, or an M yet as the initials. Miracle, we know for sure. So more on that later. Let's see who else we can look into. I don't know anything about Sam, so I don't really want to go into Sam's stuff. Maybe I can do Miracle. Find out who Miracle was married to. Miracle, Roottree. Found a website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by the Miracle Roottrees Estate. It's quite bare bones, but has the following blurb. Witness the testimonies of the Miracle's Roottree. Miracle Roottrees arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years. With a birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems. But still, with the power of God on his side, power of God in anime, he persevered. He triumphed over these complications and even regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. Maybe it is him with the sunglasses, but he regained his sight, so alright. So 23 years later, Miracle Roottrees Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. Okay. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottrees name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level. Via the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. He has since left the life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places that need it most. The power of the Lord coming to a town near you. Below the blurb is a flyer about the tour, which is in your evidence. Have fun. Thanks, Pakchi, for hanging out for a sec. We'll see you soon. I'm glad you immediately added and anime because my brain did. Power of God and anime. A flyer for the 3 Generations of Miracles tour. The flyer is a few years old. It comes from 1996. The names listed are Miracle Jr., who is said to be world famous and gets top billing. Miracle Jr. is on the notable Roottrees list. Okay, Miracle Roottrees, who the flyer says will make a special appearance. Miracle Third and his wife Nicole, who are said to be the youth pastors. All right, Miracle Third. The third miracle. And Nicole. All right, so this one right here, that's Miracle Jr. Do they all have rainbow ties? Take a picture. And then Miracle the Third. Summer 96, 3 Generations of Miracles tour, featuring testimony from world-famous Miracle Jr. and a special appearance from Miracle Roottrees in his 68th year on God's earth. Children, now welcome. Celebrate with your pastor, Miracle III, and his wife, Nicole. Slay. Alright, so all of them... was he also a... Was Miracle... Did I read that right? Miracle was also a preacher? And then he became a preacher? This one being Miracle as well. And then Miracle Jr. Baby Miracle. Miracle the Third. Also a preacher? Were they all just a family of preachers? I mean, I don't think youth pastor's on here, so maybe? All 3 are preachers. Hells yeah! These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. And I also added an extra sexy photo of him. Alright, lock it in, guys. Uh-oh, the spooky figure.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes.
Oh, sorry.
But
Sorry, I clicked too fast. But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottrees reunion. I also found some important looking papers.
You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
9 more? Hello, Mystery Transatlantic Lady. Spooky. Who is that? Alright, so we have some more evidence. And she wants 9 more people. Okay. Vote for Stephanie Jones for City Council. Alright, Stephanie Jones. Better for Butler County. I feel like I had Butler County written down. Butler County Times was written down. I need to look that up too because I bet it's in the publication thing and we can look up Stephanie Jones. Who the hell? Stephanie Jones for office. How do you think she knows? In my head, she's just waiting outside the door, like peeking through the window like, okay, they got 1 more. We have to get 9 more people and then I'll go back in. This was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. It has a handwritten note attached to that seems personal. It's a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflicts spread to the next generation. CM. CM. Who would Carl be? I don't know who CM is. CM. Clancy, perhaps? CM. Okay. Cool. Oh gosh, it's giving Hardy Boys. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water-damaged picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is couldn't make the reunion, wishing you well from Paris. Gwyn and the boys. That's Gwyn! She looks gorgeous. She aged very well. And her 2 sons. It's aggressively 70s. I love it. Look at that shirt. Ugh. The hair, the everything. Alright, let me go back. Oh, oops. Over here. Gwyn. This is also her. And then whoever she divorced, and then she's got 2 kids. I don't know which order to put them in, though. Only one of them was married, so maybe we figure out which one was married. Why is this in a box? Is that important? Feels like it's done intentionally. Get Nancy on the phone. Her boys are here. It just feels like the Nancy Drew and Hardy Boys show right there. Very 70s. BRB trademarking Gwyn and the Boys as the name of my band. Welcome to the stage! Gwyn and the Boys. Alright, who are these? This photo is tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath a candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, "To Carl and Brenda. I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie," who the hell, "more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job can be. I have enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you 3 did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over." Okay. So whoever this is, potentially married to Ernie and that's their child? It's the Barty Hoys. The Barty Hoys. Oh, that's a lot of people. Look at this aggressive tie again. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is one from the 70s. You don't say. And Carl's the teenager in the middle. Carl? Honestly, I couldn't tell you who a teenager is. Is that Carl? Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. On the back of the photo, in childish print writing, it says November. There are also a large number of cursive signatures. They include, ooh, that's a lot. Bonnie, next president, Guy Hudson. Guy Hudson. I might need a new pen. Ernie Jr. Caroline. Gwyneth M. Gwendolyn. Miracle Jr. Jim Roottree. Jim. I know what Jim looks. Is that Jim? That one looks like Jim. He looks like a disco guy. Or is there any more to read on the candle picture? I can go back to it. I might have missed something. Clark. Carl. Eli M. Okay, let's grab all of these people. Heavens to Betsy. That's a lot of people. You said on the candle picture? Oh, it does scroll down. You're right. Thank you, thank you. As for myself, it is impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. Nicole is Miracle the Third's wife. We could never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. That's Debbie. Whoever Debbie is. Debbie and Ernie. Okay. I don't know if they're married, they're related somehow. Who knows? Thank you for telling me that. I didn't even see I could scroll. Almost missed a whole chunk of information. We have more on this. After some time, they returned with new resources, a photo of Carl's generation taken in the mid to late 1970s, as well as some papers and mail from his office. They then said they had a bit more to share after 9 more blood relatives. Okay. Where to from here, guys? Let's see. What do I want to do? Oh, I guess we have Miracle again. Miracle Jr. is that guy. That looked like the same person. Yeah. Okay. Miracle the Third, Nicole. Ooh, Madsen or Smith? Let's look that up. Nicole Smith? Let's try that. Nothing relevant. Madsen. Maybe I look up Miracle. Bri, how are you doing? Welcome to the struggle bus. What's going on? Miracle? Do I have to do the third? Maybe the thirst. Not the thirst, I'm sorry. Check for typo. Maybe Miracle Third? What could I search to get Miracle stuff? Is he Miracle Root Tree? Well, I mean Root Tree. I did mean Root Tree. Okay. Need a slip in, sorry. Have you ever gotten a speeding ticket? If so, how many? I've gotten 1 speeding ticket. I'm not proud of it. Sadly. What was I gonna look up here? The County Times. Butler County Times. Oh, I think I have to search it first. Hold on. Butler County Times, and then it'll be added. County Times. Aha! Now it's added. Okay, cool. The thirst. I didn't mean to say the thirst. The third. The third. Not the thirst. Butler County is located outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. While the Roottrees Candy Company now has its headquarters in the city, the company began on a small farm within the Butler County limits, and the area has a lot of history with the family. The Butler County Times is presumably a local paper there. There are likely articles from over the years involving the Roottrees family and those adjacent to them. It's been automatically added to your periodical search. As a side note, a video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County, and it turns out the creator never lived in or near Butler County or had any connection to Butler County. Okay, let's go here now, Butler County Times. Let's do Stephanie Jones. That's like our new clue. The most recent mention of Stephanie Jones is a small report detailing the election results from last month's election. Stephanie apparently won her election. Good for Stephanie. You also find, excuse me, the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you do find the following. All right, Stephanie, what you got? Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones. That's that guy, maybe in that photo? Stephanie Landon. Landon married Brian. What a name. Sorry, I really should stop making fun of these people's names. My name's Nina, for Christ's sake. Where was I? Has lived in Butler County her whole life. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. But how is Stephanie part of the tree? Look up the Roottrees Are Dead and see if there's a walkthrough on Spider Search. You know what? I'm gonna do it anyways. There might be. Though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother, Caroline, a local artist. Damn. Caroline. My pen is not working. Who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, gotta look her up, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring out love in the world. Okay, so, sorry, periodicals. Let's do, instead of Stephanie Jones, let's do Caroline Landon. Does Stephanie Landon come up with anything? Stephanie Jones. Caroline. It's on the cover of the Butler County Times, so Caroline should be in here somewhere. There are apparently a lot of people named Caroline that have been reported on over the years. Perhaps you need to refine your search. So maybe Caroline's last name is not Landon. Gotta figure that out. There is a Caroline in the picture, and there's also a CM I have a question mark next to. So, something there. Let's do the Roottrees Are Dead walkthrough. The Roottrees Are Dead, not to be confused with a similar game called The Flute-Knees Are Bred, is a video game about a fictional family called the Roottrees and about discovering their lineage after the Roottrees sisters are killed in a plane crash. The game takes place in Butler County, which is a real county in Pennsylvania, but uses fictional elements such as a fake newspaper called the Butler County Times. The creator of the game does not know anyone who lives in Butler County and has never even been there. Instead, he just randomly picked somewhere on the map near a major metropolitan area that sounded reasonable and hoped not to somehow accidentally offend the people that actually live there. I demand to play The Flute-Knees Are Bred. Where is this game? Do play The Flute-Knees Are Bred. Can I look that up? The Flute-Knees Are Bred. Where to play? Do we just get an achievement for that? You're really doing this, are you? The Flute-Knees Are Bred is a game about a fictional family of ducks who live in Duckler County. Their three sons, the Flute-Knee brothers, accidentally offend a witch who turns them into bread. They are then eaten by some of the other citizens of Duckler County. It's all quite grim. The player must identify all of the ducks in the area, their lineage, and of course their occupations to find out, according to the slogan, which ducks killed the Flute-Knees. If you're looking for a hint for the game, I heard one of the ducks is a bank robber who goes by the name the Safe Quacker. There, I hope you're happy. Now go back to looking into the Roottrees. Oh my gosh, the Flute-Knees Are Bred, guys. 11 out of 10 game, no notes. That might be the best thing we've seen so far. Oh my god. That was great. What? I can't even think of anything better to search. James. Oh, we should look up James. James, does you have any more information? Oh my gosh. Clance Trust. What is that? I'm now just going through my notes. Remember the other, what is her name? Dorothy, Denise, Denial, the river in Egypt, whatever her name was that had the candle picture, talked about the trust. Oh, Clansed, excuse me, not the Clanced Trust. I just so badly wanted it to be Clancy Trust. The Clansed Trust is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottree. I knew it! Debbie. Was her name Debbie? Debbie. That is her name. It's on this side of the paper. Debbie. Clancy Edward Roottree. Clancy Edward. Clancy Eduardo. Edward. Who was Elias' son and... Hold on. Is Clancy Clancy Jr.? Lauren's brother Clancy is Clancy Jr. and the OG Clancy is Clancy Edward, also known as Cinnamon Extract? I think we figured it out. Clancy Edward is the third five-piece of the fifths. Clancy Edward. CE. Not Clancy Clancy, but Clancy Clancy Clancy. Clancy Edward, Cinnamon Extract Roottree, who was Elias's son and the Roottrees Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never fully been disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company, it is a significant amount of money. The Clancy Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. Most details online are pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover is from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecturer talk about the Roottrees versus RR in 1994. While looking into the Clancy Trust, you often find mentions of the 5-piece guarantee, which went into effect at the same time. Okay, so the Roottrees versus RR, that's important. And then the 5-piece guarantee. The Roottrees versus... I need a new pen. This is getting ridiculous. 5-piece guarantee. Warranty. This is enlightening, but it leaves me with one question. Can we perform a spider search for Safe Quacker? Safe Quacker. No. The Safe Quacker? No. Sad. I wanted more info. Maybe it's spoilers for the game, you know? What did I just discover? I swear I just did something important. Clancy Edward. Clancy Edward. That's what I just did. Clancy Edward, because we have grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract Clancy Edward, and then melon. Okay, so this one is Clancy Edward. I don't know what Clancy Edward looks like, but this is Clancy Edward Roottrees, and he was a lawyer at the time. I don't know if he ended up lawyer. It does say that the most recent occupation, but he was a lawyer at the time. Clancy Edward married somebody and had Lauren and her 3 brothers, Clancy, Eli, and whoever. And Eli, I mean, I can't tell how old everyone is based off of that photo. But he looks like the youngest. That looks like the oldest. I don't know, you can never tell. But this one's Eli for sure. Alright. And then Clancy would be wait, we do have a picture of Clancy. Hold on, Clancy. I just remembered, that's her dad, so that's gotta be Clancy. Clancy is this handsome fella. Clancy Edward, I do know what you look like. You're hot. Oh, Clancy. So you can narrow it down in the 5-piece picture. There we go, Clancy. Clancy. Smart, go to this picture. So that's Clancy, that's Miracle, and then these are the other 3. One of them is grape, one of them is elderberry, and one of them is melon. Okay, getting somewhere. But now that I have that down, I feel like I was looking up the Roottrees versus RR. The Roottrees versus RR. You find very few details about this particular incident with regards to the Clancy Trust. A student that attended the lecture wrote the following on Legal Oddities, on a Legal Oddities website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock. I feel like this is Sam, right? This has got to be something about Sam not being part of the family, although it was an OG child, just not part of the 5 pieces, because it was egg cream that got removed. The person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Not the crimes. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the clan said trust, it was impossible to remove any direct descendant of Elias Roottrees without completely dissolving the trust. There is no additional information online. I feel like egg cream might be Elias C. Wasn't there an Elias C when I was like looking up names? Also, where would that person be on the tree? Maybe they just got removed. Uh-oh. Elias is not... Elias C, maybe. Not part of this. Because they would have been here. Grape, elderberry, egg cream, cinnamon extract. Okay. Back to the computer. Good to know. 5-piece guarantee. The 5-piece guarantee is in combination with the Clancy Trust was Elias Roottrees' attempt to ensure that the Roottrees Candy Company would remain a family business for eternity. In isolation, it is somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of Roottrees' president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, that was 25 cents a year. Now it's closer to $4. $4 a year? Bastard egg born out of egglock. Is Elderberry Elias Jr.? We don't have one of those. We have, we have an Elias Jr., an Elias M, and an Elias C. So who would be the OG Elias II? Is it Elias Jr.? Or is it Elias C or M? Because Elias C is egg cream, and Elias M is who? I want to go ahead and assume that Elias Jr. is actually the junior, because there's like 4 Eliases. Junior is the second? Okay. I'll go with it. I didn't want to assume that it was just going to be the second, but I'll take it. Elias Jr. and then we'll have... But if he had 2 Eliases... How did he have 2 Elias Juniors? Like by normal convention. Yeah, normal convention would make Junior the second. But there's an Elias... But if Egg Cream is Elias C, that's also an Elias Jr. If it's all part of the same generation, right? But I guess Elderberry was born before Egg Cream, so Elias Jr. would be Elderberry, and then Elias C would be the one born immediately after, who's like not a junior because it's not Elias Jr.'s son. I think you guys might be right. I didn't want to go ahead and assume, but we'll do it. I think you're right. Elderberry, most likely Elias Jr. A lot of similar names around though, yeah. Man, they really liked Eli. Eli is such a good name. Okay. Sorry, I missed the thing here. Getting paid $4 a year. Combined with the Clancy Trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wanted to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president. And he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, they would have a vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Whether or not this was a smart or successful decision is widely debated both online and in person by economics enthusiasts of all levels of expertise. All right, so let's go over here. We're saying that Elderberry, we'll just lock it in as Elias Jr. Whoever that may be. Elias Jr. Tree. We do know Egg Cream is Elias, aren't we assuming that? We don't know that, yeah. I'm assuming Egg Cream is Elias C. Because he's the only EC name I've seen so far. But, and he's the one that was removed. No idea. Because Lauren also has a brother named Eli, and then also Miracle and Patsy have... Did I put Patsy in here? I don't think I did. Oh, because I don't know Patsy's name. This is an Eli also. What was the male-female ratio of the 5 pieces? Is the oldest a daughter? I have no idea who the oldest is. It just says grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon. And these are them. We know that that one is Clancy. That one's cinnamon extract, and that's Miracle. And there's just 2 more women and a man. Gwendolyn. Mr. Morden. Do I know Gwendolyn yet? Oh, see, I feel like I just went a whole different direction and you guys went in a different direction and now I'm like in the middle of the road again. Where was I? 5 pieces are 2 women, 3 men, or 2 and 2 and one miracle. 2, 2 and a miracle. Who's Aunt Margot? What does that go with? Maybe... Who are my star people? I don't know about our main guys up here. But I got star, star, star. These 3 stars, that's a star. This is a star. Who is this? Carl. Carl, I don't know what you look like. Maybe I need to be looking up Carl. And then I swear that Red was also a star person, but I don't see him. Maybe removed off the thing. Aloysius. I don't think he's on here. It's not a real root tree. Right. Right. Notable root trees. Red herring. Mm-hmm. All right, Elias and Gwyneth, we haven't confirmed. And then Carl. All right, let's dig deeper into Carl. Carl root tree. I think I've already looked this up, but let's see. I didn't see this part, did I? I don't think I did. Carl Roottrie died in a recent plane crash along with his wife, Brenda Roottrie, and their 3 daughters. He was the president of Roottrie Candy Company as well as the clothing company Root. Yes. December 6, 1998 is with a heavy heart that we mourn the loss of Carl, Brenda, and the Roottrie sisters and the other employees that perished in the terrible tragedy. The entire Roottrie family is in shock and requesting privacy at this time. As the head of our company, Carl was an incredible man and an unmatched leader. Filling his absence will be difficult and may take considerable time. In the interim, we hope that you join us in looking back fondly on Carl and his family's triumphs and accomplishments. I think I remember now. The game said to come back and search this again. They go on to list some of the accomplishments. One of them seems relevant to your search. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious Watchman of the Year title. Ooh, Watchman of the Year. All right, we have Business Watch now. Pretty sure Grape is an oldest daughter with one of the Gwyn type names. The flavors were all in order. Yes, the flavors are in order. Gwyn makes sense. There's a Gwyn, a Gwendolyn, a Gwyneth, I think. Gwyneth is one of those names. And then we're saying Elias Jr., Clancy Edward, whoever Melon is. And the Miracle. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, a lot to keep track of. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. They have been around for over 100 years in one form or another and will often write about major changes in management at famous companies. Every year, they offer an award to a prominent businessman who has furthered the field. They call this Watchman of the Year. You find through a few searches that 2 Roottries have been featured in Watchman of the Year, Elias Roottrie and Carl Roottrie. Business Watch does not host any online archives on any site you can find via spider search, though you may be able to find individual articles and issues through your periodical search. All right, let's do Business Watch, Elias Roottrees. Start from the OG. Elias Roottrees was awarded Watchman of the Year in 1936 for his accomplishment of rolling out 5 pieces to a global market. Notes from the article and a scan someone made of the cover have been added to your evidence. All right, then what about Carl Roottrees? Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987 for his work with Root. The cover and summary of the article have been added to your evidence. Hell yeah. Carl, what do you look like? Where are you? That one's gotta be Carl. This guy looks old. Oh, but look at that stash. Elias Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year by Business Watch in 1936, and a painting of him appears on the cover. The magazine says he was voted Watchman of the Year specifically to recognize the global rollout of 5 pieces. Inside the article is a timeline of 5 pieces. In 1908, Elias forms the Roottrees Candy Company after marrying his wife, who inherited a maple farm. During this period before 5 pieces, the company is barely profitable. Then in 1909, G, Gwen, Gwyneth, Gwendolyn, whoever the G is, Grape. Elias has a daughter, the first of 5 children. So we got there. All right, first is a daughter. 4 more following, leading to Elias invents 5 pieces in 1922. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of the 5 children, 1 flavor per child. 1924, 5 pieces are sold in some Pittsburgh markets. Hello. 1926, 5 pieces are rolled out to all of New England. 1928, the new recipe and flavor is finalized and the candy begins nationwide distribution in department stores and other shops everywhere. 1935, the Roottrees Candy Company purchases every available maple farm in Pennsylvania in preparation for their global rollout. 1935, with the help of his son Elias Roottrees Jr.'s architecture firm, elderberry architect. We did say they were all architects and lawyers and stuff, right? A new industrialized factory and warehouse are built in Butler County. 1936, production is tripled and worldwide distribution begins. There is also a What's Next section that claims Elias is going to pivot to ensuring his company's legacy and that the Roottrees Candy Company remains a family business. He plans to do this with the Clansid Trust. All right. Elias. I almost called you Charles because you look like a Charles, but your name is Elias. Elias. Where are you? That's you. Elias Roottrees. The OG. Advertising architect. I mean, CEO? Does CEO count? Farmer, hairdresser, housewife, lawyer, manufacturing, media mogul, president. He's the first president of the company. Elias looks way more 1896 than 1936. It's a little dated. I don't know. He wasn't getting with the 1900s. And then Gwyneth. We don't know Gwyneth. And then this is going to be their daughter. One of the girly pops in that photo. One of these two. Because one of them is... who now? Is going to be Melon. Alright. Didn't make a point to say they were presidents and not CEOs. I think so. Think so. And then Elias Jr. was an architect. Roottrees, Elias Jr. Tree. Okay. Cool. I think that's all we got from this, right? She was the dark-haired one on the right. How do we know that? How do we know that one's her? Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo. Since Miracle was in it and the 3 of us were all at the same age, we were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose, saw the tantrums. They posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn, who's probably the G. That's probably G. Found out years later that they never even took a second photo. How do we know which one's which? I'm sure it's very obvious, and I'm not catching why it's obvious. But I think Gwendolyn actually is the name of the G grape. Elias, get out of here. Gwendolyn? I don't know anything about Morden, or I guess Roottrees, because you're the Roottrees. Duh. Gwendolyn. It's either that one or that one. I think. Maybe I can look up Gwendolyn Roottrees also, since we're on that business now. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked again. Gwendolyn. How do you spell it? Gwendolyn. Roottrees? Is that how you spell it? How do you spell Gwendolyn? Gwendoline. Gwendoline does not come up. There's something else, I can't remember now why I pegged her to the oldest. Okay. Maybe once we figure out who the other daughter is, maybe it'll be more clear. I just don't see how we knew that. Well, I don't see anything about Gwendolyn Roottrees. I am spelling that right? Gwendolyn. I don't know, I feel like the 5 pieces are kind of difficult to go off of. I feel like we need to figure out their children and then work backwards sometimes. Well, that's Carl. May he rest in peace. Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987, and a photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is the magazine for and about corporate leaders, and has ongoing coverage of who's who in the corporate world. Carl was chosen not for his work at Roottrees Candy, but rather a clothing company, Root. There's a brief history. Before they married, Carl's wife, Brenda, was a fashion consultant. When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had... any free time she had at the sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit with the other parents, including Carl's cousin, Jim Roottrees. I did know that. Maybe I did. Clark, Carl, and Jim, all cousins. The non-star Roottrees are hit or miss whether they have any articles on the 1999 internet. Can't find Gwendolyn. Well. We'll find, that's what I'm saying, like, we have to find, like, children and then work backwards, I think, for some of them, because some of them did not make a name for themselves. Where was I? Jim Roottrees, a notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina, word spread. By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., who's in that other picture, the 70s picture, who had just become president of Roottrees at the time, president, damn, president, number whatever, president, spearheaded Root. Other blood relatives who have a say in the company's finances refused to fund anything other than candy, so Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. Per tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Raina became their catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year primarily for his personal gamble and the ensuing payoff. Where are these catalogs? Can I see a catalog? Our ongoing coverage of who's in the corporate world. Okay, Carl. Let's stick you in here. Carl. Look at all these 70s folks. Carl. Occupation. I mean, CEO? I don't... CEO sounds weird, but he's... Root. Is he the CEO of Root, or is he just... And also, is that the last thing he did? I don't think he was... Was he president of the candy company? See, now I don't know. Should be CEO, right? CEO of Root, but like, and he wasn't... I don't think he was attached to the candy company at this point, right? The newest thing. Check the obituary. Let me double check. Carl Roottrees. Carl, head of our company. Carl was an incredible man. Which is his head of the company. He was the president of Roottrees Candy Company as well as the clothing company Root. President. Okay. So he'd be the latest president, correct? Yeah, CEO sounded weird because I don't think I've seen CEO written anywhere. Maybe 5th president? Yeah. These 3 are right. Elias, Clancy Edward, and Carl. Locked in some other stuff as well. Great. Okay. Getting somewhere. So all these Roottrees are done. Minus whoever Raina married. Who did Raina... Who was her husband? I feel like we talked about that also, but I don't think I have a name. He was also president of the candy company. Yes. So he was president of the candy company and Root Clothing. So... Cool. Who else can we look up? I feel like every time I complete something, I'm like, okay, now what? Where do we go from here? Lauren Roottrees, and Lauren has a child. Clark, Rafferty. And Clark gets married to Danielle Franks. Okay. What does Clark do? Can I look up Clark? Clark Rafferty. A few fan sites for the band Jim and Diamond seem to mention that he used to make music with Clark Rafferty. They mention an album called These Times. That can't be right, can it? Can it? Maybe. I've got my generations mixed up. Clark and Jim, yeah, they're of the same generation. Gotcha. Oh, yeah, C and J. Clark and Jane. This one's Danielle. And then this one's Jane? Oh, I guess I don't know. Jane LaRue. I don't think this is Danielle. He married Danielle Franks. So he had 2 exes, eventually married Danielle, and had children. Twins? Was it twins or is that somebody else? That was Angie, I think. Danielle, how are you doing? How can I help? I'm trying to search for you on the 1998 internet, and I can't find you. Oh, Danielle. Yeah. And Jane... I don't know which ex goes where. But he was with Jane, who was Diamond's sister. Okay. Cool. Clark Rafferty, though. Musician, but I feel it's saying most recent occupation. He wasn't always a musician, right? Or just another musician. Did he end up a musician, or did he find something? Because didn't he quit? No, I don't know. Okay, Clark. A band called C and J and D released one single called These Times. Someone with the username Die Hard Dazzler scanned the cover and noted that it cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently, this was Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRue's first song together. He also mentions that it was performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister. And that it was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. You can't find anything else about Die Hard Dazzler, the band, or the single, so that's all that's left to do. All that's left to do is add the scan to your evidence. After a blazing fast 35-minute download, the track is also available. We get a new song? Hell yeah. Jingle Maker. That's right, he's still a musician. He switched jobs from, like, performing to doing jingles. Okay, gotcha. I was like, I know there was something about he quit at some point. But we've got these four lovelies. One of them's Jim. Does Jim have a beard? Okay. Folk style songwriting, catchy. These Times is an old single from folk group C&J and J&D. You have a scan of the album as well as a recording of the title track thanks to a collector of Jim and Roottrees memorabilia. The website also listed the song's credits as music and lyrics by Clark Rafferty and Jim Roottrees, backup vocals by the LaRues. On it is a sticker that says Folk Style Songwriting, Catchy, MMM Magazine. I need to look up These Times on that magazine. The lyrics of the song contain no clues. It better be a bop, though.
Life is life, love shall be. Me for you, and you for me. Someday will come, though that
It is giving jingle.
will be the last of what was we. With passing years, all paths diverge. Rivers rambling, onward surge. One source behind old memories, but find their ways to different seas.
I wish the lyrics did have clues in it.
These times will all be over.
Ooh, the backup.
Dries on the morning close.
Songs are really good, actually. So good.
So take my hand beneath the tree and carve your name with me. These times are ours for free. We'll tell ourselves these stories older, dwell on warmth, ignore the colder, probably yearn for what could be, rose tinted by youth's memory, so act as though these
Man, they're gonna all be bops, aren't they?
love still flows, our hearts heart beating, for now ignore fate's destiny, two roads that cross once at this tree, someday these times will all be over.
Oh, yeah.
Dew dries on the morning clover.
Again, the chorus really hits.
So take my hand beneath the tree and carve your name with me.
Radical, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream.
These times are ours for free. Someday these
Let's save this to my
times
Spotify.
will be
It's a vibe.
Dew dries on the morning clover. So take my hand beneath the tree.
Ooh, well, harmony at the top?
These times are ours for free.
Man, they should have kept singing together. Not that Jim and Diamond are bad, but I liked all four of them together. So cute. Alright, who's who here? I don't know. Okay, these times though, I do want to look up in modern music. A section of the magazine called Skip It or Flip It has short, pitchy blurbs about new records. An album called These Times is listed under the Skip It column. Who's skipping it? How dare you? That was a bop. These Times, a new single from C&J and J&D, Clark Rafferty, Jim Roottrees, and two of the LaRue sisters. Amateurish folk-style songwriting is catchy at times, but ultimately doesn't do anything new. Nah, I'ma flip it. What the heck? Why are we skipping it? That was great. How dare. Amateur? What does Modern Music Monthly even know? Come on. Okay, so that's what we have from that. I can probably... I don't have a... He's one of these guys. Because Jim has a beard. Doesn't mean he kept the beard for... I mean, they have matching eyebrows. Maybe. Diamond is blonde. Maybe that's Diamond, unless she dyed her hair. Who knows? Music critic, who are you? All right, that would make, where are you? Oh no, did I lose him? I did, I was on the wrong line. Clark. I'm thinking this is Clark. I think. But that's just me basing off that he has a beard. And then Jane, I guess this one would be Jane. Maybe he had an ex before Jane. Because why would they let me have her picture if she's not like in here? Whoever he was with before. I don't know. Wasn't he with somebody? Oh, wait, no. This actually I think is Jane. Oh, I don't know, but they're exes. And he has a I think he has a child with Jane. And then he married Danielle afterwards. I think that's what happened. I think he and Jane have a... Okay, let me look up Jane. My brain is firing. LaRue. Jane Del Vecchio? Jane. That music came in hot. It scared me. Jane, where are you? Gosh, I have notes somewhere about Jane. I'll just write it new. I'm gonna get lost now, but... Geo. Is listed on a talent for hire site as a wedding singer. Way down in the credentials section of her biography, it mentions she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane LaRue of the Lucky LaRoues. It also mentions to only contact her agent in the event that you actually wish to hire her, and that any and all inquiries about her past or her sister would be ignored. Alright, let's look up the Lucky LaRoues. Oops, LaRoues. Okay, that all comes up again. Jane Del Vecchio. Same things, all leads to the same stuff. Okay. Who else? Maybe Diamond LaRue? Did I look up Diamond already? Diamond LaRue. James Roottrees is a singer. We read this, yeah. Cherry Tree, Sound of Laughter. This is all about James. You look up Diamond and James comes up. Did he have a kid with Jane? I thought they were together when they were young and broke up after not very long. Yeah, the only reason I assumed she went there is because there's a photo spot. So that could just be me assuming things. Because why give me a photo of her if I'm not going to use the photo? So that's me jumping to conclusions, taking leaps of logic, like the game says. Because if she was here, why would they not have a picture spot for her? But I could also be completely wrong. But I want to know if Jane had a child. That's why I was trying to find anything about that, but she doesn't come up with anything besides Lucky LaRoues. There's some story where Clark was in bed with someone. I thought that was the third sister. Clark, because Clark and Jane were together, and then Jane walked in on Clark with her and Diamond's sister, the third sister, whatever happened there. But I don't know what that sister's name is. So that, I guess, would be the other ex. So maybe that is the second ex. Unless that sister is who he married. Unless the sister was Danielle. Like, he had some random ex, and then he dated Jane, and then had a baby with Jane, and then had a baby with Danielle and got married to her after, like... This is Frank's, not LaRue, unless she changed her name. I don't know. Okay, yeah, so this isn't lining up super well for me, but I'm only going off based off the picture. I mean, also, in bed with somebody, does that mean you were dating? Does that count as a spouse that you were dating? Like, you were a spouse? Because he could have just been cheating. They maybe were not even married. Can't be Danielle because we are only using maiden names, right? I think so. I don't think it's Danielle. But it doesn't confirm that Clark was married to the girl he was caught in bed with. It does say spouse. Whoa, in bed before marriage? I know, not in my wholesome puzzle game. Absolutely not. Okay, where can we go from here? Because now I've got Clark. How many times was Clark married? You know what? I bet he was married to Danielle first. Because didn't Lauren say, like, ugh, I can't believe my child is 18 and marrying Danielle. So what if he married Danielle, did not have children with Danielle? Like when he was 18. Then he dated Jane, had a kid with Jane. He cheated on Jane with her sister, and then he got married to either the sister or somebody else. I think that might be it. Maybe Danielle didn't lead anywhere. Can I look up Danielle Franks? Is she famous? No. This was all based off of Lauren's, like, oh my god, my child. Married at 18. Cheating on her with her sister and then marrying her is nuts. What if they were in love? I don't know their business. I mean, it's my job to figure out their business, but... Do you have the name of the last sister? We don't. It's literally Jane, Diamond, and the sister that's been banished from the internet. Like, you look up Jane, and it says, don't talk about my sister. Right? Also mentions to contact her, and any and all inquiries about her past or her sister would be ignored. The sister, scrubbed from the internet. Lorelai, how are you? That's icky, though. Very icky. I mean, I feel like most of the things we found out kind of seem a little icky. What else do we have? Can I look up Diamond's Dazzlers? Dazzlers. Diamond's Dazzlers is the name of the official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You found a forum post called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on a random forum about video games. One reply mentions that Jim and Diamond still send out a Christmas card every year to Diamond's Dazzlers. It's accompanied by some pictures as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it is no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor it themselves personally. There is a fierce debate in the subsequent posts about whether that's cool or pathetic. Amongst the pictures of Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996 included pictures of Jim and Diamond's young son, Wolf. What a badass name. As well as a note about his daughter's band, the Floozies. Alright, so his daughter went into music as well. Floozies. Jim and Diamond still going strong, though. Look at them. They were like, you know what? We're gonna remove the C and J part of C and J and D. Nice to see someone in the family is doing well. The picture's been added to your evidence. Okay, before I look at that, I want to look at the Floozies. The Floozies. The Floozies are an all-female punk band operating out of New York City. They're mentioned in passing in an online review from earlier this year. Apparently, they were the opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review the opening act, but this one was unusual. And not because of the music, which she described as loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in a good way. The trio is extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were, and she was told they were rumored to be the children of other famous musicians and didn't want to be why they became popular. They're like, we are not Nepo babies. That's not happening here. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground and unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive, and not only were they selling CDs, but they only cost $1. They probably were losing a fortune. The reviewer said, although she bought a copy, she would be unlikely to ever listen to any of it again, except for maybe Beef Baby? We better get a sample of Beef Baby. What the heck is Beef Baby? The 7th track. There's no picture of the Floozies performing live, but the cover from the CD they were selling, Conquistador, has been added to evidence. Conquistador. Alright, Beef Baby. Can I also look it up in, like, maybe this is, can I look up, the Floozies? Maybe they come up here. Nothing relevant. Beef Baby. And Conquistadors. Okay, just checking. Let's see. I think the proper term is veal. Beef Baby. Okay, Conquistador. The Floozies, guitar vocals, Candy, bassist Nikki, drums, Nina. Always a jump scare when I see my name. A CD from a band called the Floozies that is only available at their live shows. Okay. So this is Candy. Candy. You've been holding out on us. Sorry. Forgot to tell you guys, I'm part of a band. We can't discuss our identities because we're all Nepo babies. Have you something to tell us about your punk rock alter ego? I have nothing to say. No comment. Who is that? Wolf. You found a picture of a Christmas card from Jim and Diamond to their fan club in 1996, 2 years ago. The description said it included a picture of his son Wolf listening to his parents' latest music. Wolf. Cutie patootie. Alright, where are your hot parents? Alright, Wolf. From 2 years ago. Does Wolf have an older sibling? Is Wolf the youngest? I don't know. You've always given me a hardcore punk vibes. It all adds up. I'm sorry that my identity has been revealed this way. I've been trying to hold it in. Did Sasson steal Nina's identity to play punk drums? Maybe. My identity may have been stolen. Okay. Wolf, you're one of these. I don't know if you're the youngest or the oldest. But we'll just put you in here. Just for a right now. Wolf Roottree. What are you? A baby? Is your occupation baby? Do you have a job? Student. I mean, he doesn't look college age. Is he college age? I'm assuming student. I guess we have to figure out more about Wolf. Oh, sorry, a beef baby, if you will. This is a beef baby. Do they have any other kids? Who is this kid? Okay. Beef Baby. Where... Can I listen to Beef Baby? Do they have a sample of Beef Baby? How awful. I feel ripped off. Okay. Maybe I can look up Wolf? Wolf doesn't seem like he'd be out there on the internet yet, but... Wolf... I almost wrote Wolf Baby. What's his name? Roottrees? Literally everyone's name? Nothing. Beef Baby. Beef Baby is a song by the Floozies. You can't actually find anything else about it anywhere, but with a name like that, it's hard not to speculate on the subject matter, isn't it? Could it be a euphemism? Or about a newborn cow? Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler? Potentially. It certainly piques your curiosity. If only you had the time or resources to look into it further. I was robbed of Beef Baby today. Unfair. I will never know the answers to these questions because I can't listen to the song. Oh no, Beef Baby. Conquistador. That all comes up again. Same kind of vibes. Great. Well, shoot. I can look up Swashbuckle My Heart. That's a thing, right? Swashbuckle My Heart by Charlena Purcell. What is your name? Lauren Roottrees. Maybe Lauren Rafferty? Published 1963, out of print, no copies available, re-released as X Marks the Spot. Ah. Roottrees? Found it. Published 1974, softcover fiction romance. According to the back of the book, this is a buried treasure by Lauren Roottrees and from the author of the Court series. It also says to keep an eye out for Lauren Roottrees' next book, Revisiting the Diary, 10 years later, releasing in 1975. Oh, exciting. More diaries. Visiting the Diary, 10 years later. Printing! Scandal! Oh gosh, one of them was called Scandal. I'm so excited. This was the original version of Lauren Roottrees' diary released in 1975. Unlike the original diary, it contains no pictures, damn, but has many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. One major event happened between releases that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects. The death of Elis. A summary of the fallout has been added to your notes, as well as some other select pages. Okay. Let's go look. Is the typing sound from Nina's keyboard or the game? Really satisfying typing sound. You know what? It might be me. I don't know. Is it making a sound effect or am I just hearing my own typing? Here we go. Revisiting the Diary. The game has typing sound. Might not be me. My keyboard's right up against the mic, so it might be a combination. Okay. I need a new page, but I feel like I'm gonna lose my mind if I can't see everything all at once. Whew. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Roottrees had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud. Samantha Roottrees. I knew Sam was a woman. Samantha. Gosh. Samantha. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retained the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia, I know your name now. Oh my gosh, Patsy, where did you go on my notes? I don't know, but Patricia Christensen. I know you, and Elias Jr. They had Samantha Roottrees. Okay. Patricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby, Samantha, was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Yes, because EC and John, they work on Anderson Farm, or whatever it's called, Anderson Maple Farm. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. It's always a good time for a fart. That was the end of that. Almost. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr. and they finally married in their 50s. Oh my gosh. Lauren mentioned the wedding in her first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciated this. When Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, Elias decided Sam should have been a Roottrie in the first place, even though she was not part of the Clansett Trust. He wanted to include her in family affairs. That was what led to Lauren's initial entry entitled Sam. This is a page of additional notes and context from 1975 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's diary. It is a companion piece to the entry about Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottrie. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. Damn, she really just like shades Gwen in her books. Both of these. Oh my gosh. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Ernie and the kids. Ernie and Ernie Jr. President. Okay, we'll get there. And her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning today from Zach. It has been a long, long time since any real Roottrie was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. I did have Ernie Jr. in that 70s picture, marked as president. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Gwyneth. Now, why don't I remember Gwyneth? What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair. Patsy and Sam, jet black hair. And green eyes. Alright. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course. Patsy with glasses. But I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. Sam's children have glasses? Revisiting the diary, more like reshading the diary. I know, she like just keeps digging into Gwen. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Roottrie for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money, after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that... Is this egg cream, EC? I don't know. I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. They were roommates. Okay, if you say so. Mr. Miller. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either. But even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problems with us next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the Five Pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Alright, this is a page of additional notes and context from 1975 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's diary. It is a companion piece to the entry about her son, Clark. This might clear up some Clark drama, because who the heck was Clark married to? The peasants is crazy. Oh my god, they were roommates. I'm guessing EC is egg cream. It sounds like every time there's a problematic family member, they send him to the farm, they send them to the farm upstate. So yeah, EC, egg cream, and Samantha, to the farm. Okay. Reading this back, I got deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. Okay, so his first wife was Danielle. Good. No Rootree has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob, and Gwyn divorced. Wild Bill! Remember Wild Bill Williams? That was Gwyn's husband, who she done did divorce. Oh my gosh. Bill Williams. Wild Bill. Just before that, she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlet. Was he also an actor? I didn't look up this man. But neither of us ever took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. How dare he? He got married at 18 and then got another wife. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped more. Eli C? Is that EC? Is that egg cream? Who's Eli C? More than I can say for Clancy and Edward. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seemed fine, and Jim's marriage seemed solid as a rock, pun intended. So who knows what causes these things? I suspect that he's marrying Jane LaRue. She married at 16, but that was back in the day when it was done. This is modern times. You don't get married at 18. He married Jane, so we were right about that. So he married Danielle, divorced. Married Jane, beheaded. No. He just cheated on her, and then he marries whoever he marries after that, right? I think we're right on it. I suspect he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation like that can last. And Lord knows I was right last time. Lauren's like, I'm right all the time, and I hate everyone. And then she wrote about it and then published it. Jim was married to Diamond, right? Jim is still married to Diamond, yes. Jim and Diamond, together forever, baby Wolf, and their second child that I can't figure out who that is. But they still send out their Christmas cards. Great. Twice. She did this book twice. She's like, you know what? I loved spilling all the tea the first time. Let's do a 10-year anniversary recap. It is not a companion piece to any specific entry, but addresses feedback. Okay, so Lauren got some feedback. Literally, I told you so in her book. She's like, yeah, I told my son. I was right. Lauren Shade Tree, Root Tree. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many sibling names there are. And I get it, there are 4 Elis for Pete's sake, and that's how it is. Someone would say I saw Eli in town and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin, that's why they became Uncle Junior, or Miracles Eli, or Eli C. Our family's names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. So now you see where my pop's name came from. Clancy Edward. Cinnamon extract. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime there's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. So you guys were right about that. Thank goodness. Kept me on track. That goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. With the women, however, it all goes out the window. See, this is why I didn't want to assume. Oh no. I think Gwendolyn got her name from a combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother. Women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generations went on. Damn it. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent of Junior. Why can't you be Junior? Gwyneth Jr. sounds lovely. So that's why there's all this Gwyns and Gwens and Gwendolyn and... Oh gosh. Okay, but the Junior is right. I'm glad we're solid on that. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy root tree. I had to break the news they got my father's name backwards. Edward Clancy. Why be a junior when you can be a Renesmee? You know what's so true? Junioress. Minnie. Minnie is cute. Gwendolyn Minnie. I like it. Gwendolyn 2.0. Apparently, this is the first thing... Sorry. It's not a companion piece to any specific entry, but rather a fun bonus. I bet you it's not going to be fun. It's going to be more shade and tea. Apparently, this is the first thing she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes, based on the teacher's name, she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out here, but she does remember getting in trouble. Okay. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. Okay, so she's always been like this. My gosh. Lauren. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." Ooh. She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing. So I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry, I'm glad she's gone." Hot, hot, piping hot tea. Tag yourself, "I'm dirty and do not have pretty dress." Dirty and doesn't have a pretty dress. My gosh. Well. Okay. Where do we go from here? I feel like I just got a lot of information that I have not fully processed. Sam. Is Sam even on this? Because Sam is the daughter of Patsy Patricia, who is married to Elias Jr. Barty Crouch Jr. Where are you? Elias! Stop hiding from me. That's Clancy. Elias Jr., who I don't know what he looks like. Married to Patricia. Patricia Christensen. They got married and they had Samantha. What is that? What is Samantha doing over here? Samantha Roottrees, right? Unknown occupation. I don't know what does Samantha do? Do I know? Okay. I feel like I need to figure out people's pictures also. My mind exploded when I realized Barty Crouch Jr. was David Tennant. Okay. Who's Bonnie, by the way? I have Bonnie written down. Guy Hudson? Does that mean that Miracle is married to the other Patsy, or am I misremembering? Who was... Oh. Jesus. You're so right. Patsy is married to Miracle, not Elias. Then who is that? I have Patricia Christensen and Elias Jr. have Samantha Roottrees. But Patricia goes by Patsy. Did I just write it down wrong? Or Where did I make the mistake? Where? Show me where on the charts. There are 2 Patricias. So maybe Patricia, the other Patricia, is married to... But Patsy! Miracle's married to Patsy. And Patsy was Patricia Christensen. Who's Patricia Jones? Wait. I feel like I've messed up severely. Where on the chart did the game hurt you? Oh gosh. Okay, where did Patsy go? Patsy... Alright, I might have just misunderstood something, which is very likely. Because Ernie also... Okay, Patsy. Samantha Roottrees. Patricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul, and Eli Jr., harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby, Samantha, was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand, EC. Egg cream. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. None of the next gens have ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. So she was married to him? Or she just had the baby with him at 16 and then married... She married back into the family? Okay. Laura mentioned the wedding in her first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Where's the first diary? Okay. Do we see Patsy in the first diary? Oh, ew. I don't know if that's true or I'm just reading into it. Margot. Clark. I knew I should have looked up Bill Williams before.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I gotta do that.
James.
Lauren, Gwen, what's going on, Patsy? What did we do? You talked about the wedding without knowing who Patsy was. Yeah, crimes. Patsy. Okay, Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwen's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages traveling to unravel the mystery. None of us had even met Sam until Uncle Junior's wedding. To Patsy. Uncle Junior is Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. married Patsy, who Patsy being Patricia. Uncle Jr. No. Miracle Jr. is Miracle Jr. Who's Uncle Jr.? Uncle Jr. is Eli. That's what she talked about. The Elis are all Eli, and Uncle Jr. Just kidding. They did get married. Right? Wait, who did she marry? I thought it was Miracle. Uncle Eli is Eli. Is Eli Jr. Okay. Patricia, Patsy. We're linked back up. Okay. I don't know why I thought Uncle Jr. was Miracle Jr. That's not right. Uncle Jr. is one of the Elis. So I think we're still right. Married Patsy. They had Samantha. I don't know what Samantha does for a living. I think we've cleared that up, right? I'm glad we were all thinking that Patsy was with Miracle, though. Because I truly did think that. Who's Miracle with, though? Is it another Patricia? Why did we all think that collectively? Oh, beef baby. Farmer. That would make sense. She went to the farm. Farmer. And she married somebody. What kind of chaos is this family? Also, why are we trying to figure out this mess? We were hired to figure it out. But I also feel like the person that hired us is a little shady. Okay. Man, who's on this side of the family? Whoever Gwendolyn... Whatever happened over here. Lordy. The multiple juniors isn't helpful. The multiple Eli's, Gwens, Gwendolyns, and juniors. It's driving me nuts. Okay, let's look up Wild Bill Williams while I'm thinking about it, because I don't remember looking this up. Wild Bill Williams, who was married to Gwen, who got roasted and read for filth in Lauren Roottree's latest novel. Alright, you find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized and the search is broken, but you get individual pages from your search engine. Wild Bill Williams was the leading man of some non-notable movies in the 1950s. He wasn't famous. He appeared in an adventure called Fortune Favors the Grave. We're flipping pages, guys. Fortune Favors the Grave. which has yet to be released for home audiences. You don't find any additional information about that film. He was known for his good looks and off-screen romances, specifically with blondes. He was married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. There's a famous Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party and that she was already aware of his reputation. Did you know, trivia, Wild Bill grew up in Paris, France. He returned there often. Okay, Wild Bill, ho ho ho. Fortune favors the brave, not the grave. Just comes with the same stuff. All right. I wish I could find a picture of him, but she was married to him and divorced him, which we did find out. Gwen, where are you? Bill Wild Williams? Is that not his name? I thought she was married to Wild Bill Williams. Maybe he has a real name. Is he William Williams? What's Bill short for? William? Wilson. I swear it said in there that she was married to him. Not sure how I'd feel if someone came up with and introduced themselves as Wild Bill. Wild Bill is on his birth certificate. Yeah, I did say it in quotations. Williams. Do we know his real name? Wild Bill Williams, the leading man. Alright, I gotta keep looking. I had Harrison Lane, though. Who's that? Harrison... Hey. You find some information. All right. Harrison Lane was a television actor with a major role in Guys Like Us and other films. His largest role before Guys Like Us was as the villain in the first season of Western Frontiers. Due to the popularity of Guys Like Us, the studio brought Lane back to play the villain's twin brother, this time as a hero joining the protagonist. Okay, so we already know about Guys Like Us, which I do need to look up again. Western Frontiers. Need to head out, have a great time, and good luck with the sleuthing. Thanks, Investigation. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Go enjoy your weekend. See you soon. Frontiers. All right. Due to the popularity of Guys Like Us, great. Western Frontiers has no connection to the Roottrees. Harrison Lane seems to be a dead end. Harrison Lane married his high school sweetheart after they reunited at a movie premiere. Oh, gorge. Guys Like Us. Guys Like Us is a 1953 film in which 2 secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life until one of them falls in love with their client and hilarity ensues. Starring Gwen Rootree, Leslie Florence, and Harrison Lane. Who is Leslie Lawrence? All right. The title is a play on words, as it can be read that 2 women are men similar to other men, or that the men are fond of themselves. Guys Like Us and Guys Like Us. It's an awful piece of trivia. Leslie Florence. Leslie Florence was Gwen Rootree's co-star in Guys Like Us. Not much relevant information, as she does not have any additional credits on the site. This isn't even a Did You Know Trivia section for her. Or there isn't even a Did You Know Trivia. Leslie must be the high school sweetheart. Probably, because of Harrison... I mean, it says at a movie premiere. We don't know if it's the exact... They met at a movie premiere. Not on the set, right? Harrison... I want to keep saying Ford. What is his name? Lane. Reunited at a movie premiere. I think the actors meet before the premiere. Sometimes they do. Did I look up Western Frontiers? Okay, nothing else there. I feel like I hit a dead end on that. I don't know who Wild Bill is. Williams. Can I look up maybe Zach Rootree? Go down that route. I haven't looked at Zach at all, I don't think. Nope. Angie Rootree? Angela? Alright, none of that. Where do we go from here? I feel like I've hit a spot. I feel like Lauren's stuff had a lot of information, but I can't connect dots on it. Besides, she talked about Clark getting married again to Jane, which we did know. They had a child. Arcane, thanks for paying your struggle taxes. It's a fraction of what I owe. I'm still committing tax evasion. At least you paid some. Some of you just don't pay them at all. Aunt Margot. Lauren's Aunt Margot. Melon! Margot, Aunt Margot is Melon. Oh gosh, Margot. Marguerite Roottrees. The IR struggle will never catch me. You say that now. Look at all of you guys reminded to pay your taxes. Look at that. Good job. On top of it. Maybe I should also look up Samantha. Marguerite Roottrees. Alright. Got the names in the right order. We have Gwendolyn, Eli Jr., Clancy Edward, Margot, and Miracle. I overpaid my struggle taxes last year. Whoopsie doodles. You need your refund. But the struggle IRS is not usually on top of that, so. Alright, so we have all the names. I just need to know who they all are. What was I looking up? I was looking up something. Oh, Christmas Mission also. I didn't look that up. Christmas Mission is on a page called Flops. Oh gosh, it was a war movie about World War I released in 1955 that received poor reviews and lost the studio money. Gwen Roottrees had a role as a soldier's wife who wrote him letters from home. You find no additional relevant information. Did you know the movie was marketed as an incredible true story, but no record of the events happening has ever been found? Christmas Mission. Struggle bus mileage definitely should be claimed. I think so. I don't know how the struggle bus taxes work. Appreciate you guys, spending your channel points, but I don't know. I don't know what it does. Much like real taxes. Not quite sure. Can I look at Samantha? Samantha Roottrees. Oh, which I think I do actually have a picture of Samantha now that I'm thinking about it. Samantha is in one of these photos. Samantha. Oh, I didn't know I could zoom in on the photos. That's cool. That's Samantha. Has to be. Because, just kidding. Wait. No! That's Samantha! Just kidding. That's Samantha. Jet black hair and green eyes. I forgot that is what it said. Okay, that one's Samantha. Ha 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 ha. Breakthrough. It's not really a bit breakthrough, but we'll deal with it. Okay. Yes. And that would then connect Patricia. Never mind. I thought that was, yeah, you've got the same hair as Patricia. I thought it was the Gwendolyn thing. Just kidding. Ignore me. Samantha. Which means who's that other person in that picture? We identified pretty much everyone else. If that's Samantha. Who's that? That's Zach. Angie? These are the brothers. Those are the whatchamacallums. Oh yeah, I can connect your dots, can't I? There you go. The Miracles. Hello. Nicole. Whatchamacallum Jr. That's them. Miracle Roottrees. I wish I knew more about you. Miracle Roottrees. I wish I knew more. Miracle Network. He read all of this, the health problems, the power of God and anime on his side. Why don't I know his wife's name? Can I look up Miracle Network? You find a website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by the Miracle Roottrees Estate. It's quite bare bones, but has the following blurb. It's the same thing. Leads us to the same stuff. Okay, okay, fine. If you say so. Where's the Miracle people? Miracle. And his wife, Nicole. Nicole who? Nicole, why? I just now realized Roottrees are surname. That's their last name. Which is really hard when you find like the ones that married into the family, because we can't use those names as all Roottrees. Okay. Miracle Third. Maybe I look that up. I really couldn't find anything on this guy. Miracle Third. Nothing. Couldn't even give him Roman numerals. Absolutely not. You get that ugly 3 in your name. Okay. Jacob, somebody. We already know Jacob. Jacob was Lauren's husband. Jacob. Do I have Jacob's face? That's actually what I want to now try to do, because I think that's Angie. Fairly certain, but I want to look at this thing because we have here Bonnie, Guy, Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottree, Clark, Carl, and another Eli in this photo. Okay. Who are you people? Well, there's an Eli. He's got a little name tag. It says Eli. Surprised no one is named Elm, Maple, or Oak. Oak Root Tree. No, they went with Elias. Elias Root Tree. Really rolls off the tongue. All right, that's an Eli. Is that Eli Jr.? They look so similar. Eli M. Oh, that's Ernie Jr. Excuse me, not Eli. Ernie Jr. That one's Eli. So Eli M. That's Eli M. Who's Eli M? Eli M. And Gwyneth M. And Gwendolyn. Have I success? No, I don't know who these two are. That is whoever the other dude is. Who's the dudes? Elias. This has to be Elias. Yeah. Bop, 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 bop. All right. Because we know that that's Gwendolyn, which we don't know if she's the blonde or the brunette. Elias Jr. has got to be a homeboy in the middle. Hello? There he is. I'm like, it's a black and white photo. I can't find it. Then Clancy. And then Margot. Is Margot... I mean, Gwen's blonde. Does that mean that Margot's blonde, or did Gwen dye her hair? And I also don't know what Margot did. Okay, so I don't know who the girly pops are. But Gwendolyn is also in that photo. Strim nap hit me hard. I love a good strim nap. Good morning. Not Gwendolyn. Not Gwendolyn. Who's Mr. Morden? I think the oldest is the dark-haired one, and Margot is blonde. You might be right. I just don't know how we know that. Anything on them that tells me? Do they have like initials? I just wish I knew for certain. Like, I like the assumption that blonde and blonde with Gwen. I just don't want to put the wrong things in and then get myself confused. Let's go for it though. And then the oldest being Gwendolyn over here. I don't know what their occupations were. They were all lawyers and architects and whatnot. Preacher. Okay. Edward Clancy, I don't know who. Who dupe what? Who was Carl's dad? I feel like it's Ernie or something. But her brother Clancy had Clancy and Eli. Not Ernie, maybe it's Eli. Maybe it's mixing up Ernie and Eli. There's a diary entry that will help about the occupation of the women. A diary entry. That will... You mean in the slander piece? Let's see. Lauren was pregnant. Mother's... I don't think I looked further into this. Postal. In the expose book. The tell-all. Just putting out your family's business like that. Her father, yeah, Clancy. Clancy was a lawyer. We have that one locked in. It's the girly pops. I don't know what they do. What did they do? During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had. Living a glamorous life while I'm stuck with Clark. You know what? I didn't look up Starlet. I do need to look that up. Tell tales of how she gallivants, kissing Harrison Lane. Jealous. Girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me. Okay. Dynasty. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. So we have an architect, we have a preacher, we have a lawyer, but what did the ladies do? It says right there, Margot's a blonde? Where? During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had. I even dyed my hair blonde to fit in with the two of them. Smart, smart. I assumed she was talking about specifically Gwen, but it says two of them, Margot included. There's the clue. Feel good about it now. Solidified. I'm always worried I'm gonna put something in the wrong spot and then it's like the one thing that's holding us back. Skipped over it in the same entry. It's in the same entry. Okay, let me read the whole thing. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwen, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had and that I'd do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the two of them. What a mess. But she just complained. To her, I was the lucky cousin. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me even now from my coffee table. She gets to be in Starlet and tell tales of how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. She's the first Roottrees woman to be anything other than a housewife. I guess housewife is a job, is it not? All right, housewife. There we go. I didn't piece 2 and 2 together. I'm like, I've read every single word. How am I still missing stuff? All right, we've got extra stuff already locked in. Elias, Samantha, and Gwendolyn locked in. Booyah.
You're listening to WRT.
Hello?
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
WRTD News. Ooh. Okay. WRTD News? WRTD News is your local investigative jazz radio radio station. During their news segments at 45 minutes on the hour, they have been talking about the plane crash. This most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview online with a psychologist. During the interview, it's revealed there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit as had an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. Sus. A comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Rootree curse being a real true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it." What the heck is the Rootree curse? Oh my gosh. Well, what's my local investigative jazz station? I'd like to listen. Like, where is that? Is it on Spotify? Can you look up investigative jazz radio? Me too, where's the genre been? I feel like it's an untapped market. There's a long, rambly conspiracy website with very small, very red text on a black background that says the Roottrees are cursed. It has been very recently updated with the following. Important update. With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Rootree Company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver. Okay, Guy Hudson was a president at some point then. Okay. Oh my gosh, president. Hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull, a secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. The author of this site seems to agree. Okay. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff75 at prodigy.us? Chris Raff. Rafferty is the name. I don't know, Chris. Chris Rafferty? Have we met a Chris? Oh, new pen. This is getting ridiculous. All right. Chris Rafferty, maybe. Asking him to take down the site with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Rootree Candy Company factory seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT29 is real. Operation RT29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29th, 1996. The website footer says, all images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. 75 might be a year of birth. Could be. I don't know who Chris Rafferty would be. I'm also jumping to conclusions that it's Rafferty. It might not be. Moritz, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. All right. I think I want to look at those things. I also don't know about four-day time cubes. That's a lot. A lot of info. Operation RT29. You find more conspiracy websites. Some people out there claim that the Roottrees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals, and that this is done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it is possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day so long as it isn't discovered until the day is over, and that every 4 years on a leap year, the Roottrees Company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. Wait, can you get away with crimes on a leap day? How did I not know this? Oh my gosh. Their proof is that Roottrees candies contain polyglycerol polyricinoleate, an ingredient of the candy that wasn't there when it first released. They claimed it was added in an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract this effect for children that have already eaten Roottrees candy in the past. You do an additional search for polyglycerol. Ella, how are you doing? Welcome to the struggle bus. We are struggling through this game, so come and join us. And it seems to be an emulsifier in chocolates approved by the FDA and widely across many products. I don't know, you have to wait till 2028 to do some research and get back to us. Can I do crime on a leap day? Oh my gosh, I may have learned something new today. We'll find out in 2028. Okay. I don't think that there's anything from here I really want to look up, but that's the operation. Conspiracy theories. Lordy. Thomas Overwood. Thomas Overwood seems to have a few different sites about mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Roottrees Curse website, you can also find one about the truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's Plague is returning in 2000. And then in the year 2000, anyone who has drunk Spirit Cola will die. Did anyone here drink Spirit Cola in the year 2000? Are you okay? Can you report back? Or have you died? Is this like the purge but less frequent? Maybe that's what it is. Leap day purges? Oh no, Bento Wizard died. Whoopsie. Oh, I'm sorry to anyone who drank Spirit Cola in 2000. Another website in stock markets and the devil's numbers, which claims that if you multiply any stock's price by 666, then also multiply the current year by the same stock's price, then add those two numbers together and divide the entire total by the stock price and finally subtract the current year, you'll always end up with 666. I got better in 2002 though. Oh good, you died but you're better now. Like at the Purge and Leap Day switch names. Yay. Yay for crimes on Leap Day. I drank Spirit Cola and everything is fine and nothing is wrong. And I believe you. I really do. Yes, because that's how math works. Yeah, that is how math works. But also conspiracy theory. Okay. Can I look up Chris Rafferty? No one. Alright. Christopher? Alright. Didn't think I'd get anywhere with that anyways. It's alright. But also, before I look at stuff here, I'm gonna put the rest of them as housewives as well. Because I did not do that. It just kicked me out. It was like, you know what? You're done. You did well. You did good, kid. We're winning, guys. All right, so I think I have all their names, pictures, and occupations for the Fab Five over here. I just don't have all their spice. Their spousies. Eden, how are you doing? Loving this with the Windows 98 computer interface. It's so cute. We're in 98 using our high-tech computer and color printer. Very, very fancy. Okay, so I don't have Gwyneth's name, right? What are my options with Gwyneth? Gwyneth. Gwyneth Anderson? Or I think it's Anderson, isn't it? Because Gwyneth's family is Anderson Maple Farm. And that's how they got Anderson Farm. And then they made the candy company. Oh, sorry, laser color printer. Excuse me. It's like very high tech. Color printer witchcraft. Laser printers. What a time to be alive. Gwyneth. Was she a farmer though, or was she also just a housewife? Because they had the company because of her family. Might have been a housewife. Because didn't they say it's the first that she was the first Roottrees to not be a housewife? Said all previous women were housewives. That's what I'm assuming. It was like all previous Roottrees women. She wasn't a Roottrees woman to begin with, so but I'm gonna let it slide. I think that might be right. Let's look up Anderson Maple Farm, because I don't think I looked that up. Maple Farm. All right, do you find some information on a website for the first Anderson Maple Farm? There are a few pictures, including a famous picture of Elis and Gwyneth. How did I not look this up sooner? That photo was added to your evidence. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Roottrees was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers, so as the oldest sister, she was to inherit the Anderson Maple Farm, so long as she married. Before Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias's idea to create candy instead. Their success was not immediate, and they decided to combine the maple with other flavors. This led to the 5 pieces, which are still found in stores to this day. Though the Roottrees Candy Company expanded well beyond their original farm, it has been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to their website, there are still daily demonstrations and educational tours that show off many of the turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife in the early 1900s. Okay, let's look at this picture, apparently famous picture of them. Oh man, they were hot. This is a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth Roottrees. It was taken in 1909 after they founded the Roottrees Candy Company, but before it was a success. Oh my gosh, you know I've been talking a long time when I start doing that. From what you've found researching the internet, it seems quite difficult to find any site about Elias or Gwyneth that isn't accompanied by this picture. Elias and Gwyneth are on the notable Roottrees list, yes. Gwyneth. Dude's got great hair. Great hair runs in this family. Let's go back to the board. I mean, I don't know what happened between that picture and then there, but, you know. There we are. Look at them. Great, great, great. So, with that being said, I lost my train of thought. I was looking at my new evidence, that's what I was doing. Wealth happened and he grew that ugly mustache? Uh-oh. Okay. There it is. What is this? Not long before they were set to return, you heard something odd on WRTD radio. The photo you were given may have been stolen from Carl's office. The newscaster mentioned you could search online for WRTD to find out more, which we did. Okay. This photo? Yeah, this is the photo I was given by my employer. Apparently was stolen. Okay. Carl's the teenager in the middle. This one's Carl. Who is Carl? Carl! Oh, I know Carl. Carl, the man. The daddy-o. Carl was a teenager at the time. Where are you? There's Carl. Looking cute. Sus lady is sus? Color me shocked. Very sus. Okay. It's all coming together. That's Carl. Carl. Let's look back at this. President Guy Hudson. next president, Guy Hudson. This is when Ernie was president, I think. And then Guy was president after Ernie. I also don't know where Ernie fits into the story here. I also need to figure out which Eli this is. Is this... This is Eli M. But who is Eli M? Eli M. Maybe Gwyneth M's something. Gather around and group by hair color for a photograph. That's very helpful. They all have the same hair. Jim Roottrees. Jim. Is that Jim? That's Jim. We know that. We already knew that was Jim, though. I got all the pictures of Jim already. James? That's definitely him. That looks like him. Eli Mysterious Roottrees. It's Eli. Eli M. She has an Eli, and Ernie's, not Ernie, Miracle's son is Eli. So one Eli is Miracle the Third's son, and the other Eli is Lauren's brother. And those, I think, are all the Elis we have left. Just kidding. Miracle, Eli. Miracle, not Miracle the Third. Miracle, this is an Eli. This is one of the Elis. This is Elias C or Elias M. Ooh. You have a hint of Jim's dad already in the Oprah's book club pick? Jim's dad, okay. Alright, cool. I was just trying to figure out if that one had any connection, because this would have to be Eli, hold on. Eli M. Because didn't Eli C... Isn't Eli C egg cream? Hold on. Is egg cream the one that's supposed to be right here that was like banished to the farm? Isn't that Eli C? Therefore, this would be Eli M? But Eli... Which Eli... Which Eli is which? Because there's also another Eli. Because one of these is an Eli. Damn. I thought I was onto something. Let's go look at the book about Jim's dad. Switching gears entirely. There's a clue in here. Which version of the diary about Jim's dad? I know we read about Jim a lot. Jim's in here quite a bit. We don't know for sure. It could be. I don't think we nailed it down yet. Okay. It's fine. Switching gears. Jim. Jim. Do I see anything about Jim in here? Maybe it's in the second version of the book. Clark. Gwen. Maybe the 10 years later. Eli Jr. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Something about that doesn't sit right with me. I don't know. Next gens. Where is Jim? Is Jim even mentioned in this? Sam, Clark, names, and anger. Trevor's about Clark getting married again. Getting married again? There's Clark right here. Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. Oh, I need to look up Starlet. Keep forgetting that. But neither of us ever took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C stepped up and helped. Eli C. Is that her brother Eli? Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers. Okay, so Jim's dad, Eli C. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock. Pun intended. Alright, Eli C. stepped in to raise Clark and Jim as brothers, meaning Jim's dad, Eli C. Jim's dad being Eli C. Which is her brother, Eli. All the same. Great. Eli. Do I know what Eli looks like? Eli is the one that's not Clancy or the other brother in that picture. It's one of these guys. That one's Clancy. No. Oh, I don't know which one's Clancy. Do I? I do know, because Clancy and... No, Eli. Did she say Eli looks like the dad? Ah! My head hurts! Eli looks like Pop. On the right track. Elias, that is you. But what did Eli do for a job? And you get Lauren's brothers' names. I don't know what the third brother is. I know Clancy, Eli, and then somebody. Who is the third brother? Did I just miss that entirely? Edward. They're named Edward and Clancy. I was reading this as Clancy Edward the whole time. Edward and Clancy, they're the brothers' names. Okay. Clancy and Edward. I don't know which one's which, though, and I don't know which one's older. Let's see. Clancy and Edward. Do you think Clancy was the first one because he was Clancy, or Clancy Jr.? And then Edward came next? Eli. Clancy, Eli, and Edward. Eli being the middle child. Is Clancy Carl's dad? Or is Edward Carl's dad? That'll be actually what solves this. Carl's parents. Do I have anything else about Carl? Carl. Who do I have about your parents? So the thing about Carl's dad in the diary? I'm sure there is. That diary has a ton of stuff. Your brain's moving at a different pace than mine. Hold on. There's a lot in this diary, and I feel like, because I've read it all, but I think you have to go back and like look for very specifics that you're looking for. Carl's dad is also in this diary somewhere. Names, maybe. Lauren mentions Carl's dad making him do something. Carl's dad making him do something. Carl. Where are you, Carl? EC. Because I know Clark. I'm just like looking out for Carl if I see something about Carl. Clark. Clancy, Edward. Marrying Jane to keep her from running out of the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think marriage on such a foundation. Biggest complaint I got, okay, 4 Elis, and that's how it is. Someone would say, I saw Eli in town, I wouldn't know what they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. Those are all the Elis. Uncle Jr. is Eli Jr. Miracle's Eli. I guess we don't know what Miracle's Eli M? Is that Eli M? And then Eli C is her brother. That would have narrowed it down on the Elis. I just now realized that Miracle's not Eli C. Our family's names are always unusual. Grandpa Eli. Elias was a believer in using names. Gwyneth, Clancy. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. So you see where my pop's name came from, Clancy Edward. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always firstborn. That goes for Eli, Miracle Eli, or even Clancy. Clancy Jr. Firstborn son. Clancy's first. Clancy, firstborn son. Clancy Jr., Roottree. And then this would make this one Edward. Edward Roottree. Okay. So then Clancy, I don't know what Clancy looks like. Okay. Not certain which one's Clancy and which one's Edward. It's one of these two. You just look older. You've got some facial hair. I don't know. This one looks like the younger brother. Okay. Is there anything more about that? Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Eliza's mother. Women's names, no junior equivalent. Had to break the news. I got my father's name backwards. Edward Clancy. He's Clancy Edward. Okay. New family rule, everyone gets serial numbers. Please, these are too complicated. Alright, so I don't know which one's which of the brothers, but I also don't know what they do. Fifth president. Who were all the other presidents? Because Guy Hudson was a president. Ernie Jr. was a president. That's two others. I have the first and the fifth president. So I'm missing one president? Zach. Zach was president first, I think. Zach was the second president, then Ernie, and then Guy. But I don't know where they are all on this chart. I also think Angie and Zach are related. I mean, they're all related, honestly. This whole thing is all about relation. But I think they're brother and sister, maybe. This one we know is Eli. Cousin Eli. Brother Eli. That leaves Zach and Angie as the other two in the new generation. Is Angie older? Angie is older because she was like, oh, Angie could have taken over the whole thing. Angela. And why? That says Angelica. That's not right. Who's Angie then? What's Angie's real name? Unknown. Okay. And then Zach. Morden? Was Gwendolyn originally Gwendolyn Morden? Because who the heck is Wilson? And I feel like Zachariah. Because you don't shorten Zach to just Zach, you know? I feel it's gonna be Zachariah Morden. And maybe it is Angelina, as in Angie. Angelica, I mean. You can shorten Angelica to Angie, and then they're both Mordens. And then he was president number 2. Second president. Then this is also housewife, because, well, I don't know, it's in the same generation, so maybe not. I don't know. To me, it sounds like a jumble of Eli Clancy, Clancy, Eli Edward. That's actually what it is. The family name goes strong. Morden. Because wasn't... Her husband is Morden. I forgot she was married. Just kidding. Morden. Who's Morden? James Morden? Maybe. And then she had Angelica and Zach Morden. There's a photo mentioning Mr. Morden taking a picture with Aunt Gwendolyn. Yes, yes, yes. There is. James Morden. Mr. Morden. So now Zach, we were saying, is this guy. Angelica, Eliza, and Peggy. Great. These are correct. Gwyneth, Margot, Zachariah. We got some extras also locked in. Beautiful. This may look like chicken scratch, but we're making progress. Ooh, it's over here. The phone?
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it.
Are you sure you didn't steal it? Is it a leap day? Maybe. She's on the run now. She's not even at our house anymore. What happened?
But I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed.
Sure, girly. Madam, is this a legal pinky promise?
I'm a root tree.
Oh my gosh, can you tell me which one you are and place your photo and name and occupation on the board so it helps me out? I don't care if you did something bad, just like, please help me.
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of.
I don't believe her.
If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more. In person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
15? Girl. Why do I need to put together your family tree if you're a root tree? Don't you know everything? What's that? Oh. I didn't even look around our room. We got some cute stuff in here. Riot Girl. Mystery Comics. Very cool. Okay, well, let's go. What is the new evidence? Hold on. Oh, I think this just got updated. Instead of returning, the person who hired you called you on the phone. They claimed they were a root tree. They also told you they'd give you more of an explanation the next time they returned. I mean, she knows most of this stuff. Why isn't she in here helping? She's like, yeah, once you get 15 more, which I'll check your answers. Don't worry, I already know all the answers. Okay. Well, I got all the notable people. They're all done. So thank goodness for that. We're getting somewhere. Now it's all the no names. The nobodies of the family. Not the stars. Okay. I think more pictures would be helpful for me. Angelica. So where is the photo of... Because I got 3 guys and then 1 more girly pop from that photo. That means that's Angelica, right? And then these 2... Somebody. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that that's Angelica. Yeah. They look related. Family tree pop quiz then. I know, can we quiz you? Make sure you actually are a root tree, because I don't believe it. Alright. Who should we look up next? I feel like we gotta deep dive into somebody else. I just don't know who. Maybe Edward root tree? Nothing. Clancy root tree I don't think came up with anything when we looked at earlier. Clancy. Angelica Morden. Was it James Morden? What is his name? Thinking James Marsden? James Morden? James Morden? Okay. What about egg cream? Let's look at the left side. Do we still have a bunch? Yeah, a ton. The left side is probably the most bare of everything. Because so far we have Gwendolyn married James and had Angie and Zach, who became the second president. I don't know what Angie did. They each had a spouse. and had 2 children each. And then whatever this symbol is. Oh, adoption. Thank you for telling me. I didn't know. And then we got these new children thingies. Thanks to Zed, I keep expecting the name Angelica to be sung. It's being sung in my head every single time. Alright, Zach. So, I think I have everybody from that one photo. So these 3 guys, I don't know what they look like from that photo. But we can look at the larger photo for this generation, the Free Spirit generation, and see if we can get more people from that. This one. Bonnie, Guy Hudson, Ernie, Caroline, Gwyneth M, Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottrees, Clark, Carl, and Eli M. That's gotta be Eli M. I'm sure of it, because doesn't he look just like a miracle baby? He looks like a miracle. That guy. He looks like his brother. Eli. Eli M. Who knows what he does? He's got like a jumpsuit thing on, so maybe something of the sort. Dancer, director, doctor, driver, farmer, firefighter, lawyer, mechanic? I like mechanic. That's a good option. Mechanic. I'll feel good with that. Mechanic. Eli Miracle Roottrees. Look at him go. The genes are strong in this family. Gosh. Then Eli married somebody and had a child. Whoever that may be. And then this is Nicole. I don't know who Nicole is. Ugh, okay. I feel like there are some books I should be looking up, but I can't remember anymore. We found The Swashbuckling My Heart, Life Between Wars, Romance in Court. Okay. So then back to that photo. I'm almost certain that's Eli. Who is that? Maybe Bonnie? One of these is a Bonnie. Starlet. That's what I was looking up. I forgot about Starlet. Starlit was a magazine that started with the colorization of film and went until around 1964. Generally, it was a tabloid with a focus on famous actors and actresses. It didn't much go into any other aspects of filmmaking or Hollywood news. So now we can go to Starlit. Look at maybe Wild Bill Williams. Wild Bill Williams was mentioned many times throughout the magazine's lifespan, with stories and gossip about who he had been seen with in public, blondes mostly. 3 specific passages stand out. The first mentions one of his first roles under his real name, Walter. Oh, Bill. You went from Wild Bill Williams to Walter. Real fast. All right, Walter Forsythe. That is who Gwen was married to. Bless. The second is an interview. Although he doesn't mention her by name, you determine from context he's talking about Gwen Roottrees. An apology to all the ladies, I'm actually taken. Earlier this year I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it, that son of a bitch cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing, it wasn't his fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh though, I met someone. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife, but even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. And then you divorced her. Ironically, the third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs. including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor more credibility. Walter. Okay. And then your 2 children. Damn it, Walter. Okay. Let's do Gwen Roottrees. Is her name Roottrees? Why don't I remember her name? Gwen Roottrees was often in Starlet. Most mentions were around the time of her divorce in 1958 from Wild Bill Williams. The gossip is his name is Walter. Disappointing. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. Others mention that the rumor is Wild Bill had multiple affairs, which left her heartbroken. There is also an interview from earlier in mid-1957 where she was asked about her last name. She answered, "The power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power." Cornwall? Okay, my husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild, combined with the alliteration Williams, is incredibly memorable. Although we've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a Starlet exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottrees for the last name, not Williams. But we also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both our family names for the next generation. RR. Where's RR? Roottrees versus RR, whatever it was called. Oh no, what was that? The alliteration. About being cut from the family. Damn. Well, it was written down and it went missing. RR. Oh, the Roottrees versus RR. Yeah. Okay, I found it. Almost lost myself there. What was that? The Roottrees versus RR. RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock. And second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. I'm assuming they're sibling, right? Due to the ironclad wording of Clansted Trust, it was impossible to remove an indirect descendant, okay? Okay, RR, baby Roottrees was trying to get rid of somebody born out of wedlock. The second baby, right? Oh, who's RR? Whose child is that? That is, oh my gosh, wait, did I not put that child in? Who is that child? That child's this child. Hello. Oh gosh, who are you? I forgot. Like, you used a weird name, but I feel like it was like a cover-up name, was it not? Also, Coastal. Who is that? I wrote down Coastal before. I'm getting sidetracked. Bonnie Hudson. Oh, that's also helpful. Bonnie and Guy Hudson, probably married. Christopher Hudson. You know, it might be helpful for me to look at the names. Gosh. Orich. Ronald. Ronald Roottrees, Robert Roottrees. It could be one of those two. November. Something said November on this one, right? Hold on. On the back of the photo, in childish print writing, it says November. November? Is that November? November? November Roottrees. It's the Floozies cover. My band. Yeah, I know it's the Floozies cover, but Candy, that's your name. Candy. I'm like, I knew it wasn't like a real name. I thought it was like a fake name she made up, but maybe her name is actually Candy. So maybe musician. Student. I don't know if this is college or... All right, grade school. Bless, we're on a roll. Candy, Wolf, and Eliza M. locked in. Perfect. And Walter, sadly, also locked in. Candy and a Candy Company family? Look at that, Candy. I think this is where I was last time. I was looking into Gwendolyn. She was a housewife. She married James Morden, not James Marsden. And then they had Angie and Zach. Now, I don't know who each of them married, so we have to look into that. But Zach became the second president of the Candy Company. As you can see, I'm very well aware of what we were doing last time. We have all of these fun things to look at that'll help us find out who's who. And our PC, our very high-tech computer. It is December 6th, 1998. You know, the simpler times. These are all the searches we just did. Oh my gosh, we've been searching a lot. We searched last time the Roottrees versus RR. Yeah, I really don't know where to start, guys. Where do we even pick up? Hell yeah, the good old days. The good old days. Did I get everybody in that one picture? Because this picture has literally everybody, and I don't know who all these people are. So let's start there. Okay, we have Bonnie, Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M, Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottree, Clark Carl, and Eli M, all in this photo. So these are for sure already done. That's Eli M, that's Miracle Jr. That computer can run StarCraft and Quake. Probably good. Who do we think? Because I think, didn't we find out that Bonnie Hudson and Guy Hudson, they're together? I don't know who any of these people are. And then the other thing, in childish print writing is November. I think, because didn't we find out somebody was named November? Because I was looking at, like, if you look through the names, there is a November in here. November Roottrees. And I think that it means that November is the child. I don't know whose child is November. That's one of them. All right. Zachariah. Eloise. Deborah Bean. Who are you? Laura Carlson. Sam Cottrell, Stephanie Cottrell, Linus Cornwall, Sarah Kosel. Kosel was a name that I wrote down, and I can't remember where I wrote it down and in what context. Granddaughter, father's side, Kosel? Can I look up Kosel? Oh, that's searching in my history, just kidding. Kosel. Nothing there. Clearly my note-taking skills not great. Clergy watch. Is it like one word? Clergy watch? Miracle Jr. doesn't go by his full name in promotional materials. Instead, he is shortened to Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr., we know about him. According to Clergy Watch, exposed. We all knew that. Someone's maiden name. Yeah, and I can't remember whose maiden name it was. I think it was Lauren. No, because Lauren Roottrees became Lauren Rafferty. So who is this? Kosel. Where did I read that? I think maybe the best bet is to go through all of this stuff again. That's Stephanie Jones. This was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. It had a handwritten note attached that seemed personal. It is a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back of is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times and her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love, and now 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. Now, CM, I have a question mark next to CM that I wrote down before, so not sure. CM. Do I have anything CM related? I don't think so. Is there a CM on here that I'm not remembering? Oh, actually I can look at like all the names, right? CM. CM. Caroline Morden? Maybe? Who would that be? Is she one of Jim's kids? That would explain the unconventional family. Jim. Now, who is Jim? I don't remember Jim. Jim is James. I got James's kids already down. Candy and Wolf. There's also a Charlie. Did I miss a Charlie?
Okay, James.
James. Carolyn Morden. I don't see a Charlie M. Is there a Charlie M? Do I have a Charlie M somewhere? Hi, by the way. Hi, Akira. Welcome to the stream. I was thinking of someone else who had all the divorces. Oh, Clark. Clark, who worked with Jim. So, on the right track. Great. Clark Rafferty, the musician. He dated, or he was married to Danielle when he was 18. Then he got remarried to Jane and had a child with Jane. And then divorced Jane and then got a new spouse who I don't know who that is yet. And they had kids. All right, Clark. I don't know why Clark isn't confirmed yet. These were confirmed, but that one wasn't. Maybe I've messed up Clark somehow. Is he somebody else? Is he maybe not a musician now? What is Clark's latest job? Because he was a musician, but it wants to make sure it says the most recent occupation. What was he? What did Clark? Did we? Clark Rafferty. A few fan sites for the band Jim and Diamond seems to mention that he used to make music with Clark Rafferty. They mentioned an album called These Times. And then if we went to here, Clark Rafferty, These Times. Oh yeah, there was like the skip it or flip it. Please skip this album. It's terrible, you know? Jingle Maker, is that a title? Travel agent, student secretary, screenwriter, retail, public speaker, professor, pro athlete, principal, preacher, president, pilot, nurse, news anchor, model, military, media mogul, mechanic, manufacturing, lawyer, interior design, housewife, hairdresser, firefighter, farmer, driver, doctor, director, dancer, construction, comedian, chef, CEO, cashier, baby. That's a job. Author, artist, architect, advertising. He's probably in advertising, not a musician. Search the band name in the magazine. I think we did. The band name, Jim and Diamond. Did I do this? Hold on. Maybe I didn't. I feel like I've looked up Jim and Diamond everywhere. Maybe I didn't look at this specific one. A review and interview from 1979 titled A Reluctant Hitmaker, Jim Goes Into His First Band. Until a few years ago, Jim and I were in C&J and J&D with my cousin and his ex. Yes, we did read this. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters, so the four of us has sort of a cutesy family band thing going on. Yeah, we've read this. Not our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her and Jane's other sister, everything exploded. No more family band. And we don't know the sister's name, right? I don't think we found out what the third sister, who that was. The Homewrecker. We did read this last time. It doesn't hurt to go over again. Yeah. Refresh, jog the memory. I'm like, I don't remember what any of this means. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then, we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Roland is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade, he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Rafferty-Tunes, and he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Okay. I feel better about putting advertising here rather than musician because it is the most recent occupation. Oof, her ankles were definitely out. The Homewrecker ankles. The searching C and J bring up the same article. Let's do that. C and J. C and J and J and D. Nothing relevant. What about just C and J? Nothing relevant. Channel point redeem idea. We listen and we don't judge. Someone redeems everyone admits something about themselves in Strim community rules. Nina reads out each one, repeating, we listen and we don't judge. I do like that. That's a good one. Because we do listen and we don't judge. Other way around, C and J and D. Isn't that what I wrote? Oh, with the ampersand, C and J and D. Thank you. Sorry, I was putting the ampersand in the wrong spot. No, it comes up with these times again, which is what happened when I looked up these times. C and J and D. Clark Rafferty, Jim Roottrees, and two of the LaRue sisters. Okay. What else can we look into with them? Because who did he marry post LaRue marriage? Also, who's her child? Okay. CM, I'm not sure where to go from there with that. This is just, we have a shady client. This is more about Jim. Going down to the city. Peter Janowitz says how we found out about the Music Monthly plays, or magazine. I think I've gotten most of what I can out of here. The lyrics, it says there's no clues. The 5 flavors for the 5 kids. We do know that's grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and miracle berry with egg cream somewhere. Egg cream banished from the family. It's a game I gotta do in one sitting because I won't remember my own thought processes. I know, I'm I'm really upset we didn't do it in one sitting because I'm gonna forget everything. But we were streaming for a very long time on Saturday and I did need to get lunch. So, you know what? I'd rather not die of starvation. Oh, this is the tell-all. There's a ton of stuff in there. Clark. What is her name? Do we know? Is there a random LaRue just hanging out in the wait, was Jane? No, he married Jane. And then is there another LaRue? Kim LaRue. Oh my gosh, wait. Who's Kim LaRue? And then there's Jessica Rafferty-Laroux and Katrina Rafferty-Laroux, which means that his kids are probably Rafferty-Laroux. Did you search up Clark's company? Oh, Raffertoons. Didn't look up Raffertoons. Is that what it's called? Raffertoons. Ah, there we go. We're printing some stuff out. A website about Raffertoons, Clark Rafferty-Laroux's advertising firm. On it, Rafferty-Laroux. Is he a Rafferty-Laroux? Did he hyphenate his name? On it, there is an about page, and you find a picture labeled the inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children. And when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down for the picture, he had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. The photo is now in your evidence. Oh my gosh. Where is it? Oh gosh. Clark, is that you? How unfortunate. You found this photo on the Raffertoons website. It was labeled the inspiration for the famous ad campaign. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children, and while his wife was trying to get Katrina, his youngest, to calm down for the picture, he had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. Okay. So poor Clark lost his hair. Good heavens. Okay. So these have to be the Rafferty-Larouxs. Do we think that's the OG LaRue, or do we think it's the LaRue sister that he may have married after? Because the homegirl's brunette in that photo. I don't know. Bald. Because maybe this is Kim LaRue. Maybe. And then the oldest youngest is Katrina, and this is Jessica LaRue. Okay, youngest. No, this is the youngest, sorry. Got their pictures mixed up. Youngest. Okay, maybe their job is just student again, like kindergarten through 12, maybe. I don't know. That's a pure guess, but I think we're on to something. 2 kids, that has to be the third one, right? I think so. If he's not counting his youngest as whoever this child is. Maybe they're estranged. I don't know. Cheating on your wife with her sister and then marrying her, low-key crazy. Insane. Like, you didn't have to marry her, but okay. Interesting. So I'm fairly certain about that. I don't know who this other child is. Sorry if I'm confusing, but should not the LaRue parent to LaRue the other name? What? Oh, Rafferty-Laroux? I think is that what we mean? I don't know. It's Clark Rafferty, Kim LaRue, and they have their children, Katrina and Jessica Rafferty-Laroux. Hyphenated. Seeing my ex at the family reunion is insane. Oh, just wild. There's not another, like, he's not Clark Rafferty-Laroux either, even though he is on the website. So Clark Rafferty. There's also Chris Rafferty, who was that one person that I wrote down that one time. Remember that? That one time that thing happened? Oh, goodness. We have a lot of names. Okay. What other route can I go down? Because I don't think I'll know who this is. Because there's really not much about the LaRues. Would I look them up? Let me see Roottrees Super Bowl. Can I try that? Roottrees Super Bowl? The Roottrees Maple Super Bowl commercial from 1994 has a family bickering in a department store, and the father bites into a Roottrees Maple Crisp. Time stops and a jingle plays while he dances down the aisle. As he does, different things in the department store become Roottrees candy. For example, a bed that the father collapses onto becomes a giant chocolate bar. The jingle, Need the Rest, went on to be featured in other commercials with other scenarios. Need the Rest. This is a famous jingle for Roottrees Maples originating in the Super Bowl commercial. The jingle goes, when you're surrounded by madness and mayhem, reach for the best. There's enough there to share, but let's face it, you need the rest. Okay, I don't know if that got us to a dead end. He sent an email to the conspiracy guy. Yes, the Clark Rafferty guy. He was in the emails. More like, what other route can you go down? We have a Stephanie Rafferty or Rafferty-Laroux. Stephanie? I don't think so. We have Diamond, Jane, and Kim LaRue. Is that a Stephanie Rafferty? Stephanie? We have a Stephanie Cottrell and a Stephanie Landon. I feel like we have seen Stephanie somewhere, right? Was Stephanie... was this Stephanie Jones? This is Stephanie Jones. Stephanie Jones. And CM. Carl. Alright, where else can we look? Carl Roottree. You search Stephanie Jones? I don't think... Oh, I think I did, actually. Stephanie Jones, because we found the periodical thing about her. Stephanie Jones, yes. Butler County Times, because we went here. We did Butler County Times, Stephanie Jones. We did all that. Most recent mention of Stephanie Jones, A Small Report. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones, has lived in Butler County her whole life. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Though she is a distant cousin of the Rootrees, her mother, Caroline, a local artist who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Caroline Roottree, maybe. Caroline Roottree. Caroline, what is her name? Landon? No, Caroline Jones? Landon? What do you mean she was on the thing? Stephanie Jones. Wasn't it on the cover of the Butler County Times? Local artist who appeared on the front page of the Butler County... Okay. Caroline somebody. Is it significant that Stephanie Jones is pregnant? Probably. We probably have to find where she fits on the tree, and then her child would be, like, occupation. Baby. Wasn't there someone on the tree who's adopted? I think so. Right here. Guardian, adoption or otherwise. What if her baby is named Love? Could be. Is it that Caroline adopted her, or is Caroline, like, birth mother without a father in the picture, but then married somebody? Could be adoption. Could be, like, she was married to somebody. Oh, yeah, that would be her child. The father, and then the woman, her partner, who is, like, adopted parent, right? So this might be Stephanie, do we think? Birth mother, adoptive mother? Stephanie, where are you? I like that theory. Stephanie Landon. Politician? Politics. Yay! Ooh. These 3 entries are correct. So we got the Rafferty-Laroux children. Still don't have Clark locked in. Why is Clark not locking in yet? Wouldn't it be hilarious if Nina also missed me saying radical this time? Oops. Carl, I mean radical. I'm Sorry, I'm blind. Jones is her husband's name. We could probably get him too. We probably can. Okay. Cool. We got Kim also locked in. So these guys, Clark. Why is Clark not locking? Clark, something's up with you. Maybe his picture's wrong. I don't know. Gotta be the picture? It's gotta be, because look, that one's not locked in either. You know what? I messed up their pictures. That one, and then you're this one. They were both brunette, I couldn't tell. I was going off the beard alone. I was like, beard, facial hair, all goes there. But I think they switched. That's gotta be it. Okay. Cleaned that up. Then Stephanie has a child. I mean, I don't think I have a picture of the child. Maybe? Oh, not a child, a spouse, excuse me. I'm like, where is your child? Your child is still in the womb. Was it Brian Jones? I think is in that photo. Help. Gosh. My brain will work eventually, you know? One day it's gonna happen and it's over for all of you. Okay, then the mom was Caroline Morden, which would make sense being a Morden child. CM, Caroline Morden. Caroline was the one that was writing to Carl. And Caroline was what now? Caroline was an artist, local artiste. Actor, artiste. Do we think that one...
Seatbelts, everyone!
Iced for Life, how are you doing? Welcome to the struggle bus. We are struggling to keep our brain cells working, so welcome aboard. Once Nina gains reading comprehension, she'll be unstoppable. You tell him. I will be. Who is this? Debbie. I don't think I know Debbie yet. I may not get Debbie involved when I'm working with Caroline. Do I know Caroline? Caroline is in this photo. Says Caroline. Caroline. Who's giving Caroline energy? Is Caroline the pregnant one? And that one's Stephanie? Alright, one of them is Caroline. Sweet Caroline. Okay. Let's see Caroline Morden. If she's an artist, she might be searchable. Caroline Morden. Caroline is listed on a few art websites without much detail. She seems to be associated with a movement called PFLAG. What the heck is PFLAG? An organization founded in the 70s. The acronym stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. Okay, is there anything else I can find out about that? Can I do the full thing? Friends of Lesbians and Gays. Well, dang. I wonder where else I could find PFLAG. PFLAG, where would that be on? Maybe Butler County? Caroline Morden also was on the cover of this at one point. We're printing, we're back on track. You find a cover story about local art installations, including one by Caroline Morden. There isn't much about Caroline as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. We love a PFLAG, yes. The angry one looks like someone who'd be described as a distant relative in the future. Could be. That might be it. Accompanying the story, there is an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It is captioned, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis' Burden. This sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and the Beauty of Women. According to a quote further down, Atlantis' Burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. Now we know what Caroline looks like. A beaut. We already knew she was gonna be a hottie. Alright. Atlantis' burden. Cool, cool, cool. So that one's Caroline. Where did Caroline go? There you are. DS20, how are you doing? Welcome to the struggle bus. Welcome aboard. Once I identify her, I can add her second picture. Okay, Caroline Morden. Stephanie Landon. I'm assuming the father's name would be Landon then? Mark Landon? That seems right. And then we need to figure out who Caroline married after
Okay,
splitting up with Mark.
James.
James. I think it's coming together. I hope there's a James in here besides old Jim Bob down there. Okay. Their story's coming together. But, alright, is there anything I missed about Caroline? Atlantis' burden. Atlantis' burden. Nothing relevant. I want to know more about P flag. What else? Can I look up P? Did I look up P flag in here? No. Okay. Well, where to next? These Morden children. We know Caroline's sibling? P. Not the P flag. It's P flag. I might go ahead and put a housewife here for Angie. Because wasn't it that everyone was a housewife before Gwen? Alright. We finally got Clark. Caroline and Angelica. We got some extras also thrown in there. Poif, 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 poif. Booyah. Alright. Our flag means pee. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I've got almost, okay, so everybody in the 5 pieces I got minus these two, or these 3 who they married. Got these guys. Need your spouse. Nicole goes down here, but I don't know who Nicole is. I don't know your occupation. I can also put Caroline's other thing in here. Who is Caroline? Caroline's one of them. Do you think it's the one with the glasses? Is that the same person? Are those prescription? P. Okay. I guess also we can go down the list of names, maybe that'll help me out. That's actually been very, very helpful. Deborah Bean, I think, is Debbie. Debbie in this photo? Debbie. Much love, Debbie. That's gotta be Debbie, right? Deborah Bean. Is Deborah important? Debbie Bean. Who else do we have that sounds familiar? Cornwall. Bonnie Hudson and Guy Hudson. Either brother and sister or married, right? Well, I guess they wouldn't be married, they'd have different names, right? They'd be siblings? Siblings are dating. Level impossible. All right, Guy Hudson, I don't know where he fits in, but he was president at one point before Ernie Jr. became president. And I don't know who Ernie Jr. is. And her weird children. Son of Ernie Sr. Hope that helps. It does, actually. Ernie Sr. is probably on here somewhere. Is there an Ernie Sr.? You say it like a joke, but it could actually help because the firstborn son of every family has the same name. Or all the juniors, you know? Is there an Ernie here? There's an Edward, an Elias, a Clancy, if you will. An Ernie. There's gotta be an Ernie in here. In the 3rd generation, there's gotta be an Ernie, and then this generation is an Ernie Jr. Correct? I don't even know where to go from here. Caroline. Who's your brother, Caroline? Zachariah Morden? Is that how you spell it? How do you spell Zach Morden? Nothing? I feel like we hit a dead end with Caroline. I'm kind of bummed about it. I was super excited about her story. Butler County Times. Sam. Samantha. I already got Samantha. Can you search Ernie with one of the last names you have from the previous generation? Ernie, I guess Ernie Roottrees would probably be the one. Unless Ernie married into the family. Ernie Morden, maybe? Wasn't there an Ernie M? I feel like there was an Ernie, oh, it was an Eli M. Ernie Morden? Morden? Try Butler County Times or the business magazine for Zach. I think we did that though. Business Watch for Zach Morden. Zachariah Morden? How do you spell your name, Zachariah? E-N, sorry. Morden. There we go. In 1959, there's a small blurb about Zach Morden, son of James and Gwendolyn Morden, and grandson of Elias Roottrees, inheriting the candy company. He is quoted as saying, "Elias entrusted me with carrying on his legacy, and that's what I plan to do. Along with 5 pieces, our chocolate maple products are selling incredibly well. We will not be making any changes." Okay, Zachariah. Maybe Butler County Times. Let's look that. Nothing there. Oh, yes, Business Watch. Wasn't he on something? Or am I thinking of somebody else? I'm thinking of Carl. Just kidding. I haven't identified these two. The knockoff Hardy Boys. Gwen and the Boys. These are her children. Who I think I'm just gonna throw in here so I don't lose track of them. Gwen and the Boys. These are the boys. We're just gonna throw them in. I don't know who they are. I don't know. Did they take Forsyth as the name? No. Probably gotta be a Roottrees, huh? Took their mom's name. We got Jack, Christina, November. We know November is the child from that one photo. Robert, Ronald, and Tessa. Are they giving Robert and Ronald? I don't know. The Sprouse twins look great, don't they? Okay. I don't know, she seems like somebody who would give them rhyming names. Oh, wasn't it that RR, one of her children that was born out of wedlock? RR. It was the whole, like, the Roottrees versus RR. Remember? And I don't remember, I think it was like on Starlit maybe, that we read about Gwen Roottrees, that she had a child out of wedlock and then one of the brothers tried to push the other brother out of like the family fortune or whatever. I'm making a ton of sense, clearly. Okay, let me read this again because I feel like this is gonna help us with her children. Gwen Roottrees was often in Starlit. Most mentions were around the time of her divorce in 1958 from Wild Bill Williams. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. Others mention that the rumor is Wild Bill had multiple affairs which left her heartbroken. There is also an interview from earlier in mid-1957 where she was asked about her last name. She answered, "The power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power." Now, where did Cornwall come from? There is a Cornwall on the thingamabob? There is a Cornwall here. A Linus Cornwall. How are you connected to Linus Cornwall? Your father? Cornwall. Okay, that makes sense now. All right, Margot. Marrying a Linus Cornwall. Okay. Roottrees has power. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild, combined with the alliteration Williams, is incredibly memorable. Although we've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a Starlet exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottrees for the last name, not Williams. But we also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both our families' names for the next generation. Okay, so I think either one or both of her kids are ours. Claire, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We are struggling to figure out who all these people are. Who are you people? RR. They're going with alliteration. Maybe she had twins. But then how would one of them be born out of wedlock? Unless they were both born out of wedlock. Who would be pushing out who? I don't know. The RR boys. The railroad boys. Yeah, I'm thinking they're Ronald and Robert. It's gotta be. Maybe they're both ours. I'm gonna put them here for now just as placeholders, but I don't think that's right. They could be in college. I don't know, unless they have jobs. Let me not assume. Something like that is happening over there. But those are definitely her children, based off of this. Gwen and the boys, the RR boys. Cool. Gotten them. Got that. This one I'm not sure about. This is Deborah Bean. This photo is tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath a candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, "To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him taking over. For him after taking over. Because Carl took... Okay, so wait. Let me focus my brain for a second. Carl was the 5th president. Ernie Jr. was the 4th president. Guy Hudson was the 3rd president, Zach was the 2nd, and Elias was the 1st. So Guy and Ernie are somewhere in here, these generations. Ernie Jr. That means Guy Hudson's up here somewhere. Guy's gotta be... Oh, maybe they're all of the same. Did they really run through presidents all within the same generation? Boom, boom, boom. The R article? Should we go to the R article? I was playing through this game with another streamer, but she had to go, so I searched for other people playing this. I'm glad you're here. I'm very confused, so we're floundering through it, but we'll eventually get there. But I'm glad you're here with us. Well, I don't know where to go from that. Other than I know there's an Ernie here. Are there 2 Ernies, or is there... I can look up the names, hold on. Are there 2 Ernies, or are there only 1? Ernie. Ernest, he's probably an Ernest. There's an Ernest Madsen and an Ernest Jr. Madsen. Okay. Which means the juniors in this era, and the other Ernies in this generation. Maybe this is Ernie. Are there 2 Madsen? There's a Gwyneth and an Ernest Jr. There's also a Nicole. Wait, is that the only Nicole? Because Nicole is definitely... No. Okay, so Nicole Smith might be Miracle's wife. Nicole Smith, and then the Madsons are all related, maybe. Pure guess. Okay, wait. I've already lost the plot. Madsen. If there's an Ernest who had 3 children, Ernest Jr., Gwyneth, and Nicole. So is there a man on here that would have had 3 children? Or is there a Madsen just like hanging out around here that's not even related to them? Because there's a 3 children right there. Which would then make them in the same generation of these children, though. See, I thought I could process of elimination do it, but I don't know if that's like... Unless an... I don't know. I think I hurt my head. I don't know if I'm making any sense anymore. Let me find a page. The Madsen family. What's up with them? Okay, so we have an Ernest Madsen, who definitely had to have had an Ernest Jr. Madsen. Okay. Now there's also a Gwen, a Gwyneth, a Gwen, whatever you want to call them, and a Nicole. We've lost the plot. Start over. At this point, honestly, between the break between Saturday and now, I think I should have just started over. Then there's those 2 with also the same name. Burn the save file. Okay. Ernie was a man full of love, not for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you 3 did together. Okay. Well, it's how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. So Ernie Jr. definitely was president, died, and then handed off to Carl. I think that's what it is. As for myself, it's impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. That's gotta be Nicole. Nicole Madsen. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking, that Ernest Jr. I don't know if this is Junior or OG Ernest, but it's giving Junior because they're of the same generation. Ernest Jr. and Debbie got married and had Nicole. That's where the Madsen name comes in. Those are Ernest Jr.'s children. So Ernest Madsen had Ernest Jr. and Gwyneth Jr. potentially, maybe a sibling. And then Ernest Jr. married Debbie and had Nicole. And they were of the same generation, I think, as Carl and Brenda, because they were all friends. So this is Carl and Brenda over here, which means that somebody on here is Ernest Jr. Madsen. With at least 1 child. So it could be that guy. Samantha Roottrees. Samantha could have been with an Ernest. This one doesn't have a child, and that one doesn't have a child. So I think we're down to like either these 3 being Ernie Jr. This one says you can put a picture in, which makes me think it's gonna be Debbie. I don't know. Deborah Bean. Let's run with it. And then this would be Nicole, the baby. Nicole Madsen. I don't know what Ernie looks like. Ernest Madsen Jr. And then this one being Ernest Madsen. And he was the 4th president before Carl took over. I don't know. I'm feeling alright about it, but not great. I wonder... Ernest Madsen? I wonder if he's in, like, the business thing, because he's also a president. Ernest Madsen? I knew it! An article from 1982 announces that Ernest Madsen Jr. is taking over the day-to-day operations of Roottrees after the previous president died unexpectedly. That was, Guy Hudson, when Guy Hudson died. Guy Hudson was the 4th president. No, the 3rd president. And he died. Little is known about Ernest, but sources close to the family who have asked to remain anonymous have made it clear that he is more than qualified. There are rumors that Ernest had originally trained to succeed Zach Morden, but had been passed up for unspecified reasons. Business Watch also managed to get a quote from the company's publicist. The last 4 years at Roottrees have been rough. In an attempt to keep our products relevant to the modern audiences, some of our decisions have had unintended consequences. From the fancy flavors misstep. What's the fancy flavors misstep? Fancy? Uh-oh, they started to make like caviar and oyster flavored candies and they misstepped. I don't know. What's fancy flavors? Truffle. To the batter up bar. Ooh. We've taken a bit of a tumble to the public eye, but Mr. Madsen is committed to getting back to basics. Okay, but before Ernest Madsen, there was Guy Hudson. A small article from 1977. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister, Bonnie, that has to be Bonnie. Bonnie Hudson and Guy Hudson are twins. No stranger to the public when it comes to Roottrees snacks. They both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Another thing I gotta look up. It's the Roottrees Pretty Patties. The fancy flavors, the Pretty Patties of the Roottrees. Boys and Girls Agree era. Maybe it was the Roottrees version of Fancy Feast, maple candy for cats. It could be that. I'm gonna look it up. We'll figure out what it is. Now, Guy is taking over the Roottrees company at the end of the year. Who would have known that one of these 2 adorable redheads, Guy credits his mother and father, Angie and Christopher. Oh man, this gave us everything I needed. Angie and Chris Rafferty? Maybe? I don't know. Angie and Chris had Bonnie and Guy, all redheads, looking gorgeous, with providing his fiery dew. Okay, so Christopher is also a redhead. Arguing over everything but chocolate would grow up to take over the whole company. Guy's uncle and current president, Zachariah, has decided to take an early retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted as saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara," I know his wife's name now too. What a gold mine. Clara and Zach plan to reflect on life well lived. Guy is new to the business world and he's family. We at Roottrees have faith in his innovative ideas and he's eager to share them with the world. We like to think that Boys and Girls Agree that he's ready to succeed. That was a lot. Let me go put those in and then I've got to look up Fancy Flavors, Batter Up, and Boys and Girls Agree. Whatever those mean. Okay, so Zachariah and Clara Lansing, they got married, had their kids. And then Guy and Bonnie are twins. Now, which one of them had children? Did Guy have children? I feel like if Guy had children, he would have passed on the company to the children? I don't know. Let's do Guy and Bonnie. And then Angie and Chris. Christopher Hudson, maybe. Yes, because Guy Hudson, Bonnie Hudson. Just kidding, not Rafferty. Has nothing to do with this. That's on me jumping to conclusions. Alright, so Guy and his twin sister were redheads. You look like a redhead. Redhead or redhead? I mean, they look like twins. Like, that has to be them, right? Twins. You have a photograph of the entire third generation? I do. That's the one that I'm pulling from right now. This one. The, what are they called? The free spirit generation? They look like these two. That's gotta be them. I believe it. It's giving redhead, it's giving twins. And she's pregnant, so she's the one with children. Bonnie must be the one who had the kids. Looks pregnant here. I don't want to assume, but she's like holding it, so maybe it's safe to assume, but also don't assume that somebody's pregnant. Had kids. Okay, who else is in this picture though? Because now I have these two, would have to be, if I've got Bonnie, Bonnie's identified, Guy's identified. Carolyn? She's the artist. That's you, I think, maybe. Then we have Gwen, who is it? Gwendolyn. I can't read my handwriting. No, sorry, Gwyneth M. Gwyneth M? Miracle Jr. Gwendolyn. One of these is Gwyneth M and one of them is Gwendolyn. These two. Okay. We'll get to them. I don't know, but I think for the most part I've identified those people. Now, Guy was president number three, because he was before Ernie. And Guy died. Maybe either of those women, Gwendolyn, should have been a crime. Gwendolyn! There's so many Gwens and Gwendolyns and Gwyneths. My gosh. Bonnie, what did you do? Is Bonnie Hudson in, like... I don't know. She could have a job because she's after Gwen's generation. Gwen's generation. Because before Gwen, they were all housewives. So she could actually be something other than a housewife. Alright. I know which one has to be Gwendolyn, but I'm not sure if you have enough to know it yet. Okay. We might have seen it, and I'm not quite sure if we found a clue of it yet. Where do I go from here? I feel like I lost my train of thought. I was going to search for fancy flavors. Haha, now we can find out if it's actually cat food or not. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Roottrees. In an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own wealth, which was often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea if they had added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. Oh my gosh, I was kidding! There was caviar! This philosophy led to a flavor in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar! I was joking! That's disgusting! Caviar flavored maple candy? Guy was not joking, he was not. I was. Guy was like, you know what the people need? Caviar flavored candy. Oh gosh, Guy. Maybe that's how he died. Give me some of that fish egg candy. I mean, I love me some caviar, I love me some roe, but I do not want maple candy that tastes like it. Guy has lots of good ideas. Tons of them. The poors, they would love this. Okay, it was very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. Well, apparently that was a misstep and a flop. Do we think it had popping bubbles in there for the full experience? I don't even know how you would make caviar flavored candy. Was it maybe like maple candy with caviar inside? Okay, guy, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, Batter Up Bar? The Batter Up Bar was a failed candy bar released by the Roottrees Company. Launched with great fanfare in 1980, it was meant to evoke the classic combination of pancakes and maple syrup. The name came from the fact that its recipe used a creamy imitation of pancake batter as its filling. Imitation pancake batter. Okay. And the packaging had baseball imagery. Customers loved the taste and the candy launched to stellar reviews, but after a little less than a month on the shelf, it was discovered that the filling of unopened bars began to separate and developed an off-putting texture described as powdery chunks floating in oily goop. This odd consistency made it the punchline of late-night jokes for weeks, solidifying its reputation as a failure. You know what I want my candy to be described as? Powdery chunks floating in oily goop. Batter filling? Not batter filling. Imitation batter. My gosh. You use calcium salts to make caviar from fruit juice. Oh, I didn't need to know that. Not the caviar from fruit juice. Tag yourself, I'm oily goop. I guess I'll be powdery chunks. Disgusting. I don't think there's anything I can go off from this. I think that all we've gained from this search is just a gag reflex, but okay. Boys and girls agree. Okay. Ew. Give me some of that oily goop candy. Okay. You find a site about successful ad campaigns. One of the ads listed is from the late 50s, Boys and Girls Agree. It's a series of television and magazine ads for Roottrees chocolate bars. The ad campaign is described as having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed, except when it comes to one thing. Both of them agree that Roottrees is their favorite. The first advertisement in the series was the most memorable due to the bright red hair of the boy and girl involved. One of the magazine advertisements has been added to your evidence. Okay, so that's gotta be the redhead children. I mean, I was assuming it was Bonnie and Guy, right? From the late 50s? Boys and girls never agree on anything except Roottrees. Alright. That's gotta be Bonnie and Guy. Boo! Sexism advertising. It was the 50s. I would like to think we've evolved since then. I think that's them. So once I get them locked in, I can put their other pictures in there. The chocolate looks good as hell, though. That chocolate did look very good. Where is it? Some good chocolate. I have to keep reminding myself it's maple candy. Like, I don't know if that's, like, as good. I don't know. Maybe I haven't had maple candy to know, but I just feel like it'd be so sweet. Okay. I feel like that's all I know about them. And she had children, but I don't know with who. I don't know who her kids are. Unless her kids are the redhead kids, but that can't be the 50s, because that's in this generation. The 90s. They were like here in the 90s. Maple candy is great, but I'm legally required to say that as a Canadian. Yeah. Canada. Known for the maple. Okay, where do I go from here? This generation, I'm missing two girly pops. Gwendolyn and Gwyneth M, Gwen M, and then the rest of the guys in this generation. Although, I don't know, because... Wait, was it this generation? No, it's this one. At least I got Bonnie and Guy. Ernie Jr. is also with them. Ernie Jr., I put you there. I don't know which one is Ernie Jr. though. He's one of these guys. Is there another Madsen? I know another Madsen. Gwyneth Madsen. Oh, Gwyneth M! Girlie, hiding from me. Gwyneth M and Ernie both in that picture. That's how I know. Okay, but I don't know who's who. Who looks related? Who's brother and sister here? Okay. I don't have anything that's standing out, but... Okay. This one's November. I know that, but I don't know whose child November is. Where does November come in? Do you know who Caroline Morden's second partner was? I do not. I don't know how to find that. I'm looking for that, because yeah, she was married, split up, and then had a partner that was guardian of or adopted parent for Stephanie. I don't know who this is though. Are the redheads on the right the kids from the ad? I think so. I think because they were kids in the 50s, that these were the children. So once I get them locked in, I can put their pictures with them as well. I don't know what Bonnie did. Like, what was Bonnie doing in life? Bonnie Hudson? Nothing related. How can I figure out what Bonnie did? Can I look up Christopher Hudson? Christopher Hudson. Nothing. And when I just did Guy Hudson, it brought me to all that other stuff that was, yeah, the caviar flavored nonsense. Okay. I think I've looked up all the presidents in this thing. Woof. Ed Sheeran on the right kind of looks like the redheaded boy in the ad. Ed Sheeran on the right, this guy? Guy and Bonnie, I think we're right about that. I think I just gotta find out the rest of the people in this generation. Gwyneth and... oh gosh, who are you? One of these two is Ernest, and the other one is... Clark? No, that's Clark. Oh yeah, Clark. Clark is in that picture. Who else is in that picture? Which one looks like Clark? Is Clark the one with the mustache? Or is Clark this guy? He looks like he'd write a jingle. Ugh. Clark. You are... Clark is not these guys, because those are Lauren's brothers. That's Clark. Totally forgot bald guy's Clark. Okay, Clark without the glasses, I think. That's Clark. Clark has got to be the guy in the back with the long hair. I think that's him. And I forgot this one, who looks nothing like him. That's also Clark. Wait, who is, did I not distinguish who this guy was? Who is that? Is that Lauren's husband? Jacob? Is that Jacob? Lauren is also in another photo somewhere, but... There we go. Lauren and Jacob. Alright, so if that's Clark, that leaves Ernest Jr. to be that guy. And then Gwyneth... Who's his sister? I don't know. I don't know who the sister is. Getting somewhere, though. We need to wait a minute. Who are you? Sound for this game, I know. Beret girl? How do we know? How do we know it's not her? Who is that? Who are you? Let me go back through here. Bonnie, we got. Guy, we got. That's Bonnie and Guy right there. Caroline is that one with the glasses. Gwyneth M, I'm not sure. Gwendolyn, also don't know. That one's Miracle Jr. That one's Jim. That one's, wait, Clark. Clark is that one. No, that one, Clark. Carl? Eli M. And I think this is Ernie Jr. So Gwendolyn and Gwyneth M. One of these two. Which one? Which one's which? How would I know? How do I distinguish them apart? Who's that? Okay, so this one's gotta be Gwendolyn over here. Because you're an M. A Madsen, right? A Morden. Excuse me, Morden? Gwendolyn Morden. It's Gwendolyn M. Morden, child. Because her and Ernie look pretty similar. Agree to disagree, but I will throw them in. I don't think they look related, but they could be. I'll let it go. We already get the little girl in the front. That's November, but I don't know whose child that is. Whose child is that? Someone come get your child. I mean the girl with the glasses? I thought that was Caroline. Is that not Caroline? Is that not the same person? No, Beret girl. They look exactly the same. I don't know how I didn't see that before. We think glasses girl, Gwyneth? I think now we're right. They look related. It's because I messed this up so bad. That's literally the same person. Oh, help me. All right, and then Gwendolyn. Is this her? I think maybe I've identified their photos. Oh gosh, but I don't know what any of them do for a living. Perpetually mad about the name Gwendolyn. I hate it. Throw it in the trash. Alright, and then Gwyneth married somebody and had a child. Maybe November is her child. November is just thrown into that photo, but I don't know. On the back of the photo in childish print writing, it says November. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What am I missing? Wait, did I just miscount? Ugh. Who is your daddy and what does he do? Who are you, November? I'm fairly certain about. We've put all these people into a place, except for you, November, and that's why it would be scrawled on the back because you're not listed here. You were rewrote on the back. Fine. Carl's a teenager in the middle. Sorry about the water damage. Okay. Who have I not identified? I think I got everyone. Everyone in this one's identified, right? Oh no, the brothers. Lauren, I literally don't know what who your brothers are. Lauren's brothers? I know for a fact Elias, but like which one's Clancy and which one's Edward? I mean, he looks just like the youngest, maybe. You look the oldest. I'm just gonna go off of that, just because you judge a book by its cover. I don't know. But again, I think what I'm hung up on is the jobs. I don't know what literally anyone did for a living. I mean, I can go into Lauren's book. I bet you there's more things about what they did. Madsen, Deborah, and then I guess you're just a student, right? Okay. See if we can get something locked in, because hell, 27 out of 50. We're at least more than halfway there. 30 out of 50 now. We got 20 more. Oof. Okay. Deborah Bean. Clara, Christopher, locked in all of those. Got some extra photos. My gosh. That was a lot. Alright, locked him in. This generation's looking good. Okay, Guy. Bonnie, I don't know what you did in life. That one's definitely Guy, though. That picture. Now, Guy married somebody. But who? There's just a random Eloise in here with no last name. Patricia. Oh yeah, I forgot the Patsy Patricia drama. David the Fourth? David the Third and the Fourth. Are there Davids about? Uh-oh. Where did the Davids come from? Helen, Joan, April, Chris, Jack, Christina, November. I don't know whose child November is. November's gotta be in that last generation. Somebody's kid. Look at Eloise with no last name. See if she's famous. Like Cher or Madonna. It's unusual she only has one name. We can look that up. Just Eloise. Tessa, Thomas Sheridan. No, I have Thomas Overwood. That's who the Thomas I had before was. Penelope Tessa Green. Catherine Wilkins. Jem Wilson. Jason, Steven, and Zach. The Wilsons. There's 4 of them. Okay. Eloise. Let's see if Eloise comes up with anything. Eloise. Nothing relevant. First name Eloise, last name at the plaza. At the plaza. Okay. That's fine. I'll live. I'm thinking that maybe it's one of November's like one of their children, because like November was in that photo, so a child somewhere along the way. Oh, and they also had children. Oh no. My head hurts. Eli M. Nicole. Eli also had a child. Is there another root tree in here that I... Jack, Christina? Maybe November's your child. Do we think November is Eli's child? She is a root tree. She's not like a different name. Right? What would that put her in this generation? None of these are root trees that would have a November root tree. They all changed their names. That's a Hudson. I don't think there's any more root trees after that. Carl. But Carl had those children. James had those children. Oh, Edward root tree. Maybe Edward had November. Roottrees, November could be one of these two. I don't know. I feel like I'm making up stuff as I go. I feel like you have Caroline's photo. You definitely should have her relationship history if I'm remembering the info trail right. Caroline's photo. I do have Caroline's photo. This is Caroline. She married Mark, had Stephanie, broke up with Mark, and had a partner. Caroline. I don't know who her partner was, but I think everything else I've gotten. I know her child. That's Caroline. Where is that thing? Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to Candy Company, but we could talk to the girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie. She could use the publicity your daughters bring. CM. Did you look up the book? The book. The book? Upcoming book. No, I didn't. Thank you. Self-portrait. Thank you. Back on track. Art and the beauty. I was so excited I knew who Caroline was. I totally skipped this. And then my brain short-circuited. Let's go to public library. Self-portrait. Art and the beauty of women. And what is Caroline's last name? Morden. There we go. Published 1987. Art, photography, sculpture. Dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. Is that Eloise? The one name Eloise? Eloise and Stephanie. Cutesy. Okay. Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art, the centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. What a bummer. In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Okay, wait. Her brother-in-law, Gwendolyn's husband, is Dr. Wilson. Gwendolyn married a Wilson. Jason or Steven, or Zach. Oh no. Jason, Steven, or Zach. Or Jam, honestly. Gwendolyn, maybe housewife. Okay, sorry, got distracted. Their marriages led to her double down on her passions, art and the environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees Company's effect on the local environment, and rues how she was not able to convince her father, Zach, to make changes to policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, and that the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter, leaving them all behind for good. He has pushed her to pursue her true loves, art and the beauty of women. Perhaps we can search up Dr. Wilson. We probably could. Let's do that. There's no recovering from being called completely bogus. Completely bogus. Dr. Wilson. I don't know why this is capitalized, like it's initials or something. Like C.B. Wilson. I don't know. Dr. Wilson. Dr. Stephen Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. Dr. Stephen Wilson. Okay. Steve, my boy. which means you have some Wilson children, which we'll figure out their order of birth. We got Jem, Jason, and Zach are their kids. Jem, Jason, and Zach. Okay. Although there are a lot of Stephen Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons, this one apparently found a way to game the research results as he pops to the top every time. His website claims that he is the pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence for this is that he apparently was the doctor for the Roottrees sisters. There is a picture of him on his website as well as a picture of his 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Regardless, the photos have been added to your evidence. There's also a quote that, although credited to his child Jason, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would treat me, my big brother, or my sister. Okay, so Jason is the middle or youngest. So Jason is not the oldest. Okay. Let's take a look at whatever that photo is. I think it's confirmed he has to have been her first and only husband. This guy does sound completely bogus. Yeah. Bogus. Oh. Dr. Stephen Wilson. Not plastic surgeon, but pediatrician. Okay. Stephen. And then the 3 kids. Okay. He's the youngest. This one is Jason. Okay. Picture has a date on it. Seems like this was taken 2 years ago in 1996. Okay, I don't know their ages, but that's definitely Jason, the child. Jason Derulo. Steven. That makes Zach the oldest and Jem the middle? Maybe. I mean, it could still be either way, I think. Let's do it this way. Jem. What is it, Wilson? Zach Wilson? Alright, probably student. Student? I don't know. Okay. Anyone said crisscross applesauce long enough to make your knees hurt? Yes! I love when that happens. It's always why I'm adjusting during stream, because I sit crisscross and I'm like, oh no, my knees. Alright. Got 3 more. Oh no, the shady client!
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet.
So you're a liar. Okay. Yes, but I'm old enough that it takes like 10 minutes. I was so focused and intent of getting some BS accounting work done at work. Finance, I'm not an accountant. Accountant, why must I account? Ugh.
I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake.
Yes.
So I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers. But not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers.
Okay.
I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the 5 Pieces. The truth often isn't.
Oh my gosh, you should meet Lauren. Both make slander pieces if you'd like.
But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me.
Okay. The secret is going to be egg cream at the farm upstate.
To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in.
Okay.
Also, there are fewer root trees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination. It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out.
Oh my gosh.
I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Cryptic. Alright. The next time they returned, they gave you a partial explanation. They hired you to help verify their personal account of the family's history. All that's left to do is finish the family tree and find what's in the locked space, which they said was personal to them. My gosh. I don't know if this is true or not, but we were thinking this actually is Lauren. You know what? Slander piece, a tell-all, it could be Lauren. It checks out. Okay. Where was I? She seriously distracted me. Okay. Maybe college, because you're graduated? College-age student? Zach? Alright, I think I've got that side of the family done. Bonnie also married some boring man. So unknown male. Makes sense. She probably felt bad for coming at Sam so hard the first time and is trying to make it right. Maybe. It could be Lauren. Lauren? Laura? Whatever her name is, Lauren. There's a Laura here. Sam, Stephanie. So there's gotta be maybe like 3 people with the same last name. Kellogg, maybe? Maybe she married a Kellogg. She married Dave the Third and had David the Fourth and Bethany. Maybe. There's some root trees here. Not that I think you married a root tree. Maybe that's it. Maybe you married a Kellogg. David the Third. And then you had David the Fourth. Kellogg? This is just pure guesses. And then Bethany. Who knows what they do for a living, but I'm calling it now. Boring man. As per Caroline Morden. I don't know who Guy married. I married somebody and didn't have kids. Maybe they make cereal. Let's look up David Kellogg. David Kellogg. The Third. No. Kellogg. Alright, where else can we go with the information that I have? Edith Madsen. What did you do for a living? Search for cereal? Cereal? Nothing! How dare they? Cereal does not exist in this universe. Alright, I looked up all of this, which got us to the Gwendolyn and Bonnie settle for boring men. So Bonnie probably also is a housewife. If she's settling for a boring man. And that Caroline didn't like her for that. Let's say housewife. With their children. What a horrible existence they must all live without cereal. A moment of silence. A cereal-free world. Unimaginable. Alright. Okay. So we know that November is not your child, at least. Maybe November's your child. I feel like November's in this group. Because maybe it's somebody's child, but also this could be November. Like, I don't know. Is November in this generation and just part of it? Or is November in this generation and just snuck into the photo? 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And there are 12 people in that photo. Maybe November is part of that generation, is just the youngest out of everyone. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12, yeah. Yeah. These two are the only ones not locked in. Oh, I don't know. Sorry, I'm getting hungry. My brain is slowing down. Lack of food. I had a bowl of ramen earlier. I should have made 2. I knew I needed 2 packets of ramen to get me through this. Miracle, who did you marry? And who are you? Chris Rafferty. Where in the world did this come from? I remember we looked up something about Chris Rafferty. Where was that? I saw it somewhere. Is it in the evidence? Somebody. Do you have any clues about Lauren's brother's occupations? I probably have to go through Lauren's books again. I don't know where that email thing was. It was the conspiracy theory nonsense. Chris Rafferty, the Operation RT-29? Is that what it was? There's something there. Let's look at Lauren's stuff. Maybe we can figure out her brothers. All right. Lauren's brothers, Clancy and Edward. Let's see. Clancy Jr. and Elias and Edward. Okay. This also has to be a root tree down here, whoever this is. I keep spelling their name wrong. Jack or Christina root tree. Right there. What other root tree is there? There's another root tree somewhere. Tessa, who's Tessa? Tessa Green? Penelope Tessa Green? Or Tessa Root? Oh, Tessa root tree. Did I miss that? Oh, Jack, Christina, and Tessa. There were 3 left. Which means 2 of them are going to be this root tree's children, and then 1 of them is going to be that root tree's child. These are the last 3 root trees over here. Alright, so how do we figure out what Elias, Edward, and Clancy did for a living? Okay, the new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Rootree had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud. Samantha Rootree. Is this the second one? That's the re-release. Is this one? No, this is the first one. No, 10 years later. Dumb. I'll go back to that one, but let me see if there's anything about the brothers in here. Because it's been a while since I looked at the first one. A Life Between Wars. Lauren Rootree on the notable Rootree list. Okay. The book was published in 1965 and consists of a diary that stretches 1940 to 1965. The most important event that was much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband, Jacob. Jacob died in the final months in World War II. By skimming the pages of the diary, you glean the following information. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Done, we've got that. Her mother's family was called the Kosels. That's where that came from. Her mother's family, but she hardly ever mentions them. Was that anywhere in here? Her mother's family was the Kosels. Sarah, that was her mom. That's where that was coming from. I'm like, I swear I saw that name somewhere. Okay. Her father, who she always referred to as Pop, was the head lawyer for the Rootree Candy Company and helped write a legal document called the Clancy Trust. It's clear from the context that the Rootrees have internal shorthand names the different generations of the family, the 5 pieces, the next generation, and then the free spirits. All right, complaints. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwen, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but fell on deaf ears. During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had. Dyed my hair blonde to fit in with the 2 of them. We figured all that out. I was the lucky cousin. Now she's off living the glamorous life and I'm stuck here with Clark. I must admit seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me. Harrison Lane. I'm jealous. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in the world? Off topic, a girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me, and now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by a terrible tragedy, I am also lucky to be born into a family that can support me for eternity. Alright, still nothing about her brothers. Dynasty. I wish I had been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding onto it so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. Does that mean he's an architect, preacher, or a lawyer? Came down to us next gens. Or I guess that's the 5 pieces generation. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the root tree name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. So Clancy did volunteer, but he's not part of the company. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granddad has always had very particular views when it came to bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. We figured all that out. I'm next to oldest of all of us, but he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back, maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Alright, Sam. You learned that Elias Roottrees had given it to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in the family gatherings. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. Is Sam on the tree? Did I put her there? Sam's special, nothing adds up. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwen's in Paris. None of us had even met Sam until Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy. Did we figure that out? Uncle Junior was Eli Jr., who married Patsy. I think we figured that out, right? Sam is the one in charge of the farm. Yeah, Samantha. I don't remember if I put Samantha on the tree, though. Is Samantha on here? Samantha. She's there. Just kidding. I have her. And then Eli Jr. Okay. Yeah, we got it. We got that last time. We were on top of it. Oops. Sorry, this way. Clancy swore that he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, Egg Cream, I think, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Where did Clancy work, though? Why is Clancy driving past a farm? What did Clancy do? On hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all 3 are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Apparently he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago. Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make his bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs. Okay. Still doesn't tell me what Eli and Clark and Edward do. Clark's getting married, and in my opinion, far too young. We knew this. Clark... This is all about Clark getting married. They all aspire to be musicians and artists. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Did we know that? Carl and Clancy? Yes, we did. I just don't know what Clancy did for a living. Do I have anything to say what he did? News anchor, preacher, pro athlete, professor. Hell if I know. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Okay. So maybe interracial marriage there. Pop seems to... Do I know that from anything? The name like Clancy Dilf. What an odd thing to say. I mean, it was the times. It was illegal. November is Edward's daughter. Not alive. Okay, so let's get rid of that. That would make more sense, this being November. Okay, student, maybe. Let's pop this back to unknown. Okay. That would make sense. And then, so he married somebody and had November. Okay, okay. That keeps her still in this generation too. All right, that makes sensey poo. That helped out there. But that still doesn't tell me what they do. Paths of knowledge. Paths of knowledge. I mean, unless they're all just students and teachers. She's a student in the 70s. We might have to find out more about her to see if she had a career. That's true. She wouldn't always be a child. What's her latest career? Do we have November Roottrees? November Roottrees? Nothing. Okay. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Okay. As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, which we looked up, it's based on pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising the twins. Gwyn is Gwyn, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. The free spirits in any other family, they'd all end up on the streets, even Clark. Alright. Edward is set to take over his father's department. His job should be the same as his father's. Okay, that would make sense. Edward, lawyer. Lawyered. Okay. Don't know who you married. Okay. Before I continue, can I just go grab a little bit of a snack because I'm very hungry and can't think straight, and I might need a little bit of a snickety snack. Sorry about that. I've got some goldfish and almonds because I can feel my brain shutting down. Alright, let's get back to it. This game seems exhausting. I would need some brain food too. I've had coffee and not enough food. I'm hungry. I'm running on caffeine and fumes. Alright, I was gonna read the second part of Lauren's book so that we can figure out what these brothers did. It makes sense, Edward taking over for his dad, so lawyer. Fair. Let's go to the 10 years later expose. I didn't realize now I'm gonna have to read and have my mouth full. It's alright. We'll live. I'm sorry if the chewing bothers anyone. Okay, new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Roottrees had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud. Samantha Roottrees. We know all about Samantha. And bolognese. That sounds delicious. I am jealous. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retain the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. So that's Samantha. We already know that. We got that locked in. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told her parents died. Apparently Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. We have that already? Yeah, that's already done. We were on top of it last time. Patricia, the daughter of the local steel mogul. Because I know that's not in here because we don't... We don't need to know her. Yeah, we're good. Just kidding. Any bit of information, I'm like, please be part of it. Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance. She became pregnant, and after the birth of her father, refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby Samantha was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. See, that has to be EC. That's egg cream. I know this is egg cream. It has to be. Right? Egg cream, I don't know. Something shady. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that. None of the next gens ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr. and they finally married in their 50s. Okay, again, nothing about her brothers and what they do for a living. Lauren really talked about everybody else's business but her own. And Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, blah, 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 blah. We already know all of this. Sam, clearly I didn't know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a root tree. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the first sister Gwen ever was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Ernie and the kids? Yeah, I guess so. Ernie. Her children seem eager to... Oh, Ernie, her husband. Ernie... Yeah, Ernest, excuse me. Ernest and the kids. Her kids, yeah. Children always seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day to day from Zach. It's been a long, long time since any real root tree was excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. Alright. Nadine, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. How's the mystery going? I'm slowing down. I'm not gonna lie. My brain is slowing down. I got a snack. I think I'm running into some dead ends here, so I'm like going back through old stuff we've already read. If there's any other clue for anything, I'm begging the game, please. Gwyneth has a green thumb of her mother and her adopted father. Gwyneth? Maybe farmer? Maybe you're also a farmer. Oh my gosh, Gwyneth, I've been trying to figure out what you do for a living. Thank goodness. Oh my gosh. Got 4 entries right. Do you know who the disreputable woman is? I'm guessing not yet. We don't. We were saying we were thinking it might be Lauren. I don't know. Conspiracy theory? Maybe. Thank goodness. All right, we've locked some more people in. We are down like to just this generation. We don't know some of the babies. And then the occupations of these people. Oh, we are getting there though. Doesn't this look way more filled out? Who amongst us isn't disreputable woman? I mean, I don't know. All right, I'm feeling a little bit better about that. Who did Gwyneth marry? And then you had a child. My gosh, who are you? Okay, back to the brothers. What the heck do you do for a living? This is gonna get hard now that we're down to only a few people. Where was I about the green thumb? What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's the spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money after all and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in the house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. I don't know if we know anything about Miller. Have we heard any Miller names? Clark got married again. We don't know all this. I don't think this tells us anything about her brothers, though. Dang. Clark's gotten married again. No Roottrie has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwen divorced Wild Bill. Just before that, before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what she gets up to in Starlit. Neither of us ever took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. Just wish it wasn't my son Clark. How dare he? The harlot. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped, more than I could say for Clancy or Edward. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seemed fine, and Jim's marriage seemed solid as a rock. So, but what did your brothers do for a living? You say Clancy and Edward, but you don't say what they do. I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. Yeah, I hate it. One thing that's always been consistent in the family, though, anytime there's a junior, there's always been a firstborn son. Even the government had problems with the Edward Clancy Roottrie thing. I don't know what they did for a living. Apparently this is the first thing... Sorry. Fun bonus. Apparently this is the first thing she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger. She believes based on the teacher's name, she must have been in 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember. I got angry when I met a new girl. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home. Okay. I think that I've read this thing backwards and forwards twice, 3 times now. I still don't know what those brothers did for a living. They were in knowledgeable fields, or they went into knowledge? I don't know what that means. Actor, advertising, architect, artist, author, baby, cashier, CEO, chef, comedian, construction, dancer, director, doctor, driver, farmer, fighter, hairdresser, housewife, interior design, lawyer, manufacturing, mechanic, media mogul, military model, musician, news anchor, nurse, pilot, police officer, politics, preacher, president, principal, pro athlete, professor, public speaker, retail, screenwriter, secretary, student, travel agent. Baby is a knowledge field. They soak up everything. They could be baby. Maybe they're a professor? Were they professors? Knowledge fields. And who did Edward marry? Edward Roottrie? Good lord. I'm like, maybe it's time to use the duck. I haven't used the duck yet. So RRs. Let me go back to that Roottrie versus RR thing, because I feel like I was looking at that last time and then I totally forgot about it this time. Roottries versus RR. You find very few details about this particular incident with regards to the Clancy Trust. A student that attended the lecture wrote it about it wrote the following on a legal oddities website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock. And second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the Clansett Trust, it was impossible to remove any direct descendant of Elias Roottrees without completely dissolving the trust. This has to be one of those kids. Did we search the brothers' names? I searched up Edward Roottrees, nothing, and then Clancy Roottrees, nothing. They come up with nothing. Who are they? I guess maybe, oh, it's Elias C, excuse me. Elias C Roottrees and Clancy Jr. Roottrees. Maybe that's why I can't find anything. Elias C Roottrees, nothing, and then Clancy Jr. Roottrees, nothing. Damn. Well, nothing there, but RR, so it's either Ronald or Robert Roottrees. I feel like those are the only alliterative names. They tried to do the whole Clansett Trust nonsense to kick somebody out. It didn't work. Who are they? I mean, I know they're her sons, but what do they do? Maybe I can look up Robert Roottrees. Is that somebody? Ronald Roottrees. Damn. The sax is giving me flashbacks to playing Murder on the Orient Express. The saxophone. Oh man, I don't know. I wish I knew like where to go from here because I don't think that I have anything else to go on. You married someone, you married someone, you married someone. Who apparently is in a photo. I don't know Bonnie's kids. Bonnie Hudson. I clearly need to search something because I'm missing a bunch of pictures. Let me look at the duck. Don't know where to look next. If you're completely stuck, try talking through with your rubber duck. I'm not one to get a hint, but I do genuinely feel very, very stuck. I don't know. And I do want to test out the hint system, see how it works. I can't think of a single thing to look up. The hints do start out pretty vague. Okay, good. It's not gonna just immediately be like, here's the answer. Let's get a hint. The modern 5 pieces flavors aren't helpful, but there might be something in the description of the ad that is. Okay. This is an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. It mentions that the 5 pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. The ad also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. I mean, I feel like we knew that, though. Sometimes we all need a little rubber duck to help us through our struggles. I think so. I mean, that was a hint, I guess. Something in the description of the ad that is. Teen Blast? I'm like, what did you mean? Teen Blast is a magazine aimed at teenage girls. Their website has a news section that offers condolences for the loss of the Roottrees sisters. Their fashion line was often covered by our magazine, and Raina Roottrees first appeared on the cover on her 16th birthday. Alright, so that'd be periodicals. Teen Blast. Roottrees? Teen Blast has played host to many Roottrees advertisements over the years for many of their products, including 5 pieces. They fled the results. One of them was already in your evidence. What about Raina Roottrees? Raina was on the cover of Teen Blast when she was 16 and did an interview. You added the cover to an article to your evidence. Oh my gosh, the rubber duck really did help. I love that. A little nudge. I'm always down for a little nudge. There's an article about Raina Roottrees from 1994. This issue also mentions TMS and Brother Trouble. In an interview, Raina talks about her inspirations. Do I need to know TMS? TMS, what's he up to? And Brother Trouble. TMS, Brother Trouble. One important thing I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside of our grasp. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. Your grandpa, you say? Your grandpa was a professor? Oh my gosh. Wow. Back to it. He always taught me that history is full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made the Roottrees name famous for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. I took his advice and now I work with my mom designing clothes. I helped decide what colors and patterns I want to model, then she designs the clothes with a team of amazing men and women. Although my grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tells me she was really proud of what we've managed to accomplish. Laura. All right, Laura and Clancy, the professor, had Carl and then the 3 daughters, and we also have another picture of Raina now. Yay. He was her great-grandmother. Was her great-grandmother an author? No, her grandfather's sister, Lauren, was an author. That's who is the author. Clancy's sister, Lauren, who wrote all these awful things about the family. Alright, so what did Elias do? I think that one's right. Okay, that helped out a lot. So now I want to go look up TMS. Tommy Mark Sheridan appeared on the cover of Teen Blast a record 38 times, including 3 back-to-back months during the height of Brother Trouble. In the issues, he wasn't on the cover, but he was still mentioned quite often. You read every word of every article, and besides the fact that he was married to Raina, only one thing seems relevant. A gossip section from 1996, about 8 months before their marriage, is called, "Is TMS Dating a Roottrees?" It says, at a recent autograph signing, TMS told Teen Blast reporter that he met a girl at a party in Malibu. Apparently the cast of Brother Trouble gets together at Penelope's house once a year. Penelope, whatever her name, Penelope Tessa, whatever. There's a name that's Penelope in there. I have no idea how you're keeping up with all of this. A lot of notes, and my head hurts, but we're making it through. At Penelope's house once a year, and this time TMS found love. The mega hottie had this to say: "She's incredible. She came to the party to meet me specifically, and I'm glad she did. She said she had a crush on me when she was younger. I told her I have a crush on her now from her posters now." When our Teen Blast reporter asked who the lucky girl was, TMS refused to spill, but we did some digging. One of the creators of Brother Trouble, Ron, married Penelope, who played TMS's mom on the show, and get this, Ron is a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters. Who's Ron? Is there a Ron somewhere? Hold on, so TMS was, what is the name? Lordy. Tommy Mark Sheridan. Sheridan. Thomas Sheridan, your husband. Okay, so now, is there a Ron somewhere? Ronald Roottrees. Ronald? It's one of you, I don't know which one. Ronald Roottrees. Oh gosh, I've just lost track of everything. Ronald married Penelope. Brother Trouble. Okay, so actually, Ronald's on this side. Robert is on that side. married Penelope Tessa Green. And Brother Trouble, does that mean actor? Because they were in Brother Trouble, the show? Ronald's on the left, yes. I don't know which picture's which. They might be wrong. Okay, but so far so good. I want to look at Brother Trouble now. That's the same thing. Brother Trouble. Wonder if I can find a picture of Brother Trouble. Brother Trouble was a 1989 sitcom about two 16-year-old brothers the same age, one adopted, played by Tommy Mark Sheridan and Dustin Christopher Baker. Their single mother... Oh, they're not. I thought the brothers were the RRs. They were not. Ron... Wait. Oh, let me keep reading. You know I get ahead of myself. Their single mother, played by stand-up Penelope Tessa Green... often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist. Wait, does that mean that... Okay. Calm down. As well as the troubles that come with raising two boys who were extremely competitive in sports, academics, and even romantic pursuit of their next-door neighbor, Roxy. The showrunner was small screen director Ron Roottrees. Director. The single mother is the character in the show, not Penelope. Oh, not their actual mother. Thank you. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. How could that be their mother? Okay, yes. Played by Penelope Tessa Green. The showrunner was small screen director Ron Roottrees. The show had strong ratings through the entirety of season 1, rocketing both Sheridan and Baker to instant stardom, mostly because amongst the teenage girl demographic. However, it was canceled in 1991 midway through the second season due to a significant drop-off in ratings. Okay, so Ron Roottrees, the director, married to the woman who played the mom on Brother Trouble. So that doesn't mean they're actors. I thought for a second that these two were Brother Trouble. They're not. Robert, I don't know what you do. Penelope Tessa Green. Gotta run, have a good night. You too, D-Job, thanks for hanging out with us. They look like they belong in Guess Who. Alright, Ronald and Penelope Tessa Green. Ron Roottrees is a small screen director and the head of RR Productions. RR. He directed episodes of a few other shows before showrunning and creating a one season hit, Brother Trouble. Show was canceled partway through season 2. What else can we look up? Those kids are the last two Roottrees, right? I think we have like 4 more Roottrees, don't we? How many Roottrees do we have left? 3 more. Jack, Christina, and Tessa. Maybe one of them's Tessa, because Penelope Tessa Green. Maybe there's a Tessa Roottrees. We have a Jack, Christina, Tessa. Because this is a Roottrees over here too. 1, 2, 3 Roottrees left. We have not had a fire alarm. We have not. It is 6:17. The fire alarm has not gone off. If you predicted that the fire alarm was not going to go off today, you won. I was told they were testing the fire alarms, but hey. I don't know. I didn't hear it. BB getting money. Ayo. Alright, those 3 are Roottrees that are left. That means 1, 2, 3, 4 of them are not Roottrees. No, there's a ton of these unknowns, just kidding. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I know that those are right, I think. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. 6, 7. There's 7 other non-Roottrees. Sam, Stephanie, Louisa, Patricia, Helen, Joan, April, Chris. And then Jack, Christina, and Tessa are the children. Then we have a Catherine Wilkins. Is Chris the only male? Oh, we have a Sam. Chris and Sam. Anyone with the same last name? Sam and Stephanie? Maybe? These two can be Sam and Stephanie? I'm locking it in. Sam, and this one would be Stephanie? Stephanie Cottrell? Maybe? Thomas, how are you doing? Thank you for the 40 months of being a sexy snack. I love it, sharing your crusty self with us. Those are the only two with like the same last name, so that would make sense that they're father and daughter. Something over there. Ronald, what do I do with you? Penelope Tessa Green. Penelope Tessa Green. Nothing. Oh, Tessa Green. Aha! Penelope Tessa Green is a retired comedian. There's a result for the Laugh Lounge, a club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start and first did her famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine in the 80s before she was a TV star on Brother Trouble. Laugh Lounge. The site claims she retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers doing more family-friendly material. You find a picture labeled Joke-O-Lantern 1997, as well as a different picture labeled Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets 1994. Jack. Okay. Both have been added to the evidence. Alright, you found this on the website about a comedy club called the Laugh Lounge. It was captioned Jack watching his mother's first charity sets. Okay. Jack. Jack Roottrees. A child? I'm hoping a student, I don't know. Cool, and then we have this. You found this on a website about a comedy club called the Laugh Lounge. It's a photo titled Jack-O-Lantern 1997, or Joke-O-Lantern, and was taken during one of Penelope Tessa Green's fundraisers. Okay, 97, that's a baby. 94, that's a toddler. All right, baby. 97, you'd still be a baby because it's 98. I think you're still a baby. Maybe you're in kindergarten, I don't know. Do 4-year-olds go to kindergarten? It has to be Tessa, I think it's Tessa. Tessa Roottrees, Jack Roottrees, baby and a student. This one is Penelope. Tessa just seems like it has to be the right name, right? Penelope Tessa Green and then a Tessa Roottrees? Maybe? Maybe too ambitious? Maybe I don't know if that's Tessa or not? That leaves this being another Roottrees that I don't know who this is. This is Christina Roottrees. Do I know a Christina Roottrees? Nothing. I want to look up Laugh Lounge. Same thing. Club in Reno. Okay. What else can we Google? I don't know how many people we got left. I don't know. Stephanie Cottrell? Nothing relevant. Sam? Like, who are these people? Bethany Kellogg? Maybe you come up with something? Oh, that's too many G's. Still no. I mean, I do like the process of elimination, but I also don't have pictures of anyone. So how do I find them? Professor. Did we say where he taught? Maybe we could look up the school. Maybe I'll look up Professor Roottree. Professor Clancy. Nothing. I think I've gotten... Oh, you two aren't confirmed yet. You're all confirmed, minus November. All of those are confirmed. Confirmed. These two. I don't know. I don't know. What does the other brother do? One of them's a director, but then what do you do? And also, how do I know which one's which? Okay. Oh no. Christina, who are you? Did we try looking up Robert? I think we did. It didn't come up with anything. I feel like I remember typing that in. Ron came up with just the little bit that I know about Ron. Maybe I could put Ron in here. Maybe this will be different. No. Ronald? Ronald Richard? No. I wonder if he's in Starlet. Since he's a director. No. Maybe I can put Penelope Tessa Green in here. Penelope Tessa Green is mentioned in a few articles about Brother Trouble. The show stars TMS and DCB played her sons on television. Penelope's character was not really who teenage girls cared about. As a result, there's very little gossip surrounding her. Okay, what about DCB? DCB was TMS's co-star on Brother Trouble. Their mother was played by Penelope Tessa Green. Dustin Christopher Baker was in quite a few Teen Blast gossip columns, but is not related to the Roottrees as far as you can tell. Man. Ricci... Robert Ricci? Nothing. I don't know what they did. What did Robert do? I'm almost certain about these two and that one. These are the ones I'm like, maybe I have them mixed up. But that definitely looks like the oldest brother. I can't tell. He just looks older. How many do I need to lock this in? 4. 1, 2, 3. 4? So something's wrong here. Not Catherine, oh my gosh. Something's wrong, because it should lock in if I have those right. I'm thinking this is Tessa, but what if it's Christina? Oh my gosh, I was thrown off by the Tessa. I'm like, she's named after her mother, clearly. But I'm like, I'm certain of these 4, so it should lock in. Alright, we got Clancy, we got Ronald, we got Christina, and we got Jack. The Tessa curveball. Excuse you. Okay, that's Christina, which means this is Tessa. Tessa Roottree. That's the last Roottree over there. Okay, but this did not lock in, which means that November is not a student. Right? Is that what that means? Like if it didn't lock in with everything else? Then what do you do? November Roottree. Oh, what do you do? Because yeah, you're a child there, but you're not a child anymore. Are you in college now or do you have a job? Oh, I don't know what you do. Unknown occupation. Did we look her up? We most certainly did. I feel like we've looked up everyone at this point. November root tree. Nothing. Looked up Edward root tree. I've looked up November root tree. I think I've looked up almost every name in here. Nothing happens. Jane LaRue. I don't know, man. We're so close. Bethany Kellogg. Stephanie Cottrell. Oh, we're so close. Do you see how close we are? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these like main ones, and then we just gotta find out the spousies. All right, Elias C. What did you do? Something of education, not education, of knowledge, excuse me. All right, Ducky, hit me with it. There are several people related to the campaign mailer. Have you looked into all of them? The campaign mailer? The campaign mailer? What's the campaign mailer? Wait, what is the campaign mailer? This one? Lots of people. Yes, there are a lot of people. I have not fully solved this one, but thank you, little Ducky. What is CM? We know CM. What did we not get from this? On the back is an excerpt from the newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. Now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. Should I look up love is our future? Nothing. Look at those people in Butler County Times. I mean, I have. What did I miss? That's how I found out who all those people were. Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, we could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. Which I've already looked up everything in the periodicals about them. In the Butler County Times, I looked up Stephanie... What the heck is your name? Stephanie Landon. Or I guess it's not your name anymore, but Stephanie Landon, Stephanie Jones. Stephanie won her election. You find the full version of the newspaper clipping in the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you do find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones. Yes. Has lived in Butler County her whole life. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother, Caroline, a local artist, who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation and indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. And that's how we figured all that stuff out. Then we looked up Caroline Morden, and it gave us more information about that. Morden. Found the cover story about local art installations. That's how we found the Atlantis Burden thing. And then we found the book about it, and it was Eloise. We figured out Eloise. And then I guess we can look up, I didn't think I looked up Brian Jones, but let's try that. Brian Jones. Okay. There are many advertisements over the years, as well as a small article from 1995 about Jones' graphic and print. Oh man, well at least that was something. The article is a piece about Brian Jones taking over his father's print company after 20 years. Brian seems to not have let it go to waste as a marketing opportunity during an interview portion. I've been in and out of that shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right and getting it done quick. We've been a printing staple of Butler County for years, and even the Butler County Times uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. Thanks, by the way. He laughs. But still, whether you're a new client or one of our regulars, nothing will change. Come on down for the best prices on bulk printing anywhere in the state of Pennsylvania. Search for us online. I designed the website myself. Okay. Jones Graphic and Print. Please be something in here. I just don't know how there can be anything when we've like hit a dead end on their side of the family. Jones Graphic and Print is a company that, according to its website, has existed in Butler County for some time. The website seems fancy. It even has frames. The website lists the address, hours, and a few examples of clients and the type of work that was done for each. Elis must be her partner? Yes, we locked that in already. Caroline, married to Mark, divorced Mark, now with Eloise and Stephanie. Adopted guardian otherwise. And now Brian, he's got the graphics thing, graphic and print. Stephanie Jones campaign mailers, Roottrees Candy Company, various banners and posters, Butler County Holiday Light Post banners, Miracle Network tour flyers, Roottrees Motors coupon flyers, Butler County School District various banners, posters, Butler Summer Theater posters, and set contributions for Children of Eden. Should I look up Children of Eden? We can search all these companies Brian did work for. Roottrees Motors is new, right? I think Roottrees Motors, Butler County School District, Butler Summer Theater. We can look up Children of Eden. At the bottom it says, we also do web design. Come on in and get a quote today. Holy moly. All right, Roottrees Motors. Butler County School District. Butler Summer Theater. Children of Eden. Lots to look into. All right, Mr. Jones, I didn't expect you to bring me anything, so this is, at least I'll take it. Roottrees Motors. You find a hit for Roottrees Motors on the Jones Graphic and Print website, which you've already seen. You don't find any trace of them on the internet. As a local business, they may be featured in other places. Business Watch. Roottrees Motors. Well, I've done all I can do. Maybe Butler County Times? Okay. There's an ad for Roottrees Motors in the paper. It seems Roottrees Motors used to be called a Wilkins Motors. I know there's a Wilkins. Butler starts with but. Hell yeah, it does. Wilkins Motors. An ad for the Roottrees Motors has run in every week's Butler County Times for many years, but recently has been changed to include a picture. 3 different unique versions of the ad have been added to your evidence. Okay, Wilkins Motors, and I do have a Wilkins name somewhere. I hope I've been helpful. You have! Butts? I love butts. I want everyone to talk about butts all the time. All right, Roottrees Motors advertises that the former name of Roottrees Motors was Wilkins Motors. Wilkins Motors is still the same family business, but has joined the Roottrees family. All right, we may have a new name, but we promise we're still the same family business. All that's different is we've joined a sweeter family. Funny noises? Need new oil? Come on down, we'll fix her up. Okay. Then we have this one. Roottrees Motors are the local family mechanic. Your local family mechanic servicing the entire Pittsburgh area. The Roottrees Motors ad that is presently running, first appeared in 1996, says the Roottrees Motors has been around for 50 years, is a family business, and also that Tessa Roottrees, their first fixer, Tessa, is that you? Tessa Roottrees, our newest fixer, learned all there is to know about cars and from her Roottrees Motors family. Okay, Roottrees Motors parents. Okay, Tessa. Daughter. Mechanic? Is that one of the mechanic? And then Wilkins. Catherine Wilkins. That solves that whole thing. Oh my gosh. Done. I mean, yeah, it only got us like one person, but I'll take it. I think that was all that was in here. Okay. Well, back to this. Let me search up Butler County School District. Nothing. Butler, oh, not but, Butler Summer Theater. The Butler Summer Theater performs plays and musicals during the summer. Makes sense. As it is not summer currently, their website has a thank you message. Thank you for making our 1998 season such a success. Stay tuned for announcements about performances in 1999. The website lists the credits of a musical, which seems to be the final show they performed last season. There's a cast list, but none of the names seem relevant. Below the cast, it lists the crew, and two things stand out. Posters and additional set design elements by Jones Graphic and Print, and choreography by November Studios. Is she a choreographer? Oh, November! A local school dance. They advertise, or sorry, a local dance school. Hello. They advertise lessons for ballet and jazz classes. There is hardly any other information available. She's a choreographer, a dance teacher. Let's see. Dancer. I'm gonna say dancer. I feel like, because there's no choreographer or anything. Dancer. Dancer sounds good. All right. Now if only I knew who your mother was. Okay. Butler Summer Theater. Ballet and jazz classes. Let's do Children of Eden. Children of Eden is a musical with songs by Stephen Schwartz, a game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston really likes it. Just realized it could kind of fit timeline-wise with the game he was making and decided to use it instead of something fake as kind of an Easter egg. Way to go, Jeremy Johnston. You don't need to check it out, but if you do, I like the songs The Hardest Part of Love and Lost in the Wilderness. Also, if you haven't already, you should hit the back button to go back to Jones Graphic and Print, and instead of searching for Children of Eden, you should probably search for whoever was performing it. Yeah, it was that summer theater. That's it. So choreography by November Studios. I freaking love that kind of thing. That was so fun. Let's do it here. Butler Summer Theater. Butler Summer Theater has been around for at least 30 years. They perform plays and musicals with the cast and crew from in and around Butler County. There are hundreds of mentions of their performances, not just in reviews, but in many nearly identical advertisements for their box office and tickets, as well as yearly announcements of upcoming shows and seasons. They also tend to take out a full-page ad at the end of every season and that says thank you and lists the names of the shows they performed with no additional information. As of this year, however, it mentions they have a website. Alright, which I already found. Which was helpful, but also I need something else now. Maybe I do Butler County School District. Nothing relevant. Let me go back here. Is there anything crazy? Miracle Network, we knew. Butler County School District. Alright, well, that's all I can do. We look up the school district in the paper. I don't know what else it would be in beside Butler County Times. Maybe in Teen Blast. Yeah, it's not coming up. Do you have the Johnston's whatever periodical? The Johnson's whatever periodical? I thought that was just an Easter egg. Was it not? This one? Thought the Easter egg statement mentioned a periodical. Jones Graphic and Print, if we look that up again, the people performing the play. So it was just saying go back to Jones Graphic and Print. Butler Summer Theater was performing the play. If you look up Butler Summer Theater, it comes up with the November Studios. Additional set design elements by Jones Graphic and Print. God, I thought it was the name. Oh, I thought it was a periodical. Yeah, it's the printing company that Brian Jones runs. So, okay, we have now 1 for sure, 2 for sure. I need to get 2 more for sures, and then it will let us live. But there's not very much we can go off of now. Oh, Bonnie, I can put your photo in. That's Bonnie. Oh, man. Guy, who'd you marry? Louisa, Patricia, Helen, Joan, April, Chris. Is Chris the only guy left? Hold on. Do we have a single lady out here? Because I think Caroline's the only one with a lesbian relationship here. I don't think that anybody else. Chris. Where does Chris go? Chris is over here somewhere. This is either Chris or that's Chris. Is it Chris Rafferty? Is that who I'm missing? How did I miss that so clear as day when they have the same last name? Oh my gosh. Is he just... What is he? Isn't he like the conspiracy guy? We are left with Louisa Garcia, Patricia Jones, Helen Lennon, Joan Monroe, and April Quaritch. Those are all that's left. I'm gonna write them down. Maybe we just search for all of them. And that'll be that. Maybe somebody will pop up. Alright, we're left with Louisa Garcia, Patricia Jones, Helen Lennon. I swear that Miracle was married to Patricia, but I can't remember where I knew that from, or if we made that up. Joan Monroe, April Quaritch, and that is it. That is it, my friends. Oh my gosh. Catherine. See, was this Miracle married to a Patricia? I feel like there was a Patricia somewhere, and we all said it was Miracle, but maybe we all made it up. We got Miracle mixed up with someone else earlier. I know we got Patsy mixed up, because we said, oh, Patsy, but Miracle, but then I think we were wrong. I don't know. Something. Alright, the wives. I don't know about the wives. And I also don't know about the Kellogg kids. Who are the Kellogg? Bethany and David Kellogg. Alright, I'm gonna go search for all of these names, see what happens. Lisa Garcia. Nothing. Patricia Jones. Helen Lennon. Joan Monroe. And April Quaritch. Alright, so there is nothing on the searches about them, so at least there's that. It was the Miracle Jr. Eli Jr. mix-up. Ugh, the Eli Miracle mix-up of 2025. I remember, I was there. I was there and I lived it. Alright, so none of those people are able to be found through search. Maybe I go to periodicals and just do each person. Garcia. Maybe you're in Business Watch. I don't know. Maybe they're like somehow famous. They'll just pop up. Patricia Jones. This is, you know, that typical point and click logic of just try everything on everything and maybe something will happen. But I haven't seen anything with these names pop up literally anywhere. Oh, sorry. Wrong one. Helen Lennon. Be worth a shot. Because you know I'm gonna go back to that Ducky. That Ducky is actually really nice of just like nudging you and not outright telling you, hey, you should be doing this. Which I really appreciate, because sometimes a hint system really ruins the game, which is why I tend not to use them. But Case of the Golden Idol has a great hint system. That's hard to top. But I am loving the Ducky. Alright, to the Ducky. Wow, that conspiracy site had a lot going on. I only noticed one thing that might be useful. What conspiracy site? I totally forgot about the conspiracy site. Butler County Times, Brother Trouble Teen Blast. What was that conspiracy site again? That was from Saturday. What were we doing there? Because that was the whole like Chris Rafferty nonsense. Wild Bill Williams. I remember all that. We looked at all of those things. What was that website? It was the whole thing with the... You might even say the Rubber Ducky. Rubber Ducky, you are the one. That is true. It was the whole, I don't know, Operation R2 T9 something. I remember the floozies. I feel like it was after that we looked all that stuff up. The news? Ah, wait, was it the WRTD News? Investigative Jazz radio station. There's a break-in. The Root Tree Curse is where we went to after that. Curse. Conspiracy website with very small, very red text on the black background that says the root trees are cursed. It has been very recently updated with the following. With Carl and Brenda and the girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Root Tree Company have died mysteriously. They say Kai's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull. A secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. Should I look up Mayan ruby skull? Did I already do that? Is that important? I'm hanging on to anything at this point. Ruby skull. Secret message. All right, the post. 4 corners. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how the Earth has 4 corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. I don't know if that's something I need to look up too. 4-day time cubes? Ugh. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff75 at prodigy.us asking him to take down the site with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. The time cube shall reveal all. I don't know if the time cubes are going to help us, but we'll look it up. But this is where we first heard about Chris Rafferty, which we've now locked him in, not locked him in, but he's here now. That's Clark's son, Chris Rafferty. At prodigy.us. It's Prodigy a something? Can I just pick Prodigy? Pro athlete, professor, something. I need to look up time cube on the regular internet after we're done with the game. Gene Ray is the wisest human. I guess I need to look that up on the real internet because I don't know anything about the time cubes. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Root Tree Candy Company factory, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29th, 1996. And the RT-29 operation was like how they're poisoning the candies or whatever. I remember all that. All right, Mayan ruby skull. Okay, you find a few conspiracy websites that claim the Mayan ruby skull is a symbol of death. The alleged proof is a blurry photo of a reddish shape that is supposedly a cave painting from South America. According to legend, discovered beneath the paintings were bones from hundreds of different people and animals. One site also mentions that the photographer who took the picture died when their boat capsized after crashing into a skull-shaped rock. Amongst the spinning skull gifts, you find no source of verifiable details to back up the photos or claims. To you, the blurry photo looks like more like an egg than a skull. Okay. Time cubes. Nothing Wait, you begin to read the site and come to the conclusion that the words "no relevant results" isn't a strong enough description for what you're seeing here. It's a massive column of technical terms that aren't real and confusing rants you can't find any meaning in. Regardless, it won't help with your search. Well, the time cubes were apparently not the answer. Chris Rafferty. Can I look at what was his email again? Chris Raff 75. Should I look up his actual, like, just the email? 75 at prodigy.us. I don't think you can search that, can you? Chris Raff 75 at prodigy.us. You can search that. Alright. What the heck did I just uncover? You find a simple page called The Art of Rafferty, copyright 1997, on Prodigy. That listed the author's email address, chrisraff75 at prodigy.us. Below a bunch of gifts that say under construction, there are a few art pieces. The first is a painting captioned "Me and my fiance Lulu." A painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give her when we get married in May. So he doesn't know how to spell fiance. Got it. Go Tartans. There is an odd collage called Cousins, which seems to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist's statement says, "We had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could, even some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me, and my teachers said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Raina, Riley, or Rose, so I had to get creative and use only my third cousins. This includes Davy, he swims through Yukon, and Bethany Kellogg. Oh, Davy's probably David. She's Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who is an only child. Chris's artwork has been added to your evidence, but the cousins photo will need to be unscrambled before you can use them. You've downloaded a new application, Pixpop, to edit the photos. Pixpop? Oh, I hate that. Ew. Oh my gosh. How scary. Oh gosh. I am not a fan. Okay, it's coming together though, you know? I don't know, a little bit of a jump scare never hurt anyone, right? Oh, too far. This is relaxing. This might be the most calming part of the game. Dichotomy? Okay. Picasso. Alright, what about this one? Oh! This one's all rotated. Your neck was a little snapped there, girly pop. There we go. Much better. How did this happen to these pictures? Oh my goodness. I'm glad we have a program that fixes it. Okay. Oh, middle part. There we go. Can you click it to get the portrait for the board? I think they're going to the evidence thing and then we can click on them. What? Slide the photo back to oh. Not a slider puzzle. How dare you? Oh gosh, I don't like slider puzzles. This isn't fun. Way to ruin my day. Hoomst! Oh no. Where does that go? Is this like there? How do I want to do this? Like that, and then move this guy over? Oh, geez Louise. Not the biggest. Okay. Where does your body go? You know what? It was fun, and I was just saying how calm and relaxing of a time it was. We were having a good time. And then we weren't. Let's move you this way. Let's move all of you guys up. Yeah. Yeah. It's looking semi-wrong. And we'll live. We will live. Because I'm gonna move these over and move this guy there. Oop. And he's just gonna... We're just gonna slide you on over like that. Oh, look, look, it's coming together. Printing cousin. Okay. Oh, we've got so much evidence now. Only a minor heart attack, but... Alright, this is Chris Rafferty's cousin's art project and is said to include pictures of Davy, he swims for Yukon, Bethany's yearbook picture, Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who was an only child. Perhaps you can extract them by using an application on the PC, which we did. So we have them here. 3 pictures were scrambled as part of Chris Rafferty's cousins. You've reassembled this one first. For more information about this photo, inspect Chris's art project. So that's Bethany. Right? I said Stephanie. Oh, it could be Stephanie. Hold on. No, Bethany's yearbook picture. I doubted myself. Bethany Kellogg has this yearbook photo. Probably student. And then David. Oh, David, you swim for Yukon, so college age. David. Davy. Ah. I like the duck showing up as you were sliding the last piece in. The duck's like, do you need help? Are you sure you got this? I'm not confident in you. All right, 5 more people, and that's it. All right, Stephanie, only child. Not her occupation, but an only child. It says middle school, so student as well. Stephanie. All right. Oh, Robert, I don't know what you do, but we've got everybody looking good. Okay. What was that last piece of evidence I had that I haven't looked at? These 2. This art piece was found on the portfolio of college student Chris Rafferty. It was referred to as a self-portrait of me and my fiance, Lulu. Okay, Chris and Lulu. Chris. Student. And Lulu? Lulu. Probably Louisa. Louisa. I feel good about that. Alright, Louisa. We're so close. Alright, I'm 100% on Chris right now. And Louisa. Lulu. Let's say college student, yeah. That Sax is getting it. Confident on that. Who else are we missing? I don't know what Elias does for a living or who he was married to, but the last people we have, Patricia, Helen, Joan, and April. I've done Louisa, now I can cross that off. Patricia, Helen, Joan, April. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the 4 ladies. Who was married to who? Goodness gracious. They all have last names I haven't seen anywhere. Except Jones, but Brian Jones is married and doesn't have a child, so. That was good. I got like all those cousins. That was great. Robert Roottrees. I'm now confirmed that that's what you look like, but I don't know what you do. Edward Roottrees. Patricia. Ellen, Joan, April. Those are my last 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 of which I'm certain on. It's just these 2 now. I don't even know how to go about that. Time for the duck, I guess. In one of her diary entries, Lauren mentions the name of Jim's father. Well, I know Jim's father. I just don't know what Jim's father does. Okay. Thanks, Ducky, but I did know that. Lauren she wrote so much. I can't remember everything. I know Eli C.
Okay, James.
Ducky. I don't know, we're already over time for stream. I was about to head on out, but I have to finish this. I have to know who these people are, and I need to know who this client is. It's gonna kill me. I won't be able to sleep tonight. The Ducky may have to take us to the finish line. What about Eli? Eli C. What's the name of the guy we are working on? Elias C. Roottrees and Robert Roottrees. I don't know what either of them do for a living. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Robert Roottrees and Elias C. So Ducky, I do know Jim's father's name. The name comes up in Revisiting the Diary, Clark. Well, I know that, Ducky. Clark. But Ducky, does it say what Eli does for a living? With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped. More than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, pun intended. So who knows what causes these things? I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think a marriage on such shaky foundation like that can last. And Lord knows I was right last time. Alright, Ducky, and what did we learn? I don't know what we learned, Ducky. I really don't. Read the description for the next generation photograph carefully to determine which one is Elis. Okay, Ducky, I think I know who Elis is just by process of elimination. That's most likely him. That is him. I know it's him, in fact, because in that photo, I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left since, to me, he looks a lot like Pop did in the old one. That's gotta be him. He's the only unidentified person, Ducky. Ducky, I did done know that. I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the four of us stand together, so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Okay, Ducky. I've done that. Now what? You can find a mention of Eli's occupation in a periodical article about someone closely related to him. Periodical article? Okay. About someone closely related to him? Clancy, Edward, Lauren. Maybe we should go look. Periodicals. About someone closely. Let's do Edward Roottree. What about Clancy Jr.? Well, Clancy's not in Teen Blast. Hold on. Lauren. The Butler County Times reviewed Lauren's diary, A Life Between Wars. They go into a bit of Lauren's history. She grew up around the famous Roottrees family. She wrote some romance novels, including historical figures such as pirates and knights that were released under her married name Rafferty. Now her diary is being re-released under her birth name Roottrees. Knew this. Reviewer gives it a 4 out of 5 and claims the evolution in perspective from adolescence to adulthood and a true feeling of change in society across multiple decades. They call special attention to the author's recollection of the day she heard that her husband, Jacob, had died in the war, and how times have changed in the more than 20 years between the first and last diary entry. The writer of the review mentions that because the majority of the interactions of the book take place in Butler County, including many locations that they personally recognized, it made everything feel more real and perhaps contributed to high score. Don't forget, you can find this in many other books in the local library, which I already did look at. We'll look up Eli C. himself. I think we did. Eli C. He doesn't come up in anything, I don't think. But apparently there's something in a periodical about someone closely related to him. Periodical article about someone closely related to him. Maybe James? Jim Roottrees. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were just C&J and J&D with my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters, so the four of us had a cute family band thingy. Not our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her and Jane's other sister, you know that. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then, we never agreed on what it should be. So he's not a musician? Maybe. I didn't think about him being a musician, because didn't they say that he was, like, of the knowledge or something? Do we think he's also a musician? Because Lauren was like, all of my brothers went into something of knowledge. Composer? I don't think composer's an option. Musician, maybe? Our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. Jim's dad. Clark and I grew up like brothers. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music. But even then, we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested. I just don't think he was a musician. Trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For the most part, most of the decade he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. Because he only mentions his dad, like, right here. And doesn't say anything. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. I don't think he's a musician. But also, no matter what I put there, it's not gonna lock in until I know what Robert does also. Those are my last two. Alright, Ducky, I'm so sorry. I don't get what you're trying to say. Reread Modern Music Monthly article about Jim Roottrees. Ducky, I did! What am I missing? Jim Roottrees. Oh no, I don't know. I don't know, Ducky. What do you mean, Ducky? Jingle Man, who's Jingle Man? Clark is Jingle Man. Clark is locked in. Clark is done and dusted. Clark, he went into advertising as a Jingle Man. He married 3 times. He had a bunch of children. You stopped halfway through the paragraph it's in. Oh, that's so me. Where am I? The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then, we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Roland is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. This made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying, I've read this so many times. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For the most part of the decade, he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Rafferty-Tunes and he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls. I thought this was in reference to Clark. Good heavens. I don't know how many times I read that thing and did not connect that he was in advertising. I thought we were saying Clark was in advertising, so when we read that earlier, I was like, yeah, duh, Clark's stuff hung up on the wall. Okay, advertising. Damn, Eli. Alright. Ducky, thank you. I appreciate you. You're putting me in, like, you literally gave me the answer and I still couldn't see it. Now, Robert, how do I get about to what you were doing? I still don't know who Eli was married to, though. Oh, lordy, my head hurts. In a good way, though. These are a lot of aha moments, but dang. Holy schmoly. Alright, Robert, how do I find out anything about this? Because you guys are all in this big box. Like, something happened here. Has something to do with that, I think. Because you were trying to, like, push that guy out. Who's left? This man. Robert Roottrees. What the hell does he do for a living? Artist, author, baby, cashier, CEO, chef, comedian, construction, dancer, director, doctor, driver, farmer, firefighter, hairdresser, housewife, interior design, lawyer, manufacturing, mechanic, media mogul, military, model, maybe, musician, news anchor, nurse, pilot, police officer, politics preacher, a president he's not, principal pro athlete, professor, public speaker, retail, screenwriter, maybe because his brother's a director. That could also make sense. Bless. Oh gosh. Hells yeah. Oh, we get the top secret folder now.
To my genealogy genie. If you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives. Congratulations. I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider. These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth.
The truth?
So make sure you're ready.
Oh my god, I'm so ready. Guys, I'm so excited. 49 people? Honestly, we only used the Ducky right there at the end. I think that's pretty good on us for getting that many people. High fives all around. Good teamwork. Who is EC? This is what I've been saying! Egg cream! Who are you? Okay. The last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish, however this will end your search. EC. Who is EC? And his spouse is man? Do we know that? Who is EC? The only thing is I know Elias C. Can I just type in egg cream? Is his name egg cream? What is his name? He is a confirmed bachelor. Oh, they were roommates. I don't know. Do I have an EC anywhere? What if it's Edward Clancy? Oh my gosh, do you remember? Do you remember? Edward Clancy. Edward Clancy, where'd you go? Edward Clancy, I swear. Where's the book? Oh my god, where's the book? There it is. Edward Clancy. Names. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy root tree. I had to break the news that they got my father's name backwards. But what if he was actually Edward Clancy? I think that's it. Egg cream, Edward Clancy root tree. Farmhand. That's him. I swear it's him. You don't have any portraits available to add to the family tree. To get started, click on faces in your evidence tab. Did I look up Edward Clancy? No. Edward Cullen, married to Isabella Swan. Oh my gosh, Edward Clancy, who are you? Look in the local paper. Do we think they wrote about him? Oh my gosh, my cat is crying. I cannot. It's not even dinner time yet. Edward Clancy root tree. Psst. Edward Clancy, who are you? Oh man. What about Anderson Maple Farm? Before marrying, Elias Gwyneth Rootree was Gwyneth Anderson. Maple Farm. Okay. I swear it's all in Lauren's book though, because she talks about EC. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia, but so we see EC right there. I guess I didn't realize we would already know the name of whoever he married. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Edward Clancy Anderson? But didn't we know that he was a root tree because he was... Let's look that up. Nothing with Anderson. In the paper, not his real name. Paper. Nothing. That's such a good guess, though. Like, yeah, because it was the whole, you know, the 5 pieces, and there was all the different flavors, but one of them was egg cream and then was removed later. Who is EC? Who's the second farmhand? It was EC and, oh yeah, you're right, there was a second, and John's. EC and John's. EC and John's is what I wrote down. Pop warned us to stay away from the farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Mr. Miller! Sam grew up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. John Miller? And they were farmhands. Miller. John's Miller? Miller. Edward Clancy Miller, maybe. But would they wouldn't have gotten married and officially had their name changed, right? I don't think so. Who? No. Not in them days. Was it John's? EC and John's. I wrote an S, but I don't know if it's John's Miller or John Miller. I messed that up somehow. John Miller? Okay. I feel like I also saw something else about the farm in a different thing, but I can't remember what. Definitely Miller, though. Eli C stepped. Okay. I think that's right, but how do I get a picture of what Edward Clancy looks like? Edward Clancy. How do I get your picture? Edward Clancy, who are you? Is Edward Clancy in a photo of any sort that I have? Well, I think I have to find the photo. Definitely not in those days. Definitely didn't marry and change his name, for sure. May I have an obit or something? He didn't pop up with anything, and I think that his name would be Edward Clancy Roottree, which we've looked up, and I don't think that it's popping up, but I don't know. There's gotta be some ways around it. There was something, and I'm remembering it, but I can't remember what it was, but it was talking about the Anderson farm, because that's how I connected the dots, that Anderson farm, and then we found the Gwyneth stuff. I just can't remember where I read this EC, because I wrote down EC plus John's Anderson farm, and I don't know where I read this. Ugh, damn. Where was that? It was in something. Cause see, EC for egg cream. Ugh. I don't know. Might have been tied to Sam. Maybe it was in the first book, not the re-release thing. Maybe it was something here. EC, because it specifically said Anderson Farm, whatever it was that I read. Maybe it was the part about Sam over here. Sam, obscure relative, was included at family gatherings. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two, but I was told to trim their branches from the tree. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting. John. I did write an extra S. John. There we go. EC and John, when we used to drive past the old Anderson farm. That is where I read it. Okay. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Eli even chimed in. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. Okay, so for sure, we have Edward Clancy and John Miller. I think those are their names 100%. I just don't know how to find a picture of Edward Clancy. Because how the heck is there a picture of him out there in the world? Unless it's connected to something I don't quite understand. Edward Clancy motorbike? Maybe he won a race or something? Edward Clancy motorbike? Edward Clancy motorbike. Maybe just motorbike? Is that what you're trying to say? I think you have to be so specific with what you search, like it has to be right on the money. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper, but Eli says, well, that's a different Eli. That's not Edward Clancy. In a paper, maybe? But I think this is talking about Eli. I don't think this is talking about Edward. The only thing about Edward here is Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, Edward, Clancy, and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Check the records. Is there a way for me to check the records? How do I see the Anderson farm records? How do I find the records? Farm records? Search it. I wish it was there. Anderson Maple Farm. Butler Times has had consistent ads for tours and demonstrations at the first Anderson Maple Farm for a very long time. The farm also appears every so often in a section about things to do in Butler County. It seems that twice each summer, the Roottrees Candy Company's current head of farming, Mrs. Cottrell, returns to Butler County to demonstrate how 5 pieces were made at the beginning of the century. The demonstration provides free samples of the original 5 flavors. They cost quite a lot to attend and sell out every time, so the Butler County Times recommends getting tickets the moment they go on sale. The ads and blurbs do not have any other relevant information to help with your search. However, you do learn that the farm offers discounts on Tuesdays. Maybe First Anderson Maple Farm? First Anderson Maple Farm? I don't know if this helps, because I've definitely searched the thing already. You find information for on a website for the first Anderson Maple Farm. There are a few pictures, including a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth. We've already seen these. So, damn. They do tours, though. Maybe Anderson Farm Tuesday, see if you can find an ad. I feel like that's not how the search works most of the time, but let's try it. Tuesday? Anderson and Maple Farm. I feel like it's always like a very specific thing you have to type in. Tuesday. Ads. How would I find an ad for that? Business Watch? You do learn the farm offers discounts on Tuesdays. It's not in any other thing. Twice each summer. This is Cottrell. Why did they say discounts on Tuesday? Is it relevant? I don't know. I don't know why they said that. Ads and blurbs do not have any other relevant information to help with your search. However, you do learn that farms offer discounts on Tuesdays. Like, it's odd, right? I don't know what that means. Offers discounts on Tuesdays. Maybe Cottrell? And that's the same thing, it just pops up. Who is Cottrell again? There's a Cottrell over here. Stephanie Cottrell? Oh, I guess Gwyneth, maybe. That doesn't make much sense, does it? Gwyneth Cottrell? Her daughter? Is there a duck for this portion? Let's see. Let's get a hint. Guy Hudson's death sounded a bit suspicious. Perhaps a local publication might have more information. Guy Hudson? What does he have to do with this? Guy Hudson. Although the Butler County Times does not archive their obituaries, they did a front page story in 1982 about Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia. Oh, I think the Ducky's trying to tell me to put in his wife. Patricia! Thank you, Ducky. I didn't know where to find that. I appreciate it. I swear you'll live. It's okay. You're acting like you've never eaten in your life. The story itself is surprisingly light on relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstate. Although Guy was a somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle which instigated the wreck was speeding, swerving between lanes and cutting off drivers, as well for at least 5 or 6 minutes. Before the tragic accident, one witness says it could have been any one of us who they eventually ran off the road. The aggressor fled after the accident, and police have few leads other than make and model. Guy has been president of the Roottrees Company for only 4 years, though an undoubtedly volatile period in the company's history. He has no wife and children. He and his wife had no children. Excuse me. Was that what Ducky wanted me? Ducky just wanted me to fill in the wives. Ducky doesn't know where I can find a picture of Edward Clancy. So there's like 1, 2, 3 more wives that I haven't put in, and then maybe that's what Ducky's trying to help me with. Foul play was not suspected, but what about foul play? Ducky killed Guy Hudson, confirmed. Ducky, please focus. Ducky. We have Helen, Joan, and April left for the wives, and maybe Ducky can help us after that. There's only one mystery left. Looking into the most closely related people may get you a bit more information. Ducky, that's not helpful. Ducky. Ducky, I don't know. Samantha is the only person that I can think that Ducky is talking about. Sometimes looking into people's spouses can help you find new information. That is true, Ducky. Do we see an image of the whole 5 mains? We did, but these are the 5 mains minus the 6th outcast, Egg Cream. Egg Cream is not in here. But these are the OG 5, who are all locked in and confirmed. OG 5 being Grape, whatever the heck. Grape, elderberry, cinnamon, it's supposed to be grape, elderberry, egg cream, cinnamon toast, cinnamon extract, melon, and miracle berry. We're trying to figure out who Egg Cream is. How closely do we look into the great-grandmother? The original Anderson? Gwyneth Anderson's mother? Let's see. I might need to go feed my cat because he's freaking out. Hold on. Gwyneth Anderson. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Roottrees was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers, so as the oldest sister, she was to inherit the Anderson Maple Farm so long as she married. Before Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias's idea to create candy instead. Okay. That doesn't tell me what the mother's name was. Hold on, let me go feed my cat. Hold on. Sorry, you'd think he was dying, so they're taken care of. I am going a little overtime. That's on me. I just realized that it is getting late. All right, how do I solve this? Oh, good lord. Anderson. Who was the OG Anderson? Does it get us anywhere if we find that? Ducky, what do you mean? Elias Jr.'s wife sounds like she came from a well-known family. Maybe you can find more information online. Ducky's still trying to make me figure out who these people are, who the wives are. Ducky, what do you mean? Elias Jr.'s wife sounds like she came from a well-known family. Elias Jr. Patricia Christensen? Is that what we're looking up, Ducky? Christensen Steel was, oh yeah, she had a steel company. I forgot about that. Christensen Steel was a steel company in Butler County. On a World War II history page, you find that it contributed to the war effort by creating parts for vehicles, but after that went out of business. Christensen Steel and Patricia Christensen both are mentioned in the book review for Steamy Correspondence by Tina Angelina. Ducky, I would never have looked this up, so thank you for that. Who the heck is Tina Angelina? Correspondence. Steamy Correspondence by Tina Angelina. What a fun name, right? This is a book of historical letters with an erotic twist. Each letter is accompanied by context from the book's author. A letter from the book has been added to your pages. Oh my gosh. Look at this steamy romance. In 1934, someone who goes by Patch wrote a full letter of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who it is clear she had a romantic history with. Patch is thought by the book's author to have been Patricia Christensen, a daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and CH were the first two letters of her last name, and Patricia Christensen was known to appreciate wordplay like this. Patricia, who would have been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, was married to an older man of no notable status. This letter was most definitely not to him, because why would you write such a nice letter to somebody of no notable status? There are also a few passages after the steamy bits that mention a daughter, leading Tina Angelina to theorize that this letter was written to the father of a child she hid away from society, or hid from society in some way. The letter ends on a mention of a twisted twin that seems to evoke imagery from classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin? Left an outcast, forced to a life of labor under a wicked relative, it's like something from the start of a children's fable. She deserved not the life he had been sentenced to. I can't stand to be apart from you both. Someday I shall return to you, and I pray that he has not corrupted her to know his sin. I swear that on that joyous day, with all of the strength I can muster, I will fight for our child's freedom. Let us pray her fable has a happy ending. Tina has no theory for what the more cryptic parts of that mean. Damn it, Tina. Tina, I was counting on you. What does that mean, Tina? Let us pray. Egg cream is the twin brother of cinnamon extract. That would make sense. Now, how does that homie know what he looks like? Ducky, I swear. Stay focused. Twins. Help us out, Tina. Our brains are tired. I know, Tina. We're like right here. Just let me know what this man looks like. Unless he looks like that. But I can't pick anything. I have to actually find a picture. Like, he looks like this. That's just him. Oh. It'd be extremely funny if you could just put CE's picture in there. I'm like, there you go. Done. They look the same. They're all related, aren't they? They have the same bone structure. Alright, well I can't do that, so I think we need to look at the family photo again. I'm telling you, the family photo is already solved. If you click on one of them, it takes you to the person on the thing. You can't put them in there. This says you don't have any portraits available to add to the family tree. To get started, click on faces in your evidence tab. When I click on faces in the evidence tab, they don't come up with anybody. They're all done. They just go straight to them. Like, just tell me who he is. Who does he look like? All of them done. It takes you right to the person. The two people in the background of the family portrait? These people? Oh my lordy. How did I not see this bearded man this whole time? You know how long I've had this picture? Do you know how long that picture has been there? The egg cream. We found it. Damn it, Ducky, that was not helpful. But I think that might be Edward Clancy. The whole time? I am embarrassed. Oh my gosh. I think Edward Clancy Roottree with that fabulous beard, the farmhand who was married to John Miller. I think that might be it. Ducky, do you have anything to jump in with? No, you don't. I think you knew we got it this time. Booyah? Are we gonna say I'm ready? I don't know.
Take a picture.
I don't know. Confirm. But first, here's the final optional entry you found. Oh, yay, we got Patricia. Okay, next time I'll try to get the wives. Sorry, I couldn't figure out the wives. Oh my gosh.
So, you thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottree, and his partner was John Miller?
Yes. Is that right?
That
Oh, that's exactly what I needed to hear. Sorry, I double-clicked.
I'm Sam Madsen, though you know me as Samantha Roottree. Yup, I got old. The only picture you have of me is from 40 years ago.
I mean, she aged well. 40
My book
years.
tells the truth about Elias, of 5 pieces, and my parents. Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy. My fathers, Edward Clancy Roottree and John Miller.
Wow.
By now, you've either read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser.
Honestly, a little picture of both, with Ducky's help, and then our one shared brain cell. I think we did it. Thanks, Sam.
Lauren was right. I hated the 5 pieces. She just didn't know my full reasoning.
Wow.
My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man. But his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not. At age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand. Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable. The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family. He decided to fix both.
Wow.
They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his 5 pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC.
My baby egg cream. Oh my
They were
gosh.
sent to the farm, and the 5 pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family. But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was the little girl from her diary.
Oh, I got angry when I met a new girl who I don't like. She said, your pop is my dad.
Who could blame me for being so confused that day? Her father was an exact copy of mine, except without the beard.
Wow.
And while the 5 pieces celebrated a new factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all, but there he is in the background. The 6th 5-piece.
He was there the whole time. Do you know how many times I've looked at this picture? Did I see that man? Did I process that that was egg cream? No.
Patsy returned,
Ugh.
and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom, from a life she deemed unworthy. Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father. At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the 5 pieces. My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat, and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president, but due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy, a real root tree. He nearly ruined the company.
Yeah, with his caviar of candy.
When Ernie took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years, he made the family billions. Ernie earned about $36. They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His death was my tipping point. Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry. Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock. That sounded familiar. The Clancid Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future. His entire family's future. He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as, and that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the Trust, as anyone else. The Clancid Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money. The truth has been eating away at me for years, but now I can set the record straight, thanks to you. As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has. Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present and future. So thank you. You knocked it out of the park. With your expert work, the truth will come to light. And when it does, my share of the Clancid Trust is yours.
Oh.
Like I said at the beginning, set for life. Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete.
Oh, thanks. Right?
Unless a whole lot more root trees somehow appear from thin air. This is the last time I'll come knocking.
Okay.
Thanks again, and so long.
Well, alright.
We're rolling on down to the
Play us out. Thanks to your hard work, Dave Madsen's book was published. It received mixed reviews. Oh no. Life went on and a new president took over the company. The Roottrees family faded from the news cycle. And then everything changed. There's another mystery to solve. Roottrees Mania is now unlocked as a new game? What the hell is Roottrees Mania?